Here we go. There we go. Greetings, everybody. We've been entertained by Robbie's dulcet tones. Oh, that's better. Right. Yeah, interestingly enough, what I thought I might try to do tonight, just for a giggle, is actually get the Timberwolf fired up.
Giggle?
Yeah, we'll find out, okay, what is it about Timberwolf that makes people go, oh my God, on a stick?
In a word, everything.
Because even I can't remember what was supposed to be made about it. I downloaded another Spitfire library today. And
Mercury, was it Mercury?
Mercury, yeah, it was the last day apparently of it being half price or whatever it was. And I thought, yeah, isn't it great? So some guy gets some instruments together and makes up some sounds for Interstellar and Dunkirk and all the rest of it. And he's got credits in the film and stuff like that. I'm thinking, well, where's my fucking credit? Because half the special sounds in Interstellar and Dunkirk and all that sort of stuff was that bloody up 2500 I put together for it. It wasn't for me.
Well, this is true.
No, it's not. I had some foam cleaner somewhere.
Foam or phone?
Foam.
Foam.
As in ocean spray, etc.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know where it's gone. Because what it is, I've come in here tonight and I've, for the first time in months, turned these lights on. And I looked at my Hydra and I went, oh, it looks like a whole bloody nest of foxes have been having sex on it all night. It's awful. Painter's Radio. There you go.
Ew.
Yeah, ooh. And I knew, so I got my cleaning cloths, but I used this fabric foam cleaner, which is absolutely stunning. And I don't know where it is. So.
Well, Michael Whalen recommended some stuff to me for cleaning keyboards. I can't remember what it's called now. But he swears by it. It's really good. They do a special cloth, and they do a special cleaner, and I have to dig that out.
Well, the thing about the fabric foam cleaner that I use is that it has zero impact on any materials that you go to clean. I mean, absolutely zero impact. I just thought we didn't put the link in the chat so nobody can join us. And it's just sitting there watching us waffling at each other. Poor people. Right, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, they talk about glutton for punishment. They come here to listen to us waffle.
Nobody complained yet, that's the thing.
Well, I don't know. I haven't checked for any letter bombs lately. So where the... I know I have some foam cleaner in here. What? No, I said foam cleaner, not Ferrero Rocher. So what is that that you are playing?
Das ist der Argon 8.
Ah, nice. I got one of them.
Played it yet?
Afternoon, morning, evening, depending on where you are at the moment. So you're now moderator?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, I found out what it was I was doing wrong.
No worries.
Didn't know, Robbie. You know that right click on your name?
That used to work, right? Not anymore.
Oh, it still works. That's how I added you.
Oh, it does? Oh, okay.
Ah, yeah. But what I was doing, it was in the chat of SteamYard and not on the YouTube page.
Yes.
So I am to be spanked severely. Yeah, where is it?
Did I hear you threatening to play some Timberwolf?
Yeah, I thought it might be a giggle actually, so we can all go, oh, turn it off, kill it.
Good stuff.
So, but the last time I tried it, I believe that all the stuff on that side wasn't coming through for one reason or another, so I'll just have to check out what's going on over there.
I'd like to hear what you do with it because other than one guy on YouTube, all the videos I've seen are terrible.
Yeah? Oh, God.
I don't know what makes you think that he'd make it sound any better. I mean,
A little magic.
He's a talented man, but he's
A little
not
luckily
that
Irish,
talented.
the Spawn
Yeah.
magic, right?
Yeah, we go, well, let's see what sound it makes when you bash it against a wall.
Hey guys.
The other one. Hey, Rob.
Hello,
Hey, Rob.
Hello.
Hey, Rob. Hey, Rob. How's it going, guys?
Tired after last night's.
Oh, yeah.
I won't be
Steve?
staying that
It was a
stint.
bit late, yeah.
I shan't be staying that long tonight.
What? It wasn't that late. It was like 2 that we left, right?
Well, I haven't had a decent night's sleep now for nearly a month, and I'm really starting to feel it now. So I might not be able to go long either.
I'll just give it a call and I'm happy to make a short one.
Well, no, sometimes we just can leave the stream running.
Yeah, we know about that, right, Synthetic?
Yeah.
There you go. See,
And by the way, 2 or 3 shows ago, there is, I think, is 4 minutes and a half of you and me talking at the end of the show.
Really? It's still there?
Yeah.
It's funny. It didn't get turned off, huh?
He didn't turn off on time, so there's like
That's
like in,
hilarious.
oh, how you doing? Oh, the day was like this, blah 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 blah, and then cut.
That's funny.
Well, it's there forever.
Well, I figured if as soon as the main guy cuts off, it stops recording. But
Yeah,
it's
me too.
not.
But no.
no, apparently not.
No, you need to tell it to stop streaming.
You have to tell it to stop. Okay. But then
Oh, I
eventually
love-
it did stop, so somebody
We'll have
must
to
have
be
hit something.
careful. It might have been something like, okay, everyone's gone. Let's take our clothes off. Yeah, see, like, oh dear me.
Why do you think he doesn't open the camera?
No, we only don't do that when people are here. When everybody's gone, there's no point anymore.
Hi, Keith.
Because then you're not going to get any tips, are you?
Any what? We're not getting what? If we're not getting that, I'm not staying then.
That's funny.
Too fluffy.
Well, yes, tips of whatever type. There are various. ways you can
Oh,
take that word.
tips. You mean tips? Okay, sorry. My bad.
He's making his own
Wrong language. I know nothing.
Right, bear with me. I'm going to find some of this bloody foam cleaner.
Yeah, take it. No worries. The other one. I got a question for you.
Yes.
Yes. So, I'm trying to make up my mind about the connectivity in the rack. What about hearting connectors?
Annoying, but out of all the options, well, it depends. Do you want to go by the standard? What are they? 40-channel ones? That what the 100 pins, or less than 30 channels, whatever the standard pin out
I don't
is
know.
for those, or. I mean, don't get me wrong. Hearting, so particularly hand modulars, they're amazing connectors. You can like put anything in there. You can have like you can have power, you can have signal, you can have fiber, you can have water, you can have gas. I mean, you can put anything in a modular hearting and just
Okay.
connect one connector to connect everything
Mhm.
you would ever need.
Mm-hmm. Good evening, third place.
Evening all.
How you doing?
Not
Hello.
bad, thank you.
Yeah, if they people in my work, if they weren't totally sure if I was deranged or not, now they're totally certain that I'm deranged. I couldn't stop laughing through all the quiz show. That was so funny, so much funny.
It was crazy, wasn't it?
Oh, it was really really nice. It was a roller coaster for sure yesterday, because it went up and then down again, and then down again, and then all the way up,
Yeah.
then down again.
It can go light to dark very quickly.
And
No
that's
apparent
why I
reason.
love it. And that's why I keep coming back for more.
It was a lovely somber ending.
I missed the last 10 minutes. I couldn't catch that one up.
Probably for the better.
No, don't worry. I'll catch that one. I got some more time tomorrow. So yeah, please continue. Educate me, because I'm totally clueless what to do with that.
I mean, I haven't looked at heartings properly for a long time because, as much as they're amazing connectors, I also hate them. I'm normally a Veeam person.
I mean, I have some experience with them. Back in the day, we used to use them for lighting systems.
Yeah, but that's just the standard 18 channel.
No, even smaller than that, probably something like could be 8 or...
No, so it does 6 lights, so it's an 18-pin connector. That's the standard lighting hearting.
10s?
But you don't want something that big. Although with hearting you're limited by the physical frame sizes, and then probably if you so normally the big hearting is like 100 about 100 pins. They're like 30-40 channel multi-cores. But
No,
you
we use
probably
them for
don't
light,
want
for power for the lighting system. So I think I remember 10-pin connectors or 16-pin connectors, something like that, like in the big chunk ones.
Or the 18 or I think the 16 and 2 of the clips are used for the, I can't remember. It's either 18 or 16, but they are, and then the clips are used for the for the extra earths.
But my biggest concern is the ones I've been checking in Thomann. They seem to be for signal, for modular setups. They're very small pins. They're things like 20, 24, 48, 60, very small ones. But they all seem to be crimped. Because the ones I used to manage, you have to screw the
yes,
2 millimeters square.
That's only for the big ones, where you
big boy.
actually for the higher wire gauges, where you actually have the screw mounts. For all the high density ones with lots of pins, you have to crimp the pins.
So I would need the crimper tool as well.
No, I think you can solder the pins. I mean, you're not supposed to, but I think you can. I don't know how well they will still fit, and you might have to crimp something off. But then again,
because what other option I have for 40? All I need is, I think is, it's 12 and 4.
Nice.
16. I think it's like 20 lineouts. That's all I need. And power.
Don't do that.
yes, but you probably want to keep power separate, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So then, for our standard.
So I was thinking.
I
Going
mean,
for
24 channel. You can get Veeams for 24 channels, right?
No, I was thinking about getting one of those 40 pins, because that is 20 times 2 connectors, like in shield and core. Each one on 1 pin. But my question is the casing of the hearting actually RF repellent, or does not? Because the memory I have is some very cheap alloy. It might not shield against RF.
Well, you earth it, and I mean they have been used for multi-core since the 70s.
Ooh, that's noisy.
That's a Timberwolf. Sounding lovely, Kent.
It's as good as it'll ever sound.
Not quite as bad, but yeah, close.
So yeah, I saw a guy making a multi-core with one of those probably 24 pins or 40 something pins. But the guy was making something like soldering and crimping, and then he was using double core plus shield.
It is quite common that you solder that you solder the tip of the cable in and then crimp it, as because crimps might occasionally, in a touring environment, come undone,
Okay.
whereas a tiny blob of solder helps a bit more. Well, I mean, mainly the reason to not solder is for power connectors, because in some countries solder power connectors are not legal.
Okay.
But I mean, you can. But for smaller connectors, ADACs are probably, or EDACs, depending how you like to pronounce them, are probably slightly better. And
What's that one? Because all the ADAT I know is the fiber optic.
EDAC.
Oh, EDAT. Okay. I don't know
Yeah.
that one.
They're like the classic British multi-pin connector. They're a bit like a Harting, just smaller, and have been used in the broadcast world a lot. They're quite robust.
Mm-hmm.
The other options are.
I mean,
if-
I know
if
that
you're-
that for this application, Hartings are a total overkill. Not only size-wise, but
No, but,
robust size-wise.
but also
All I
presumably
want
you
is
want.
just to plug it in one go.
But also then, what is your multi-core cable that you're using? Have you chosen a specific type or?
Nope, not yet. What up? We missed it.
Fuck's sake.
What happened? What?
No, you can carry on, carry on.
No, come on. What's up?
Oh, dear me.
Oh, we missed it. Sorry.
No, some people are just enjoying themselves far too much.
Say what?
But I mean, normally proper multi-core would be two pins plus earth per.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, balance. I know, but
Yeah.
it's a waste because all those devices don't output balance. Yeah, that's him trying on stuff. That is...
Gotta chase the audio.
Oh, we got flies now.
Nothing. What?
I mean, we can hear you.
Hello?
That's by design. That's the
What we can hear him?
no, the
Oh, well, I
temporal.
don't know about that. No, everything's going into this mixer. But
Matt, did I
nothing.
ask you, does that come with a case?
Flight case.
Yeah, brilliant. Lovely.
And a bitch of a one as well. It's almost as heavy as the 7.
Nice.
They're talking keyboards. Rob, would you
Yeah.
have the time and patience to help me with this through Facebook or something?
Uh,
Through
Please say
Messenger.
yes.
Say yes. You see,
Excuse
everybody
me,
wants you to say yes.
I have no problem discussing multi-core cabling. It is highly exciting.
Funnily enough, that's
Okay,
kind
no.
of what I'm looking at the moment.
Okay, what for? What is
No,
your project?
I'm just flicking through the latest CPC catalogue. I just happened to land on multi-core cable. It's riveting stuff.
It is indeed.
Uh,
I'm so sad you can't share the joy.
Doesn't work. Doesn't work.
Just not doing it.
yeah, but
No, so, yeah, I don't know.
RJ45.
Hell.
How can I find you in Messenger?
Under a pile of cables.
I hope. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an expert.
What the hell do you have to
I'm not an expert. I normally try to get other people to do so. I only sell the cables for at home. I don't sell the
Mhm.
cables ever for work. I hate
No.
doing that.
No, I'm
They
happy
don't let you
doing
do
that. I can do that. What I need is to make my mind and what would be the best option for this particular application. Because my first thought is just get a patch bay, but then that means that every time I want to move the rack, I need to unplug every single line, even if it's on a snake. I have to unplug every single one on the snake on both ends and then close everything and move it around.
We play some Blondie there.
Looks like Ty wants to come in.
Oh, we can fuck off.
Okay. If he scrolls up, there's a link.
There he is.
Knobbed Connie.
That's not
No.
Ty, it's Manny. Sorry. I had a couple minutes. I never get to try it live.
No, I think Ty is
Hey,
also
Manny.
coming.
Oh,
Good evening. How you
Good
doing?
evening.
I
Yeah,
imagine
Manny.
he
hi,
is.
Manny.
No? So yeah,
Oh, colour variant.
and green.
There you go.
Oh,
It's
Good
She-Hulk.
evening. She-Hulk. Yeah, that did a sound. We all heard that.
How come two people come on at once? One gets, hey, great. The other one gets, oh, tell him to fuck off.
Well, people like me.
Wasn't me?
Yeah,
I said hey to both.
it's
Do
that.
you know what? I can't argue with that as a fact.
Oh dear.
That was the Timberwolf.
it is hard
Ooh,
to argue
the loud
with
one.
facts.
Yeah.
Talking about loud, I'll-
Ty's got to fuck off again now. You
I think I'm very loud.
Timberwolf comes on.
Do you know what? I've never even seen one.
Oh, show him.
You're lucky.
Can't show him. Show him one.
I've seen pictures. I mean, when I say I've
Okay.
never seen one, I mean I've never actually touched one.
Put your
I've
hands
seen
on
them.
one.
I've seen them.
That's clipping, by the way.
Ty, you haven't lived until you played a Timberwolf.
I'm going to be happy I've never lived. Having
Funny.
yeah.
Yeah, I think my game is a little too
That sounded a bit like the intro to Rhubarb and Custard. What on earth was
You
that?
did twice. So were you?
Does anybody know what synth that was?
Still too loud, way too loud.
That's turned down.
Wow, but something is amplifying that thing.
He has it in full howl mode, so.
Yeah, it's sort of like, wow. It's
That's
taking
a
a
howl.
shit in the woods, that one.
That sounded like it
You
was
see,
in
the thing
pain.
is, I just want to highlight something here. That that doesn't sound that great, but in the right context, that could be
Yeah.
really useful. And my argument's going to be, as shit as that sounds, it sounds no shitter than a fucking TB303, which is a pile of bollocks. So bearing
don't
in
know.
mind that lots of people
I wouldn't
love
know.
303s, as
Oh, yeah.
much as Timberwolf isn't for me.
You think that about TB303s and you haven't even had to work on one?
No, honestly.
Because
you've
if
got
you
to bear-
worked on them, much worse.
You've got to bear in mind. So basically, I'm so old. I'm of that generation of which when they first came out, and I had my 606.
Yeah.
And I remember the guy trying to sell me the 303 at the same time as me getting my 606, and I knew nothing about fucking nothing, basically. And even knowing nothing about nothing, I played the 303 and went, "This is fucking shit."
When I got my 303, mate, I set it up to go boom, 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 boom.
And how long did that took you?
Oh, about a week.
I thought the normal approved way to program a 303 sequencer is you take the battery out quickly and put it back in, and that way you fill the memory with some random data, and you have a sequence.
I mean, even that. I mean, I shouldn't really admit this in public or in private, but
Then don't.
when people bring me 303s, and they go, "It's got this problem, that problem," I go, "Okay," and I will fix those problems. And but when I give it back, they go, "Did you test it?" And I went,
Nope.
"Yeah, yeah, I did test it." No, I don't test them because still don't know how they work.
I just want it on. I just want it on record that I'm not saying that the Timberwolf isn't shit. I'm trying to be relative here,
Yeah.
because before you know it, there's going to be some quote somewhere. Ty says Timberwolf isn't shit.
Well,
Value has just doubled. It's now worth it. $5.
If you got problem programming 303, Chris heads in the chat. He makes a book on it. It's great.
all
All
right.
kinds of patterns and stuff. It's on
Yeah,
Amazon.
where the fuck was he 30 years ago?
When was it when I needed him? So,
I tell you what it is. I tell you what it actually is more than anything else. Is that 303 is great at writing not writing. The 303 is great within the context of a musical genre that I think is absolutely fucking bollocks. So for me,
Okay.
it's like turning. It's like that's all it really is. It's like turning around and going.
What do you
It's
say?
like
Let Me
showing
Go
your
was a
guitar.
great song by Human League.
Let me
Heaven
get absolutely. That is. Do you know what?
By who?
Fair enough, Robert.
Heaven 17. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Better.
I'm going to give you that.
Another point to Robert.
I'm going to give you that because
An even better use of it was Orange Juice, Rip It Up.
no, disagree
Yes.
now.
No, sorry.
No.
Fight.
Fight.
I mean, it might be one of the most annoying
Green,
things
go
of Let
red.
Me Go,
Green, go red.
that bass line at the start. But it's
No,
still, it's an amazing song, and the 303 doesn't kill it.
I'm with you. I'm with you all the way. 303 on that is the best use of a 303. End of story. Outside of that,
Yeah.
Is there any idea how old that bridge is on Irina?
That's in the notes. 2000. It's in there.
2000?
It's in there. Yeah.
It's
Bit of
haunted.
insider information there.
sorry, yeah.
It's haunted.
By surprise.
Okay, silly question. What is a 606?
TR-606 drum machine.
It's
drums?
Yeah.
it's same form factor as a 303 and simplified 808 circuits.
Okay. So,
But
a good,
fantastic
nice
drum
thing.
machine. Fantastic drum machine.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
My first drum machine, and I still love it. So.
But you don't have it still, do
Unfortunately,
you?
I don't. All I've got is the boutique version, which is
It's meant to
you
be
know,
better.
Is yeah, it's a lot more versatile, but
Doesn't break as often.
there is that.
This one.
But
So, how's everybody been? Had a nice day, Mr. Green?
I've had a productive but completely lacking in motivation kind of day.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, it's all right. Everyone has these days, just not particularly motivated to get done what I have to get done, but it's got to get done, so it's fine. I spent a lot of time looking at the screen, and it'll get, it's fine.
Just
It's
look forward to the next job because it's bound to be better.
Or
Do you know what? The next job is not happening because after I've done this, I'm taking a chunk of time out, and that I'm looking forward
Finally.
to. Believe me, I'm taking a chunk of time out, and I'm not doing anything.
Bury the cell phone.
I
You
can't.
You'll be burying
in the ground.
something.
Yeah.
Not the hatchet.
Okay.
Bum, bum, bum.
I don't know what he calls it these days, but we're burying it.
Yeah, let's call it cell phone and keep it all audiences
It's like
address.
the
at
way
this
he
time of the
disappeared
evening.
last night, you know what was going on behind the camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I wrong, Ty? Am I wrong?
Hasn't the
Thank
weather
you.
been nice today? The weather's been really quite.
In the 606, a nice drum machine.
Yeah, I like
Is
the
it?
606.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the right knobs in all the right places.
Are we back? Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, beautiful.
So, talking about knobs, knobbed Connie, who are you? Welcome. Who's there?
Oh, it's Manny.
Oh, hello.
I have a
The
little bit of
dog.
window. Thought I'd actually show up and lurk.
Manny,
so
did anybody
You're welcome.
film your
Yeah, they
presentation?
filmed all the presentations. So they have it all there. Bubba was sitting there doing the AV.
Oh, Bubba,
And,
I so need to meet Bubba.
Oh, it's so
Did you
funniest
see
thing.
him on our show?
Yeah, it was great.
Oh,
And he's just the guy that just gets it done for suit. I mean,
Yeah. Oh, hang on, I'm
It
being
was-
called.
it was quite an interesting thing going there because I didn't know what to expect. And coincidentally, Drew Schlesinger was their Golden Knob awardee, and we arrived at the airport at the same time. So when we were coming in, we're thinking, all right, what's going to be the age of this crew? Being got these two 60-plus-year-old old fucks, going on over. I wonder what's going to happen when we've been there because we have no idea. And it was really funny because the attendees skewed 90% 35 and under, but the guys in the booths are guys like us because there's so many guys that build custom stuff. So the companies that are putting out the Surge stuff, all the really boutique-y things, they're all gray beards that are my age or older. So it was really, really funny to see that contrast.
Back in my day.
Back when, yeah, exactly.
Get off my lawn.
But it was cool because they had a nice group there. You got to hang a lot with Drew, Marcus Rowell, and Eric Norlander were there. So a lot of guys that have been around for a bit. And,
I saw that picture of it was
the
you.
Colossus.
Yeah, well, no, of you. There was you. Well, I guess you could call it a Colossus. That could be a collective term for you, Marcus, Eric, Drew, and John.
Yeah,
that big picture. And I thought, hang on a minute, they've all been on our show, and then I realised Marcus hadn't, so we're booking Marcus as we speak.
Yeah, no, I saw him said that, but it was cool because the music was pick a genre. They had somebody playing it, so you could choose your poison, which was cool.
Nice.
Really dug. Just listen to Matt Baxley play jamming on Hammond.
Yeah,
he is so freaking good.
Yep.
Bax is amazing. NobCon last year, his nighttime solo, this is a Friday night thing, was amazing.
Yeah, it really, really, really was. And so I traipsed around to the ambient room and the big room, and once my ears went dead, I had to migrate out. But it was a lot of fun.
Cool.
Got to hassle Doty and Metley, so that's always worth it. Definitely would consider going
American
again.
shows.
Yeah.
Sounds
The
like
best
a
thing
good
is,
time.
unlike NAMM, it's all end user, so it's totally different vibe. Even the performances, because so two things, right? 90% of the people there use cannabis in some form, and flying in Chicago, you're walking out the airline terminal before you exit, because I guess Illinois is not too contemporary on cannabis possession laws. They actually have this big green canister that's called the Cannabis Amnesty Bin.
Okay. Yeah, like you're going to give it up.
So you give it up when you walk in. Yeah, exactly. It was pretty funny, but yeah, it was a lot of fun. I would consider going back again for sure.
Cool. I remember I was playing in a band. We went to Amsterdam, and the bass player was a really young, very sweet guy, very naive. And as we were exiting the airport, this guy was coming the other way, obviously to catch a flight, and he just honed in on our bass player, grabbed him by the hand, shook it really hard. He says, "Karma, dude!" and walked off. And Matt looks at his hand. There's a massive bag of weed, which he couldn't obviously take back on the plane, but it was, of course, perfectly legal in Amsterdam. So that was him sorted for the week. Just gave it away.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic.
You want to be on the show as well, do you?
Yep.
Hello.
But,
Something to say?
Relative to the Colossus, the size of it, until you see one in person,
it's big.
It is freaking huge. Yeah. And the irony is, the pin matrices are too far apart for one person, because one of it's all the voltage routings, one's all the audio routings, and you literally have to slide a chair back and forth between it to see what the frick you're doing.
What? Why are you sitting? No, it could be operated by two people in white lab coats with a clipboard.
Exactly.
With a hive mind, both of them.
Who are following the instructions set out by the composer.
Yeah. But I have to say, it sounds fantastic.
You want to sing?
Yeah.
What do you want to sing?
Yeah, we saw it at Synthfest in 2019 was the last one. Yeah, that's when he first brought it down. But this year he's bringing I think he's bringing
the double.
Yeah, the double one.
You need a step stool.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Library ladder.
I hope the floor is rated properly for that.
Yeah.
It's not that heavy. I don't think they're that heavy.
Why, it's mostly air inside or what?
Him and
But
Simon.
it's really nice wood. Or it's just veneer.
No, it is, but the build quality is amazing. The
Yeah.
build quality is really nicely built.
Did you get one?
One of the big contrasts was the display was kitty corner from the guy that does all the Eurorack modules in tin cans. If you ever seen the guy that builds everything in the cans, it was just funny being able to get that, his rack, and the Colossus in the same picture. It was just like pretty funny. But
Question for Mr. Unwin.
Go for it, Mr. Spong.
When was the last time you touched your 80?
Whoa, that long.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking him.
He said touch, not played. Just touched.
Touched yesterday.
Yeah.
Played. Sometime actually.
And the second half of the question is?
Is there a follow-up to that?
Yeah, I just wondered if you noticed because of yes, I'm asking him.
Charlie's great, man. He's a show stealer.
Yeah. The way technology's gone, Hydra and all that lot and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Has the need to go near 80 wavered a little, would you say?
No, I tell you, all it is I have not done a project this year that's in any way, shape, or form needed an 80.
Mhm.
That's as simple as that. You know, the thing is, as
If you
know,
did, would you be tempted to use something more plug-in-like?
Mhm. That's a big question.
Because there's the convenience of it,
no,
obviously,
you see,
but
this is a whole balancing act. For if I was, okay, the balancing act is very simple for me. Is that when I'm doing jobs like I've done this year, I have to have total recall and everything. I just have to have total recall, end story. And if I don't have total recall, it means I have to record it just straight to, straight to audio and hope that it's not going to change. But the problem is, all this year, I've had projects where everything is changing, constantly. And so I'll be honest with you, my hardware usage this year has been really, really limited, and everything that I've done, it's not been sequenced, which is how I love the sequence inside of things, and MIDI sequencing. Everything's, if I've used hardware, it's been put straight to tape and just.
Yeah.
Okay, follow-up question on the same line, and that's because I've never been even close to one of those wonderful things.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you take a picture of all the faders in the right position, or even if let's think crazy.
Yeah, you'll
thoughts,
never get it. You'll never get it. No,
you
you'll never
take
get it.
the exact position.
Mm-hmm.
Will it sound so much different that it would be useless on a second take?
No, it's
like
not
an Oracle?
useless. It's not useless, but
Like,
a bit like
not close enough to the original recording.
it'll be fine. That's the
Okay.
thing. That's the best way to describe it. It'll be fine. There are going to be certain things like, the bigger an 80, you can get close enough.
Yeah.
Realistically, you
But
can
that's
get
what I
close
mean.
enough. But the bigger the systems go, it becomes more and more difficult to kind of. But you kind of see it in a different way. Since like that, you kind of see when you're working with them, you see them in a different way. You don't see them like a normal synth where we say presets. You see them as it's a bit like Eurorack. People who are really into Eurorack, they just accept that they get what they get, and the
It's
reality
one-shot
is
thing. It's a
that's
one-shot
it,
thing.
and they're going to come back to it a few days. But this is why you also get people like my 55. I mean, I haven't used that much this year.
Moog
But that
55?
when I was working on a say again?
Moog 55?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I was working on, I can't remember what project it was. There was one project that I was using it a lot, but it was basically one patch, and it stayed on that patch for like about 18 months. It was just
But
set up
that's
for
my
one
question.
patch.
You don't move any patch list. You don't touch any of the knobs, any of the switches. You touch nothing. But switch it off. Come
Well,
the next
sometimes.
day. Switch.
Yeah, that's
I'm
not
gonna
unheard of.
switch it on. Does it sound close enough to have a second go at recording it?
Yeah.
Or
If
it
you
has drifted. That is not.
No. If you literally switch it off,
Mhm.
it's close enough.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying it'll sound the same. There are certain
Okay.
things in certain, but it will sound slightly different.
Okay, so yeah.
But it's
Unless
not
your
going to be.
pots are dirty and it can sound completely different.
Yeah, absolutely right. But the problem is with all of this stuff, this is all kind of new stuff that doesn't get kind of used a huge amount. So I mean, the only thing the only really vintage thing I've got, I've only got a dozen pieces of vintage stuff, because I, as anyone knows, I basically got rid of all my vintage stuff years ago. When I was just so sick of it just not fucking working, and so I've only got a few. I've only got a few bits of vintage, and they don't get used that much. I got the real vintage stuff I have because
it's hard work now.
I just love it and I want it.
Okay.
But most of the stuff that
that's
gets
how it
used more
should be.
regularly is more modern than that. So it's fine.
All right, you first.
So I assume you do have a Hydra synth.
I've got the deluxe and I've got the normal one.
Okay.
So yeah.
Just checking.
It keeps copying me.
Just dreaming.
Okay, we
No,
need some Charlie sounds for a sample pack. I
Say again, sorry.
was telling Kent we need some Charlie sounds for a sample pack. He's got
Yeah.
some great noises there.
Go on.
Huskies.
Ty, wouldn't you be tempted if you did do a CS80 thing or wanted to use it for something to treat it like a recorded performance? Like if you like
Yeah,
went
no,
in and
absolutely.
worked with a violinist early on in the stage, would
Absolutely. That's
you just
exactly
work with the audio and if not,
totally.
if there's a wrong note, vary audio, quickly
Yeah.
push it around.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly like that. You just treat it like instruments like that. As I was saying last night, really, it's a bit like C15. It's you treat them like any other solo instrument, or you get a guitar. If you get a guitarist in, or you get a bass player in, or you get a violinist in, or whatever. It's like that. There are certain instruments that are so kind of performance orientated that you treat them as just normal instruments. And yeah, the AT is exactly one of those. C15 is one of those.
Okay. That makes.
But the problem I've got is that I've kind of almost like have a double life, which is the double life is that the stuff I do for media and whatever.
Reporter by day,
recall
superhero by night.
Yeah, I wouldn't say superhero. I'd question that one. There's plenty who would question that one. But no, it's more the job stuff, the recall stuff is so important. The only time you can really use it is if you work on a project where you're working to a locked picture and basically they kind of give you a finished thing and then go, okay, you've got a month to do or whatever. Because at that stage, the reality is you're just essentially left to your own devices. So then, any changes are not going to be huge. So then you can use hardware. But the reality is I've just had a year of things just chopping and changing constantly. And so my hardware use this year has been ridiculously small, which is...
I assume that also rules out calling in any performer to do any other thing.
I'll be honest with you. I do what I kind of want to do with what I've got these days. I used to do this stage when samples weren't good enough. I'll be honest with you. When samples weren't good enough, and I'd have to get in real string quartets or guitarists or players.
Anything better than that.
Yeah, but now, because sample libraries are so good.
But are they good enough that that's all you will ever need from now on, or there's still
no. There'll be times
for improvement?
There'll be times. There's always room for improvement. But there'll be times when I'll get in real players, but it's normally just kind of solo lines here and there.
Yeah, obviously.
But it's getting rarer and rarer. There used to be a time when I had no choice, but now, no,
Good. So what is one thing you're still waiting that any or all sound libraries that you use get around to finally give you? What is that thing that you're missing in some or most of them? What is the biggest flaw at the present time? Yeah, we're talking sound libraries. Thank you.
Yeah, Timberwolf sound library, because nobody wants to be seen dead with the real thing.
Definitely seen, yeah. That's a big one.
I mean, considering how many people are on Process Network group who have bought Timberwolf just for the sake of it, I mean, many people don't seem to mind.
One and a half and three.
Yeah, I think the entire population of Timberwolf owners.
Yeah.
I almost got one as a joke and decided last minute against it.
I hope you're not implying anything, please. So, yeah, Mr. Angwin, what would you say is the biggest flaw that all deliveries fall into, or what would you like for them to improve? Because you're the only person I know that put those things to their paces. That
do you know what? I tell you what it is. I tell you why it's difficult. Anyone that knows the way I work, I have no reverence for libraries and I'm going to say authenticity. So in terms of, I mean, Kent and I have had this conversation so many times. The way I use libraries is the fact that I will use. I make no attempts for all of my orchestral stuff and all that kind of stuff to sound ultra realistic. I don't give a monkeys. I will use You know, kind of one articulation from one library because I like that articulation, and a different articulation from another library, recording in a completely different hall and a completely. I always work on the philosophy. If it sounds good to me, that's all I care about. I don't give a fuck whether it sounds real or not real or hybrid or you know. It's just all I'm bothered about is does it sound good to me.
Yeah, it sounds real at the end.
It does, and by doing that, it does overly, you know, generally sound real by the end. But because I do that, it means that I kind of don't have the inclination or time. So if I'm working with a library and a particular articulation or a particular legato patch doesn't work, all I do is I just go, oh, well, I'll go and get this from this library because I know which libraries work for individual patches. But that does mean that I leave a lot of libraries not undiscovered, but I haven't kind of found the faults, because the moment I find a fault, I just move on. I just move on because I don't have time to be sitting and messing. I mean, I've said this so many times, not just about libraries, but about synths. Is the fact that I used to love the fact that I had one or two synths, and I knew those one or two synths like the back of my hand. I literally. I would just sit there, like I'm kind of hoping, like loads of people do, and just sit and have one or two bits of gear and just sit with them for hours and days and weeks.
Not yet.
But that's what I used to do, because I used to have the time and inclination to do that, and I really miss that. I really do miss that, because knowing a piece of gear like the back of your hand.
I totally know what you're talking about, because I've went through the same thing with guitar multi-effects, floor units basically, because that's all. That's the only thing I could afford back in the day. So I started with that, and I just upgraded to the better, newer, bigger thing. And yes, some sounds I created out of my guitar because I knew how to squeeze the last drop out of that floor unit. I totally understand what you mean,
and that's magical. And you know, what I would say are my favorite synths are actually just the synths I've actually spent the most amount of time delving into. I think that's the thing. And but I tell you, this is kind of part of the reason why this is such a love for the 80, because the 80 is one of those synths that the more time you spend on it, and also it's such an easy synth to get stuff out of. On an 80, it's just all there at your fingers. It's not, you know.
Does it help that it's really simple and
incredibly
twice
simple.
the same?
Yeah, no, that's exactly.
That's
You're exactly right. It's the you know, if you look at what the engine's doing on an 80, each of those sections is incredibly simple, really.
And apart from the ring modulator,
I was about to say, if you take the performance side, if you take the lower performance stuff, it's incredibly simple. Which I always found funny about the Deckard's Dream, that what they did with Deckard's Dream was basically take the really simple bit of the 80, and then the bit that made it really special, or the ring mod and all the performance side, they then turned and went, yeah, we're not going to put that on. The stuff that really makes it interesting, you have to buy that as an expander. And then when they did make it as the expander, which I managed to get one, they changed it all. I mean, because I don't know what they've done with I don't know what Black Corporation have done with that whole expander thing, because I ended up searching to get the expander with all the ring mod and the chorus and it's got reverb, I think, whatever, and delay. But then I got it, and then they completely changed the design and cut certain elements out. And I don't even think you can. I think there's a small window where they made a few of the ones I've got, and then they stopped making them. But anyway, yeah. So I mean, the 80 it's incredible, but I think that's part of the love for it, because it's so simple, but it's so easy to get really good sounds. And I'm going to say the word good sounds here, because I'll be honest with you, I can totally understand why some people hate them. I can understand why some people think that 80 sounds shit. But it's a bit like, do you know what? It's no different from all of these things. It does certain things incredibly well. But like, again, Kent and I have had this conversation so many times. For me, all the really good synths do certain things really well, and that's it. And they fail miserably doing other stuff. And you kind of have to know what you're doing and use them for the right synth for the right job. And any synth that claims to do everything, 99% of the time, fails on all fronts, really. But
just a little deviation. Culture of Ghosts. No, I didn't fix it, so it might fail any minute now. So if I disappear, it's my computer. It's on really bad state, and I can't find anybody in this town to fix it. So yeah, sorry. Go on.
No, it's fine. I mean, I'm just talking shit again. So it's,
no, trust me, you're not talking shit.
It's
You're
but
talking
yeah,
something I'm
so,
very interested.
I think that, the nicest thing about it is the reason I'm genuinely really looking forward to finishing this job is the fact that I just want to actually
rest.
No, not even rest. I want to just write some music again for myself. Anyone that knows, I did one piece. I did that one piece for Sonic State. When did I do that? Was that 2020? 2021? I did that one piece for Sonic State. That's the only thing I did, and that's the first piece of music that I've written that I just wrote for myself since 1997.
Oh,
that was the last time I wrote a piece of music for myself, 1997, and then I wrote that one piece for Sonic State, which was all done, if you remember, using free stuff because I just wanted to make a point that you didn't have to have loads of expensive shit. So all of that was using freebies.
Sorry, I missed that one.
What? The freebies?
Yeah, I missed that one deliberately. I don't want to know how good it is if you don't spend money. It'll just fucking depress me.
So
now he tells me.
I just actually want to write some music for me using. Yeah.
Well, I've been saying that to you for what? 5
Ken, shut up.
years.
Everyone's
now.
been saying that to me. Everyone's been saying it to me forever.
Dude.
Because otherwise, I really am
open the barn doors. For fuck's sake.
I'm going to pop my clogs, and someone's going to go. He was well known for writing Piers Morgan theme tune for some bollocks shit program.
It won't be that. You'll be remembered for. It'll be 100 whatever it was.
100 vaginas.
100 vaginas.
Yeah,
that's what you'll be remembered for.
Hey, don't diss it. I was
we'll make sure.
I'm afraid that's true because
that's
true because that's the only work of you that I know of, and that's the one I love. I
think 100 vaginas.
Yep.
Oh, great. Honestly,
I spent the whole documentary listening to the music.
Joking aside, the music for 100 Vaginas is actually a nice
brilliant.
Score. It's actually a really nice score.
Well, it won't be that documentary that they showed on Monday because you can't fucking hear you.
Which one?
Oh, mate, I don't know.
Oh, not the Simon Reeves bollocks.
Probably.
I don't know. I know that the Queen dying means
quiet.
I did some recently for the Queen, and so I know that they've been going out quite a lot.
Yeah, so, royalty checks.
Yeah, well,
literally
royalty.
Hey,
oh, God, come on!
Oh,
that really does deserve it.
You set them up. I'll knock them down.
And you'll be here all week.
So anyway, but yeah,
this is why I don't allow Robbie in the workshop.
What? Because I'll be there all week.
Yeah, kicking them out. I just stood that there. No, right here.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I've got a vocalist now on tap, which is always.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's always good too.
Vangelis and John? John and Vangelis?
No, more kind of female version. But anyway, so it's that in itself is a
singer with benefits.
Well,
it's
you do know John Anderson's voice. I mean, it is quite high.
Yes, it was.
To be fair, she probably goes lower than.
And he still hit those notes because that was really high for a man.
I think he probably can. To be fair, I think it's just his natural voice.
The 80 was probably resting on his nuts.
You see, again, this is one of those divisive things. So loads of people who like Vangelis don't like John Vangelis, but I love.
Why?
John
No, I love John Vangelis.
It took me a while to get into it.
Honestly, John Vangelis.
Particularly, I mean, the first album,
Short Stories.
CS80 everywhere.
Oh, yeah. And Private Collection. The thing I always remember at Private Collection is that I read the Smash Hits review, and all it basically said was, I think it was something like 1 out of 5, and it just said, "Your granny had loved this," and that was all the review was.
Really?
Private collection for me is just that was my 1982. I was 14. Private collection was just god.
It was smash hits after all. Come on.
Wasn't there a
Okay,
magazine called
82,
Private
14.
Collection?
Let me crunch numbers.
Yeah.
Wasn't private collection later? I thought it was the last one.
No, that you're thinking of. No,
Friends of Mr. Cairo was the second one. Right.
Yeah. 1982 was Private Collection.
And then was it when the 90s the last one came out?
The Page of Life was the last one. That was 80. Oh god, what was it? 80.
Okay, now I know your age.
Yeah, something like that.
Page of Life, 91.
91.
Someone did a Friends of Mr.
49
Cairo
here.
cover without vocals. It was quite nice, actually.
Really?
Well, I mean, the instrumentation on Friends of Mr. Cairo is incredible. The thing is, people don't realise about Friends of Mr. Cairo. Did anyone know there were two pressings? Basically, the original version went out that didn't have "I Find My Way Home" on, and it was only they then did "From My Way Home" when that went out, which is one of my all-time favourite songs, and they completely changed all the track order.
I only have the original pressing, so I've listened to "I Find
Can I
My
just
Way
say,
Home"
I just
only
wanna
like
point-
3 times.
I just want to point out, you're the only person I absolutely knew would have only the original pressing without "I Find My Way Home" on. Which, yeah, the version with my favourite song. No, of course, Rob's. Actually, I've got 17 of those original pressings.
What?
Dare I say, I've actually got 2 copies of short stories,
Oh,
first pressings.
yeah.
So if anybody wants to buy one, they're both in
Right.
reasonable nick. I did one of those things. I went into a charity shop and I said, "Oh,
Oh,
I
Fatal.
get that,"
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and got home and thought, "Oh shit, I've
I've already got
that."
this. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful album. I mean, they all are, Page of Life is interesting. It's not as good. They've kind of lost it by that stage. But
So, Rob, do you have a really good turntable?
The one I have at the moment's not bad. I've got. Well, you can stretch the cables.
This is making me want to turn on the 80. But
Do
I
it.
daren't.
talking to John Vangelis.
Do
I
it,
dare.
do it, do it, do it.
Well,
Do it,
I don't like the smell of burning dust.
Then don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
And B, I wonder what doesn't work when I turn it on.
Look at my
Well,
chin.
do you know what? Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should turn.
Oh, hello.
Maybe I should turn on mine as well. See what happens.
Please
We
don't.
need
Are you
to
looking
clean
for a
the camera
box?
above.
Are you
Not for
looking
this
for a
show.
booking slot now? Because I can pencil you in. I tell you what, like I said, that 30 grand one went this week, and the guy phoned me back the following day and he says, "Oh my God, it's so fucking glorious! Oh, I've always wanted one." And I go, "Yeah, you should have got it earlier, mate, because it saved yourself a few quid." So he goes, I said, "Oh, the 50 grand one's here if you're still interested." He goes, No, I'm happy with this one."
Yeah, 40 will do.
50 grand.
But you know mine. Would mine be up there in terms of the?
Yeah, but you know that it's all your fault.
Yeah, apparently, yeah, I actually had somebody email and say it was my fault. Literally.
Because you keep
It's
going
your-
on that.
I
how
can't afford a
wonderful they are, so
CS80
everybody
and it's
wants
all
one.
your fucking fault. But
Well,
that's
yeah,
how
but
I
all the
met
ones you
Robbie.
split up for parts.
Did you have a full KSR one?
Yeah.
Did you have the front panel, the surround, the works?
Yeah.
You did, didn't you? Well, that's got to be worth about 200k then. Has it got the unison mod on?
Yeah.
That I do for him. It's got that and all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bass note, babe.
Yeah.
I would love
yeah.
to.
When I got it, you said it was in your opinion, from all the ones you'd worked on, it's in your top 3.
Yeah, because it had that sound.
He says that to all the customers.
Oh.
No. You can get an 80 come in and it sounds like an 80, and then every now and again you get one come in and it's got that special sound where it's got the very, very, very early filters. It's got that China sound.
And it's immaculate.
Yeah,
It's literally kind of just like they came out of the factory.
yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it had everything.
Well, and you
done
never
to it.
play it, so it's really immaculate, right? So
No, they're actually very good at actually deteriorating without you going near them.
Do you know what? I'm really genuinely tempted to actually just switch it on to see what fucking happens.
Well, I'm going to get hands out of the way because he's just creeping up on me all the time. It's just wrong. And I'm going to go and turn this 80 on now. It hasn't been on for. Well, it ain't been on this year.
So it's time.
Do you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to do it as well.
Yeah,
I'm going to go off. We're going to. Oh, okay. I'm going to turn the camera
live,
off.
mate.
Yeah, don't be a twat.
I really want to see it blow
But what's
up.
the fun in that?
Yeah,
Oh, thanks, Rob. That's so sweet. I really want to see it blow up. Oh.
No. What I want to say, if it were to blow up, it would be more hilarious if it were on camera, live
No,
with
it
both of
won't.
them blowing up at the same time.
little
No,
puff
it
of
wouldn't.
smoke. Yeah. Well,
Synchronized blow up? No.
Yeah, synchronized magic smoke, and then if a
it'd
magic
be
is
like, like a new pope. You know.
Wouldn't it be great if I switch it on and then find that live that it's gone completely out of tune?
It's alive.
Well, at least you have a specialist around who can help
I
you.
mean, if you feel brave enough, please do. If
There's,
not,
there's,
don't
a,
do it.
there's a nice
You know what?
tuning. There's a nice tuning video on YouTube. So
But I can't.
Oh,
that-
no,
very
don't.
rude.
That
That
bloke.
couldn't blow. That
No,
couldn't blow.
Yeah.
That bloke's a wanker. He doesn't know nothing.
He knows nothing.
He's tosser, mate. Right,
He-
audio
he's
input.
just the leading authority on CS80s in Europe.
World. Oh, did
Word,
I say
sorry,
that? Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, more like 7 or 10 times in a 6-hour long show.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. We don't want people forgetting, do you?
Nope, we don't.
Right, now let's see if that's the right channel.
Yeah, go for it.
Go on.
It's coming through. It's a little quiet, but it's coming through.
Yeah, but it's got to actually come through the door so you can.
Okay, I'll tell you what I'll do.
You have to turn it on its side, don't you, to get it through the door?
I'm gonna disappear.
Or just
Yeah.
leave the phone or laptop. Leave the laptop focusing one of your wonderful keyboards in the meantime.
Just
you forgot your rim shots, Robbie. You got to run your own rim shots there.
I
Should
know.
I put a bit of sort of black hole?
I'm surprised Ty hasn't bought a real Lexica 224 to go with the 80 yet.
Or a
the iconic
Brocasti.
reverb.
no,
Do you have a Brocasti reverb?
I've got two Lexicons.
I'm just
I've got
kidding.
an Eventide Eclipse, and my main one, which is fucking awesome, is a Eventide H9000.
I know it is. I'm just
The
taking a
H9
piece.
the
I think
9000
it's
is
I think it's a 10 grand or 9 grand
Well, Brocasti.
worth of. That's what I've
Brocasti,
heard.
no, Brocastis are only about 3.5 grand.
Well, yeah. Compared to 100 quid on a stone box pedal that I spent.
No,
Yeah.
no, but the difference is, honestly, because I've got a couple
It
of
must be a
Lexicons.
huge difference.
I went down the PCM route. I got a whatever it was. I think I got a 91 and 8, and I got then I got a 96, which is beautiful. But honestly, the 9000, the H9000 is. Oh, and oh yeah, I always forget this one.
Oh yeah.
What's that?
TC6000.
Which
Wow,
is
okay.
again gorgeous.
VSS3 and VSS4 HD.
They're the
reverb.
ones.
Fucking hell, it still
And,
works.
and then the Vintage Blade, which is the EMT 250 clone,
Well,
or,
I
DVR,
bought-
or DVR2, that's the plugin.
That's it. But I bought it with all the so it's got all the film and music and post things. So it's got all the.
I have the
guess-
Alesis wedge, not quite the same, but you know, has the slide.
I used to have a wedge. I love the wedge. The wedge was just a Quadriverb 2 in
Yeah, that's good.
No,
stuff.
no.
I love
It's
the
not.
wedge.
Okay.
Yay!
All
Love
right.
the wedge.
It's not a quad reverb. It is slightly different, but
I love the
it-
wedge.
it-
I think
it-
it sounds great.
the Andromeda has a wedge in it.
Oh, does
Does
it? I
it?
didn't know that.
Yeah, the effects in the Andromeda are just a wedge.
I did not know that.
Do you have
Wow.
slider controls for it on the console?
Well, no, on the Andromeda you just have to go in
Just
and
knobs, right? Yeah.
you use the soft knobs.
Ty.
Okay, I'm going to
Ty.
Yeah.
Just two silly questions. I assume you don't have a real spring and a real plate, right?
No.
Yeah, I thought that would be too much hassle.
What, on your head?
No, in the studio.
No.
No springs
I do
left
not.
in there.
No springs and the big plate here. Rugby injury.
where I can tune out BBC in the clear day.
I'm gonna. Is your 80s? I'm gonna go and plug mine in.
Go on.
This is
Go
quite
for
a-
it.
Yeah.
Just
I will.
be aware. Don't go bare feet.
Do it.
Just do it.
I'm gonna
Don't
Dial
touch anything
99.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Just don't do anything stupid.
I'm gonna turn this off. Okay.
Okay, see you.
I'll see you in a bit.
Oh, I can't believe that fired up.
Okay, now you can play it, please.
The thing is whether the unison is working properly or not. And I've got the world's shortest bloody chair to sit in. Oh, hello. That's more like
Don't tell me you forgot he can do that.
well, it's been a while.
Wow. Okay, that's it. That's enough. You can stop now. Oh, now it's loud.
Tom's asking for a link.
Excuse me, I want the wall still to be standing. I don't want to break through.
Lightweight.
I should probably double check that the sub is off.
And that is what dreams are made of. Okay, for a second I thought you were about to play Phantom of the Opera.
I'm off. I've got to go and get to work. I'll be back.
Bye.
Take
In a
care.
bit.
Oh,
Oh, yes, please. Yeah, if we don't get the copyright strike this time, we will never ever get it.
I think
And
we're
that's
disabled
full
for
guitar,
this
right?
channel. That's guitar 1 and guitar 2.
Guitar 1 and 2, yeah.
Crazy. That sounds so good.
Definitely sounds like a guitar. I don't know what you mean.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It sounds like the Casio DG20, right? That kind of guitar.
Yeah, exactly the same. Yeah. God.
Now we have the 80s Doctor Who theme.
You talking loco?
Or are you doing Boborg?
Doing what?
Boborg, the what was it, 1978 album from Vangelis, which is just an orgy on the ring modulator of the 80.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Well, 1, 2,
How are you doing that modulation, Ken?
Good evening.
Is that the ring modulator with a slow...
The modulator doing like
with a slow sawtooth? Or?
Yeah, like a sine. But then on the LFO section, you have it doing a saw.
What reverb do you have on there?
The black hole.
Oh, okay.
Other times I use the RAM one, which is
ROM's great, yeah.
Yeah,
Use it
I
on my
love
Machina
ROM.
Plus all the time.
Yeah,
Oh,
with
what-
RAM, you tend to just put it on, select a preset, and that's it, walk away. Whereas
Okay.
Black Hole, I'm forever fiddling with it, you know.
Let's be
Valhalla
sacrilegious.
Vintage Verb. Come on, that's
Yes.
the right one for
Do you have a
for
plate?
CS80. No, for CS80 you want the Lexicon 224.
Or the
put a plate on
480
it.
XL. Or the 480 XL.
No, because the 224 is more chorusy. But before 480
I've got
sounds too nice.
UAD's
224.
Yeah, which is actually very accurate, actually.
But,
Don't you have a nice plate reverb?
Sound Toys Little Plate.
Something old sounding.
Something old sounding.
Put some old plates downstairs.
Yeah. I got that.
Have you watched them? Because if you haven't watched them, we're not using them.
Got that old cave plug-in.
Yeah, but that once again, that's a room. I want to hear it through something that is artificial reverb, not room sounding reverb.
Well, Black Hole is artificial.
Artificial.
It's
yeah.
artificial generated, but it's trying to replicate.
No, Black Hole doesn't try to replicate the real room.
No.
Well, it doesn't sound anything like a reverb tank or a plate reverb. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, but I mean, all the classic Schroeder reverbs, they don't try. They put some labels on it to call it like it sounds approximately like another reverb, like a room or a chamber, but it's not. If it's a Schroeder reverb, it is very far removed.
But it shows how close that Arturia one is.
Okay, who's this?
I think that's Robbie playing Arturia.
Okay.
What, guitar 1 and guitar 2?
Little less brightness, and I think you got it.
Sounds a bit Christmassy, that one.
Yes.
Dashing through the snow.
Or the Paul McCartney one, which is an 80.
Or Ebony Ivory, that's also an 80.
Mm. Yeah, that was Linda's 80. That wasn't Paul's. They keep saying, "Oh, Paul McCartney's 80." It wasn't. It was Linda's one. Yeah.
Oh, but
She
they
bought
both had
it.
an 80.
Much more crispy on the top.
No, she bought her own 80. Shows you what a tight-fisted bastard he was.
Great backing vocals, though.
Yeah. I tell you what, there's so much dust all over that 80s. I mean, it's like...
Just be thankful it's not dog's hair.
Oh, there's probably that.
There's loads of dog's hair, I should think.
Yeah.
Masses. Yeah, the first Noel. You can't help but play Christmas songs on the CS80.
Okay, who's playing now? It's not Robbie.
No
Okay,
idea.
that's one.
That's Cam.
Okay, can't stop. Can't.
I can't do it from here.
Can't. Please stop playing it, because every note you play, I come close to think that 50 grand is not too much.
Yeah, the amount of people that do, you'd be surprised.
And
that's
now
the
play the
problem.
Hydras in presets.
Yes. Good old Hydra.
Okay.
I played 80 with the Hydra, and they blend beautifully.
Yeah, they
There's
do,
some-
but still does not.
Well, I don't know.
Hit me with the Hydra.
Right, let's put up some classic.
Ken,
Yes, darling.
Marcus Ryle,
Marcus Ryle.
we have him
Yeah.
booked. Yeah.
Hey.
Whoever that is.
What?
What? Oberheim, founder of Line 6, and so many other great businesses.
Indeed.
Okay, I don't consider Line 6 a great business until they got bought by Yamaha.
When the pod came out,
You'll
whatever
be
you
able
might
to-
think of it.
You'll be able to put that concept to him on Sunday, then, on Friday.
When the pod came out and I tested it in the shop, I thought
Marcus.
it was.
What are you saying? My company is shit.
Is that your
Oh.
company?
Don, just reminded me. Your plug-in to go to
Yes.
Sleepy Sleeps, right?
Yes.
Went to App Store. Not available in your country or region.
Oh no! No wonder I haven't sold any for a month. That is weird.
I don't know
Okay,
why
I'll go
I
and
did
have a look.
that. I went.
I think I might have put a Spong filter on it. I'll
Yeah.
check because it's an app, not a plug-in.
I
but
looked
yes,
out the
absolutely.
window just to check that Mons Olympus wasn't in the distance or anything like that. You know what I mean?
What's it
It's
called
weird
again?
because all of a sudden I've got loads of inquiries about it. So
Yeah, but it come up
you're
on
the first
Facebook.
person. You're the first person to say he couldn't actually download it, which is a bit annoying. So I'll go
Well, there
and
was
check.
loads of other comments, and they all seem to be going, "Oh, it's brilliant," and all the rest of
It
it.
is. It's insanely good. Way
about-
better than anything Line 6 have ever done. I've got to tell you.
But after about the 8th, 9th attempt
can
of going
agree.
into App Store and it going, no,
You of course qualify for your own version free of charge. Oh, you bought it
No, no,
already,
no.
didn't you? I'm
no,
pretty
I
sure
don't.
you bought one.
No, I bought Incinerator.
What's it called
Oh
again?
yeah. It's called
I know.
Snuggle Sounds.
Snuggles, that's it.
I've got to be honest here. I bought Incinerator. I promptly lost it. It's on here somewhere, but I cannot find it. I've
I think you
installed
did register it. I think
Yeah.
you did go through the registration things.
Yeah.
It popped up and told me.
and it
It's not
went,
showing up.
nope. What's it
What
say?
they must have done is added some kind of. You need to update this because of a new release, and they've knocked it off without the email getting through. So I will check. I'll sort that out tonight.
God,
It is
that'd
great.
be
It's the
ideal.
first thing I coded. It's amazing.
Haven't slept
It's got a
properly
big
for a
S
month.
For snuggle. It does all beautiful kind of
Ah.
little things, and you've got the sound of my Hoover on there.
Okay.
Everything.
Please, excuse me a second. I need to reply to Wagu. If I do have a valve amplifier, I would not bastardize it, plugging a port into it. The whole point of the port is that you bypass all that product going straight in the box, and you have something that sounds like a recorded valve amplifier. The problem is, even all the way up to the port HD, which was kind of the last one pre-Yamaha, they all sounded fake, and none of them reacted like a real amplifier would react. After it got bought by Yamaha, then they released the Helix, and the Helix does react very much close to a real amplifier, and it sounds very much closer than many of the amplifiers they claim to do. Plus, it can do way more things that the pod never ever dreamt of doing. Thank you. Next.
I know. Pod HD 500.
I've got a pod in this rack somewhere. Hang on.
Sounds great
I'll have
in
a
my
look. I'm not
opinion.
sure which pod it is. Hang on.
Sounds great when you put it in the mix, because the sound is not the real amplifier sound. It's the sound of the amplifier once it's gone through a microphone, a preamp, a console, and a recording device. So from a guitar player point of view, it sounds totally artificial and plays totally artificial, no matter which iteration, which driver, which generation of pod it is.
Yeah,
Mine says
again,
XT Pro on it, but to be honest, I don't only really use
Again,
it for...
I'm not a guitarist, so I'm mostly used to being on the other side of a glass and hearing the
that's what I
sound through
mean.
a microphone.
And that's why that product was so good and did and sell so much, because for everybody that was not an a guitar player, or any guitar player who never had an experience with a real tube amp, the results and the final recording in the box were compared to second to none. They were the best you could buy at the moment. So nobody else sounded that good straight into the computer. Later came other products that kicked Line 6 ass until got bought by Yamaha. Then they put all the impulse response technology that they started creating, plus all the preamp and DAC and high quality in and out signal audio path that Yamaha brought to the party, then they released the Helix, and the Helix kicked everybody in their price range and everybody below them's asses. Problem is, then when the Helix got released, it was already having to compete with the Fractal, and Fractal was kicking line 6 asses. Line 6 ass. Line 6 axe. What else? Too many asses.
I'm just trying to take all these notes to fire these questions at Marcus in a few weeks' time.
Whatever I play through, it sounds terrible, but I am a terrible, terrible guitar player, so it's kind of to be expected.
Exactly. You haven't heard me yet. Fucking hell.
If I ever try guitar, I have to kind of do one string at a time for that little chorus.
None of you has heard me neither, so I'm just talking shit probably.
Yeah.
Listen to the sustain on that.
Yes.
Anyway, me and Ty, I don't know if he's still there.
On the floor.
We've been working on me and Ty's album. Do you want to hear it? He's really, really happy with it. It's taken us 2 years so far. This is the first track. It goes on like this for about 2 hours.
Good length for an album.
I keep saying he should go on a more kind of laid back.
It's called BCM.
Excuse me. When did the cellos come in?
They don't. He's Ty's completely off like real instruments. This is. I don't know. You haven't decided what it's called yet, Ty. But I know 2 years has gone into this, and it goes on for 2 hours. I'm trying to persuade him to edit it down a bit, but it's very hard to know which section to cut out.
I think maybe that last snare. Just the last one.
We've got to film the video next month.
Cut out every prime numbered bar.
Yes, that's a good idea. I'll put that to. Oh, he's here. Hello.
So we now go over to Ty's multi-million-pound studio where he's trying to play it through a fucking iPad microphone.
That's why it sounds so good. Millions of pounds have gone into that.
I'm not hooking up any of my interfaces into you twats. So it's literally...
What was your theory, Robbie? What was your theory about the highest level musicians with the lowest level microphones?
It's not a theory, it's a fact.
It's a fact.
Yeah, there has been...
Okay. And it's working.
Wait.
No smoke, no sparks, no shocks.
No shocks whatsoever.
Good.
It's
all good.
It's basically in tune.
Come to KSR for all your CS80 needs.
It's basically it's all there. Yeah.
Is that the camera mic?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Can I just say, if it wasn't...
It sounds like an ice cream van parked round the corner.
Just to show off, Ty, how much watts is that CS80 plugged into? How many watts?
What on the monitors?
Yes.
Yeah, they're 25 grand monitors.
No, watts, not pounds. Watts. Power. How much power?
Several hundreds. I don't know.
Several hundreds. Okay.
Yeah,
about 13
anything beyond
amps.
100 is
They all go to 11.
They go to 11.
Yeah.
Loud as fuck. Believe
So this Studio 2?
So you could make the walls rattle, wouldn't you?
Anyway, it works. That's all I'm bothered about.
Good.
Fabulous.
So did this one.
Fabulous.
Nothing. I mean, the only things wrong with it are the things that have always been wrong with it that I keep meaning to take down to Kent to get sorted and never get around to.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
Which normally get fixed when you put it in the car and drive it down here. And then break again when you drive it back.
I don't know why, but in Ty's camera looks smaller.
It's gone red instead of green now, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Because now he's angry because of the music you share that he was
angry.
He didn't
angry
want
Kent.
you to disclose. It wasn't finished yet, man.
Yeah.
It wasn't finished.
There we go.
So it's just me who was red-green blind.
Oh, do you know what? That's made my evening.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
lovely.
Good.
That's what we're here for, to make your evening.
That was.
Now turn on the Schmidt.
No. Yeah, that one plugged in. Yeah. I've used that one a lot more recently. To be fair.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's a good little piece of kit, isn't it?
Yeah, love my shit.
Absolutely.
Played in my track that I've been working on for 2 years. Then, so I can.
The
do
track, it's it's which do you want the intro, the middle, or the outro?
Let's.
Oh, I love the middle.
Middle.
102.
Okay, I'll wind it to about an hour and a half. Here we go.
I love this bit.
You can feel the nuance.
And just leaves that just kind of
sinking,
dangling out there.
It's not complete until the foam party
nice
starts,
build.
and then it's really
Whoa. Don't get me started in foam parties. I got a couple of stories about that.
Years ago, I did a film called Ravers.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to go and check out an indie film called Ravers about it's kind of horror thing, zombie thing.
Oh, okay.
All basically set around a nightclub, and so I had to write dance music as part of it. So basically, it's like the kind of the dance stuff morphed into the score, and they would kind of So I had to sit here for like a couple of months writing fucking dance music.
Couple of months. I would expect you to take you half an hour.
No, the dance music bit wasn't the to the time. The score took the time. Right in the dance music sections, it was almost real time. Fuck me. If ever there was a case of wrong person for the job, but they loved it.
Bills need to be paid, man. Bills need to be paid.
Oh no, with this one, it was just a case of it was someone I knew, and they just I
personal favor,
another job, and they just.
Did he ever pay you back?
Yeah, completely.
Is he still paying for it?
Yeah. No. They were a nice team. It's an interesting film.
Okay.
I mean, take from that whatever you want. I'm just going to say interesting.
Did you even have a locked cut?
No, I did have a locked cut. I absolutely did have a locked cut on that one. Surprise, surprise! I know.
Wow.
What's that?
So.
There's very little chance of it changing at the last minute.
Basically, it's the version of the film you get when supposedly a locked cut means that everything's been done in terms of timing, so you're the last thing in the chain.
Okay.
So,
never really happens.
It never really. So you're basically you can write frame accurate. So you can write all the builds. You can write
and
everything.
Only once.
It all happens frame accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
because it's so easy to change the music, they never normally bother with the locked accurate quote. It's much easier to change the music than do all of the acting.
Yeah,
you see, and
which is a completely cunty thing to do. And
basically.
But I always tend to insist on a locked cut, and generally speaking, I kind of get one if I throw my if I just
dummy out.
Yeah, if I just spit my dummy out enough. Honestly, but with this one, the one I'm on now, this is the worst it's ever been. You know, it's just kind of I can't get a locked cut for fucking love or money. So, but anyway, but with Ravers, it was a locked cut, and it was a good. It was, it's a nice film. But yeah, shitloads of fucking. I hate writing dance music at the best of times. Apart, obviously, from the project I've been doing with Dom, obviously.
Yeah, that's Half God, Half Biscuit saying it needs a high pass filter sweep, so that we could run that for the third hour. Actually, if I just filter sweep.
A really long sweep.
Yeah, but it'll take about 8 months to implement, won't it?
Yeah, but slowest
I've got to get it
filter
right.
sweep ever.
Yeah.
One hour filter sweep, and then hour 4 back down.
I'll have to unlock the cut, but I think it's worth doing.
An hour-long filter sweep, you're going to need a Moog facer, aren't you? Go and do that.
I just draw a very long line in Logic.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Okay. Joking aside, because I'm really interested, what is the lowest LFO you can buy? How fast? How slow it is?
Well,
below 0.
All of them.
I mean,
don't turn it on. That's about as long as you can get.
Yeah,
no, but that's not. I mean, actually moving. How slow can it go?
If you get a through 0 oscillator, you just you can take it to 0 and negative and positive again.
Like you can get an LFO, let's say a sine wave, to evolve to make one cycle in an hour.
No, there's modular ones that'll do like days. They literally will do like days.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I mean, I'm trying to think what synth I got. I've got a synth in the last 12 months. that I
have
remember,
this
and I
idea
can't
for a
think.
project of a piece of music that will be doing very slow changes, like in 1 hour long piece of music.
Oh, there's
stuff like
loads that do that.
Yeah, the triple sloss module is really amazing for slow LFOs.
Okay.
Even I think like the standard depth for one, if you put that in its lowest mode, it's probably going to take half an hour for a full cycle.
Ah, that's interesting.
I'm quite cheap as a session musician. I'll come and twist it for you because after I've done this hour,
You're not cheap. You're charging me a fucking fortune for this track.
Oh, yeah, but this is like top-notch stuff. Huh?
Hey, to me
And
again,
this, I know a couple of DJs who might play it on the radio.
Hey, again, just to remind me how top-notch it is.
Now imagine this, but going.
but over an hour.
That's amazing. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
over
Dom,
an
when
hour,
you
of
come, you
course.
have to come dressed as Harley Quinn. So.
I love Dom, by the way.
Dom,
it's a good loop.
Do you realize
for 2 hours.
that type of handwork would be considered torture in many countries?
What, turning your LFO?
1 cycle per hour? Yes.
Yeah, could be. But, you know, these things, someone's got to do it, man.
Magoo has a great idea. It needs a 303.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, we could do that.
Don't. Why? What's that?
The song needs a 303 because Ty loves them so much.
There used to be a guy that we was doing literally being employed to fade tunes in the 80s on SSL desks, and he was called something stupid like Johnny Fingers or something. It was a really stupid name like that, and he literally, you'd give him 300 quid and he would do the fade because the fade was really important. Having spent all that money on getting the tune right, that fade was the thing.
You didn't just press the auto fade button of the SSL.
No, that would be far too easy. Far too easy. This guy you'd just be in there and do it. And he literally,
what's an SSL going to do with 300 quid?
It lasted a good year. He was around, and we're going to get Johnny in to do the fade.
So he got paid 300 to press the button
to turn up, and he would do he'd do the fade with his fingers, and that because it got to a point where unless Johnny was on the fade,
everyone else was incapable of doing it.
It's past the buck. All those people will go, well, I was going to buy it, but the fade was rubbish.
Unfortunately, got gangrene and lost his fingers. So.
No, it's true though. It was the most bizarre concept.
No, but would he actually fade the use separate VCA faders or just one and do it?
Just you switch it off on the SSL and pull the thing down, and that was it. Mind you,
Just
the
the
auto
one
fade button
master
was
fader.
quite cool. You could draw the thing, and the SSL was really also good for doing long, boring remixes where you could record a flick on the faders and then fire pencils over the top of the desk. If you just flick the fader really hard and then play it back, you used to be able to project pencils.
God, they were different times.
Yeah, they were paying us far too much money for doing those remixes. That's why the dance music
I
fell apart.
I just remembered I did this track a few months ago for this. Do you remember when I was doing that autism thing, which I'm still
yes.
got three titles for to that autism. I've just realised this.
Whoa.
Yeah,
it's a pity that.
How's it compare though?
It's the same! It's the same!
But it might sound the same to you, but...
Oh no! Listen to this! Listen! The iPod's filtered there!
Yes.
Copyright
So
strike.
we got it.
Build up.
Which one of them both?
Hang on, build up.
Build up. Oh my god.
But Ty, have you considered a career in the French dance music scene?
The what scene?
In the French dance music scene? I think this would definitely work very well in a club in Paris.
Oh my god.
Or
I can honestly say no.
Wait till the album comes out, Ty. We'll be all over the place. Private jets, Foam parties.
Yes, it would have sounded the future in the
Yes.
70s. You're absolutely right.
Let me just
Yeah,
apologize.
the 1870s.
I don't want to offend any fans of the genre. It's just that it's not really my cup of tea. I had too much of that living 7 years in Mallorca.
No, it's.
Yes,
it's not,
exactly.
It's not for me. It's absolutely
That was
not
kind
for
of the joke, I think. Really, it's just like, no, I don't know.
But you know the people in the chat love that style, right? Just
do
saying.
I give a flying fuck? I mean,
No, of course you don't. Of course you don't. That's a given. But I'm saying.
No,
To be honest, I do. Yeah, I flipping love it as well. But the kind of derivative stuff that is just quite boring. There is so much derivative
like
stuff out
on
there.
every
But
style,
watching
there's normal,
watching a good DJ
good, and awesome.
I'll tell you.
like on every style.
I'll tell you who does it for me. I'll tell you who does it, and I've said it before. I mean, everyone knows Icon the World, but the band that really do it for me at the nearest I get to genuine what I call class dance music, Roiksop.
Oh yeah.
People aren't familiar with Roiksop, and they've come back again because they kind of retired from the scene, and they've just brought out 2 albums in the last 12 months.
Sorry.
Go and check out Roiksop, because that's classy quality dance music with beautiful chord progressions and quality production.
Okay.
But yeah, Roiksop.
A lot of good remixes of their stuff too, like stuff by Thin White Duke and some other people.
Okay. Yeah.
There's a guy called Surgeon that I always bang on about. He does lots of stuff with some modular, all sorts of very talented synthy guy, and he does really
he's
good.
Very keen on his booklet.
Yeah, he's got Pulsar. He's got.
He doesn't like people knowing that, though.
Just really good. Actually, to stand up in front of a crowd with a little box of modular and actually make really good dance music from modular, not derivative stuff. Just playing around with noises and stuff. He's really good. And I've just come across who else have I? Luke Slater.
Roy Scott.
He's been doing some really good stuff. Yeah, he lives around the corner from me. I didn't realise. I literally just bumped into him, and I was like, "Wow, this is amazing stuff that he's been doing." So, yeah.
He's had his ear up against your fence.
Oh, stop moving.
Yeah, listening to our track, Don.
Yeah.
Go and having that.
Well, now I know him. You see, I'll get. He might be able to play it on his on his channel or something. That'll be it. Then we'll be famous.
Do you know, I'm getting deja vu of the Spongles here.
No,
I'm sure
this
you
is the
do.
Sponglets. Not the
Perhaps
Spongles.
we need a name. Actually, we do need a name.
What, the Sponglets?
No.
Painters Radio.
Not
I mean,
Win.
look, but no. I mean, it's got to be. It's got to be the fact that we're two bald twats.
Two bald twats.
Two bald twats.
Two bald
there
twats.
we go. There was 3 non-blondes. 2 bald twats.
Until today, you didn't even realise you'd written the track. So this is really cool.
When is the release? When is the release date?
Oh, I don't know. We've got to get the filter suite done. It's going to take a while.
It's going to take another 6 months to get that filter suite
let's
done.
not rush these things.
It'll get a bit more eclectic than that. To be honest.
You can call the music mingecore.
At least there was some relevance to us being bald twats.
How about the upturned casters?
I think two bald twats is
Isn't it
bald
too
twats
direct?
Look, you know
high
what?
pass.
It's
You want to be
like-
artistic about it,
It says what it is.
I can join very easily and find it's time for me to be the third bald twat.
Oh,
Really?
no. This is no.
It's
This
a
is-
two-man project. Sorry.
This is
sorry.
a duet. Sorry. We're not taking anyone else in. No one else is fucking.
It's a
doing
sausage
our filter
party.
suite for
Well,
us.
maybe if you shave everything off just
Yeah,
for
yeah.
laugh, and then
No.
we'll say no. But it'd be
Fair enough. That's what you're meant to do. That's what you do. No, that's gonna happen. I just need to find the time.
That said no anyway.
a laugh.
Who would dare? If I do it, you have to watch.
Oh,
No, you
brilliant.
can't
well
force
done,
anybody to watch.
Yes, I can. Oh, yes, I can.
No, you
Oh,
can't.
yes. Yes, I can.
God, you've said that far too many times in your life. Obviously, that's quite worrying. I'm quite dark side to it. Oh yes, I can.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's slightly worrying.
What's the line from The Shining? Jack is here.
Wow. Oh, well, I might disappear in a minute.
Well, you're Magic Act now.
Oh, I've got my 18. Yeah, I've got my 18 working. And hearing Dom's track has kind of inspired me.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
And it's in the main studio, which is handy. It's like just
You weren't
one
expecting
roll
it
of
to
a
not
chair
work,
away.
though, were you?
No, but
You
I
do
wasn't.
seem
I wasn't
decidedly
quite
unstressed,
expecting. I wasn't expecting the it to be quite as in tune as it was. To be fair, no, honestly.
What's
Genuinely.
her cereal?
Oh God.
Cornflakes,
Turn
isn't it?
around.
Normally on the morning.
Yeah.
Weetabix at the weekend.
Yeah,
Do you really
get
want
lucky.
to get? Do you really
You're going to
want
go around the back.
Yeah,
It's going to fall
on
off
your
the
knees,
stand.
bitch.
Hang on then. Okay, I'm going.
On
I'm
your
going.
knees, bitch. Come on.
I'm going.
Go. 1,000 and...
It's going. Just wait for it.
It's going to fall off the stand, smash him in the
Now, I'm
head.
trying to remember if I put the badge on the bottom or not.
Stand. I don't think that thing holds on a stand. That needs a whole table for itself.
No, it came with 4 chrome legs originally.
Did it? Wow.
No, it came with 2 chrome legs.
Is it on the fucking plate?
You're thinking of the
underneath?
60.
Yes.
You fucking fucker.
Is it?
And
Yeah.
what's the highest number you've seen?
Oh, I'm not.
1785.
I've got to move it.
Oh, go
And
on. you can
that
do
was
it.
stunning sense.
How many are supposed to be made?
They're reckon about 800.
Yeah.
All in all.
800.
Think of it like an aerobics thing.
Now get on your knees, bitch.
Oh my god. Watch.
Oh, dear.
Why don't you just look on the invoice?
No, I can watch.
Oh, as if I know.
Welcome to QVC with Ty Unwin, and he's selling a torch today. And the torch is really useful because when it's dark in your studio and you're trying to find the serial number of your CS80, as you can see, it makes life so much easier.
Although people often get hurt in demos in QVC, so you don't wish that on Ty. You know?
There was one
You
guy
can
on
al-
QVC that said, "Have you seen my watch? It's brilliant. You can wear it here, or you can wear it here, or you can slide it down and
You can
wear it
also
here."
shine the torch into people's faces in the park at night and then push them in the pond.
That isn't a torch. This torch.
Oh wow! So they've all got
Oh.
them. Available now, $9.99, postage and packing free. Click the link in the description.
So, who's playing now?
May contain cannabis.
But I think this one is only 300 lumens.
1,500 calories.
Oh, I can't fucking read it. Oh, well.
It's not that big a keyboard, for fuck's sake. What's the matter?
I recognize some of that canned music
Yes,
from Final
indeed.
Cut, right?
Yeah, so it's all royalty-free Final Cut.
Yeah.
All this stuff I do is
A
just
bunch of
grab
channels use that music. That's how I know it.
It's
So-
the silver square thing.
Oh, I fucking know it's the fucking silver fucking square thing.
It's on the It's on the Tolex.
Yes, I know.
And
I
the
know
Tolex.
where it is. I'm trying to read it in low light.
it. Be
Oh, I
really
see.
good. You need one of those torches they sell on the telly.
Go on QVC. Yeah, I'm sure I've seen the advert somewhere.
Who's about to catch fire? Something's.
That's me.
Take a photo of it.
I'm.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that's what I'm. I'm turning the light on first.
Don't you just need to ask Alexa to do that?
Unwin, tie, unwin, tie, unwin.
He'll have 60 photographs in his collection of just black Tolex for some reason. He'll go, no, it's not there. Where the fuck where was it?
Oh my
Wagyu
God.
says it's 1322, and he's usually right.
Le Figarish. Hello, welcome. How you doing?
You still have that.
He never forgets.
Oh, that was done in such a rush. It's such a rubbish one. I'm going to have to do a proper one that sounds like Bijoli. That'll do, quick.
Bidchi.
That doesn't sound Irish.
It's French, actually, originally.
Yeah.
Bijoli.
That's why it doesn't sound Irish.
It's not often you get to see Ty praying to the CSA.
I think he's fallen asleep, actually, isn't he?
I mean, out of all the gods to pray to, the CS80 is a good one.
Where's his
Yeah,
hands?
I agree with that, but
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
go on a
right.
limb and think that Ty, it's very rare that he prays. Full stop.
I fucking never pray because there's nothing.
Spiritus Sancti, dum-de-dum-de-dum.
It's better to a CSA than a porcelain god, that's for sure.
No, religion
Respect
is
his
all
testicles, wallet, and watch.
fucking working.
Exactly.
Yay! I have a number.
Yay! It's not
And
the
now
right
it's the
one.
wrong number.
Yeah, 240V, apparently.
There we go.
What year's that? Mate, I've had that on the phone before now. It was wonderful when he goes 240V. What year's that then? Oh man, I love my job.
I want to know the
Ty,
number.
you
What's
said
the
that
number?
you needed some exercise.
No, I'm just checking because as I was pulling it out, I hit my 2600.
Oh no.
It's all right. It's okay.
Yeah, they can survive that.
It is 1246.
Oh, she's early.
Cresshead said 1046. That's one digit out. What are the chances of that?
1246.
Oh, that
Yeah,
is
about
weird. Because
10,000.
1046 is my one. My old one.
Wow.
The original
one that caught
KSR80.
fire
The one that caught fire.
with the space paint job.
The one that's now in 2 carrier bags because I was going to make the anaglyph with it.
Wow.
I should put it back.
Chris
Oh
had
no,
this,
the case caught fire, didn't it? Yeah. Forgot about the case.
The unit to Dom's left looks like the one William Shatner got upset about in Airplane 2.
Your left, he's left.
I guess that side, I guess. Must be that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a good intro. Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah.
That's 4 hours we're up to now.
Oh, there we go.
That's a very crisp mic on Rob's.
Oh, Rob's thing. Yeah, it's SM.
SM7B.
Oh, the camera quality.
Oh, he bought a new camera as well, I think.
From all those donations.
But he has to go
rather
out
than
to
doing a
work.
nice holiday.
He has to go out to work to pay for it every 9 o'clock, so he just leaves the camera on.
Oh, you see, all my studio that was all lovely placed with everything where it should be now is just a fucking mess, you fuckers.
Well, you could play with CS80 more often.
Do you know what? I'm leaving it on.
Yeah.
Yay.
Keep
I'm
the
leaving
room
it on.
warm.
Whether I like it, whether they like it or not, they're going to have it on this fucking American football bollocks.
Huh?
They're going to be. They're suddenly going to go. What's happened to on episode 1 when the all of a sudden
When that funny trumpet noise comes
And then that pounding techno beat.
Why did it sound more like Chariots of Fire all of a sudden? Yeah.
Just don't put any shaker in case they just want that.
I can assure you, there is no shaker on this entire project. I can assure you that. There's just loads of really fucking dirty, distorted shit.
Dirty,
Okay.
distorted shit.
Now you're talking my language.
No, so the Timberwolf would have been perfect.
Exactly.
Do you know what?
Oh my god! Just give him an idea. There goes the new DX7 escaped in the soundtrack.
Well, look, no, I got DX7 into the Attenborough thing just for Robbie.
But that's what I mean. Now Rob is Rob asking for Timberwolf. You're gonna put Timberwolf in the new thing.
Why would I have a Timberwolf?
Exactly. Unfortunately, I don't have one. Unfortunately.
Borrow mine.
Yeah. Drive to Cairns, bring
The
it
line,
back.
the line just went really funny there.
Please, please,
The
please, pretty
Timberwolf's
please.
flipping amazing, though. What's wrong with the Timberwolf? I love it. It's the
Yeah.
best synth ever released, that Timberwolf.
Dom, what is this filter? What is the filter you use?
Look up Snap Camera. It's made by Snapchat, but it's the Mac.
It's the
their
fact
kind
that
of
it
big brother
wobbles
one.
that's so
Snap camera.
I love the
And
Timberwolf.
also-
This is quality content.
And also, you know, when you're talking about your, because I bought. So this is before I even knew you, Dom.
Yeah.
I bought your
my
sleeping
plugin.
thing.
Oh, you
Yeah.
bought the Snuggle. Brilliant.
Yeah, I did, but this was before I even knew you.
Oh, wow.
Because I've told you, I must have told you about my obsession with. I mean, I still go to sleep with brown noise every.
You did, but I don't remember you ever saying you bought the thing.
Yeah,
Wow.
I bought it.
Wakes up with brown sheets.
No, just brown. It's a standing joke. Can I tell you what is funny? No, I tell you what is funny is the fact that I used to have pink noise. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Go
yeah.
to sleep to.
I love pink noise.
Yeah, okay. Now, pink noise, that's what I used to, but there's a problem. We all know with Alexa, I think I must have told you this, that with, obviously with, please, if I repeat myself, I'm really sorry.
No.
But with,
Don't worry, I wasn't here.
With pink noise, with Alexa, sorry, you go into whisper mode.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to, I'm trying to go to sleep and I've come to bed really late and I don't want to wake somebody up. So I just go, Alexa, play the sound of pink noise, like this, okay? Now, when you say, Alexa, play the sound of pink noise, normally, it's fine. But when you're in whisper mode...
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, Alexa. It basically, when you go into whisper mode...
You get Gilmore.
No. And it just says, in full volume, playing the sound of pig noise. And I swear to God, instantly goes, and I'm going, Alexa, shut up, Alexa, stop. And the thing is, with this app, it doesn't even just stop. It's one of these apps where they have to, and it goes, bye. So I've gone from really trying to be really, and suddenly just get playing the sound of pig noise. Starts honking and then goes, bye. So now, I've changed
brilliant.
it, so I can't do that anymore. I switched over to brown noise because in whisper mode it doesn't get confused with brown.
Wow.
And that's when I feel blessed because I can't afford Alexa. Good for me.
Oh, yeah.
It's yeah.
This house would be fun.
I think if you do say if you say Alexa play Snuggle sounds, I think it does work. I think it does. It does in here. I'm not sure if it just works for me, but
I don't know. I haven't linked it up on the. But no, I bought this before I knew you because I think you'd said something about
mentioned it on Sonic State or something. Yeah.
And I thought, oh my God, that sounds perfect. So you're talking to somebody who spent all of my life up until having this facility. That when I was a kid, if there was a tumble dryer,
oh yes,
I literally would just cuddle into it. When I was up until where I used to live. So this is right up until 2004. So by which time, how old was I in 2004? I was mid-20s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I actually put the tumble dryer in the garage, and right next to the garage, I got a big bean bag. And if ever I wanted to go for a proper good sleep, I'd literally go and cuddle into the bean bag, cuddle into, like, literally right up against the tumble dryer, and within 10 seconds, I was absolutely fast asleep. And it's the best sleeping I ever had.
It has a tumble dryer.
Yeah.
And you can change the tumble dryer to be spin.
Oh, fuck me.
Or standard wash. You can make it far away, bright, dark. Yeah, it's really cool. So,
well, I've got it. I bought it.
It's probably just one of those apps that's sat on the screen somewhere.
It's just sat on my screen somewhere. I've got to find it. But I did. But the whole tumble dryer. If I'm out, if I'm on the road and when you put, when you're knackered and you pull over and you kind of go, okay, I just need to get 20 minutes kip. I've got another app on there called Sleepies or something like this. I put on the sound of a tumble dryer through the car stereo, just because I know that once I do that, I'll be asleep within seconds.
What's that one say, Robbie? I can't read that. Sorry.
Unable to install Snuggle Sounds. The app is no longer available in the App Store.
The bastards! It was the bastards. Right, I better go. And I must have failed to sign one of their new contracts that they've probably forgotten to tell me about. So I shall go and do that. We'll have a relaunch.
Well,
I found
Snuggle Sounds into America.
Here we
Brilliant.
go.
Well, that's good to
Snuggle
know.
Sounds. Is there?
I really find amazing that you can sleep with the background noise.
Oh yeah.
No. Can I point out that I thought that this was and Pip, who's incredibly understanding about these things, just turned around and went, oh, you know, kind of, if that's what rocks your boat, then, you know, knock yourself out and do it. Now she's exactly the same. Now once you get used to it, it's, oh my god, sleep so
like
much
a trigger.
better with it.
When I go away on business, my wife doesn't sleep because I have to wear a CPAP machine at night, and when that's not working,
it's not around, she gets restless.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go for version 2, Dom.
I'm going to do CPAP.
CPAP, yeah.
Exactly.
I'll put some microphones around the bed.
Yeah, if you could, we'll do a real nice
hang on
surround
a
sound.
minute.
Snuggle
Robbie,
sounds
it's not
purring
that.
cat.
No, Robbie, your brain's gone somewhere else there, Robbie.
I put Snuggle Sounds into the
I say
search.
put some microphones. They're already there.
Put it into the search in
purring
the App
cat.
Store, and it comes back with One Place Christian Audio, your one-stop shop for ministers broadcasting Christian messages.
I'm going to go and have to get on it tonight and work out, because it was literally until last week it was up there. So clearly that they every now and then they send out an updated terms of service which you're meant to sign, and I've obviously just missed it. But yes, it's called Snuggle Sounds Half God Half Peace. It will be back on the store within the next 24 hours. I've got to go and say goodnight to Luna May. So I'm sorry, Mr. Third Place, who's just
fucking hell,
arrived.
you're so fucking selfish, Dom. It's all about
I know. I know.
You're the Snuggle Crickets.
Hey, nice one.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't sleep with that.
It's a little less harsh if you don't play it down YouTube.
I must admit, I'm not quite sure how much it is going to actually really help. I mean, it should help me, but my main problem is once I drift off, Siri comes up and goes to sleep on my head.
Well, there's a bonus, like a expensive top tier version for a monthly fee. I'll come round and sit on your head if you want.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I normally
get
don't
out
pay
of there,
for
Robbie.
it. I normally don't pay for it, but I'll make an exception. No, what I need is something in the app.
Top tier OnlyFans.
Every hour, something comes up in the app that says, "Siri, get off my head," and I'll be laughing.
Right, I shall be back. Enjoy the evening.
All right, I'll get the questions in by then.
All right, cool. So, yeah, bye.
See you later.
See you later. Cheers, Dom.
Oh, how funny. No, really, it's I find not that I have not done it before. I remember once falling literally dead for at least 5 hours with Iron Maiden blasting in my headphones. But I was 17. Never again.
Fuck that. Can't sleep at all with any noise. It has to be dead silent.
Really?
Come on, who knows the words?
I'm not
But
like
that's
that.
that's my PTSD. Anything that catches me at all will set it off if I'm asleep. So
Well, I have to
it has
admit,
to be.
the new medication
Silence.
helps a lot with that. But yeah, I'm with you. Not dead silent. I don't need that. But if I can identify a source of sound, I either need to make it stop or I won't be able to sleep.
When I was working on the cruise ships years ago, when I was 21 or whatever it was, you can imagine what that was like, because you had the constant. It was just constant, the sound of the ship. Oh my god!
Steam engines, wasn't it back then?
Paddle. It was
All the stokers going at night.
It was. I mean, it was amazing. I don't think I've ever slept as well as I did on the ship for 8 months. It was just incredible.
The little bouncing helps a little bit.
Oh, it always helps.
Yeah, I was going to say. Were you there? You knew about me when I was 21, obviously.
Easy now.
My grandfather was an officer on petrol tankers from the Spanish company.
Yeah.
He was the one on the radio telegraph, basically driving the ship once off the port.
Okay.
Ah.
Right.
So I had a little bit of share of going on ships, I know, and the bigger the better. But some of them, I remember one very short trip between one Canary Island to the next, from the two main ones. That thing would not move. I could see the tip of the tanker going 2 meters up above my head and 2 meters below my head on the horizon.
So we did 8 months where it was absolutely fine. We were doing all around the Mediterranean islands and all Greek islands and Venice and what was Yugoslavia and all that kind of shit. It was fine. And then on the last 6 weeks they did commissions, and so we went on a whole load of trips. And one of the trips was down by I think it was Mallorca, one of the straits down somewhere down there. And oh my god, It's the one night in 8 months. It was the
Got it.
one night where it was literally the entire ship was
The
throwing up.
The only
And
straight.
I'll just tell you. So they still wanted us to play, even as part of the span, even though the ship was literally just, it was literally like that. And they only let us stop when, without a word of a lie, I had a Korg wave station that was leaning against a big kind of one of support things.
I call him.
The drummer was over the other side of the stage, and they only let us stop when the drummer, who started off about
Slide
20 feet away from me, his drum kit ended up about 2 feet away from me. Because as it went like that, him and the drum kit literally just at which point it's just like, okay, I don't think we'll be playing.
Two things. The narrow in the Mediterranean Sea, if that's the one I'm thinking about, is Cadiz.
Yeah, I think that sounds familiar.
And that scene you're telling me reminds me of a film I love a lot, and I don't know if you have ever watched. I think it's called 1900 or Legend of 1900.
No, doesn't ring any bells.
It's I think it's a very beautiful story about
a drum kit falling onto a keyboard.
No. A piano player.
Murder of a keyboard player.
Piano player who was found on a luxury cruise between Europe and America, doing that trip. That in all his entire life he never left the ship, but he spent all that time practicing on the ship's piano to the point that he became the house piano player. And in one of the scenes, there's a big storm in the ship, and he took off the clamps of the piano. So he was playing at the same time the piano was rolling all through the ballroom.
Yeah.
It's the music, I think, is very, very good and very nice. The score is really nice, but the story in itself is beautiful.
Oh wow!
As I said, I think it's
1900s.
I'm gonna check it in IMDb if I can find it. The lead actor is a little It's weird because first film I know him from, he was in Quentin Tarantino film at the beginning. I think it's Pulp Fiction. That two couple trying to steal the coffee shop or the restaurant.
Tim Roth.
And then he did another show called Lie to Me. Is that Tim Roth?
Robbie is the what's the name of
the couple robbing
the knowledge,
the quiz winner.
Holly head to Dublin in November on the Challenger ferry. That's interesting.
The Irish Sea is rough.
Oh fuck me, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
Challenger would
in so many ways.
Mate, and it would always break down.
Yes, it was Tim Roth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, always lose at least one fucking engine and flounder the rest of the way.
We've been going to France a good bit on the ferry over the past few years, and we leave from Cork, we go to Brittany ferries and go to Roscoff. The last few years, we've been going with the Irish ferries, which starts from Dublin, so you spend a good bit of it on the Irish Sea. And so you leave the Atlantic, which has this like really long swells, very gentle sort of seas, all things considered. And then you arrive on the Irish Sea, which is shorter swells, but rough as hell. And it's just, it's everything about it is painful.
Yeah.
So I put the link to the film in the private.
Brilliant, thank you.
I don't know what you mean. There's nothing as nice as seeing 2 meter waves coming over the side roads in Wales when you're on the west coast.
Yeah. I surf a lot. I was surfing
They're
for the
the
past
same
4
waves.
days. I love waves, but not when I'm sleeping.
Yeah, they're the same ones we saw them earlier on the ferry going by. Bastard things.
But you always want the pebbles to come over roads.
Oh man.
I used to be a Sea Scout.
So was I.
So did I, but my tent kept sinking.
Oh my god.
Did you ever have to make a cheese?
Make a cheese.
Yeah. Remember when you had to do knots?
Yeah, vaguely.
Yeah, and you used to have to make a cheese.
Oh yes, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the irony is, I joined Church Lads Brigade. I mean, yeah, me with my fucking views on fucking religion. I joined Church Lads Brigade for one reason. And this sums up me, basically. I kind of realised this at a later stage of my life. The reason I joined Church Lads Brigade was it was the only one where you actually had boys and girls could join.
Yeah.
That was the only reason I joined it.
So
You're talking to
the
the
Sunday school.
You're talking to the same person who once I chose embroidery as an option at school because I fancied one of the girls. And I figured out that the only lesson I'd be able to actually be in the same class as her would be embroidery. So I chose embroidery as an option just so I could.
Did you pass?
Legit.
No, I was shit. The only thing I remember is making a
commitment, mate. Commitment. Well done.
Commitment.
It was that fact that I had three things at school basically. When I was I had music, football, and girls. That was it. And when I had to give up one of them, football went. Because there was no way.
Good choice, if you ask me.
It was literally music, and girls have basically been my entire life.
I found it was a box of milk tray. That worked so much
instead of
better.
girls.
No, instead of embroidery, just a box of milk tray, mate. Done.
No, it was going to be the only chance I'd get to be in the same class as her.
Yeah, the only problem with that is, Kent, you get done for fucking breaking in and delivering the box of chocolates.
Yeah. And then you want to dive out of the window.
If they don't invite,
and it was ground floor.
That's wrong.
Just face first with a mouthful of bloody daffodil.
Yeah.
Not very sexy at all.
Sweet, sweet love.
Did the CS80 survive when you turned it on? Because I was out.
But they both did. Kent did and mine did.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And they sound awesome, both of them.
Yeah, they were in tune and everything. Bloody hell. That was lucky, wasn't it?
Can't
gone
you
horribly
do
wrong, mate.
too good work, mate. You need to raise your prices.
Oh, don't start that.
Yeah. After you've done all my stuff, you need to raise your prices.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's
then
what everybody else,
then you can.
that's what everybody else says. Yeah, but after you've done mine,
you know that I've been telling you to raise your prices for years.
I know. Well, it was Fiona that did it in the end.
Yeah, I know.
Not much, just 5%.
No. I think she did a little bit more than
that. 5% up and start charging storage.
Because she said I was charging about 60% too little.
Yeah, that's,
wow.
Yeah, and I've been telling you that for years.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
And now what's the upshot of it? I'm now buying a robot Hoover.
and you get burnt every time you try to get a drink in the kitchen.
What happened was I said, if we had a robot Hoover, we wouldn't have to hoover the front room, 4 times a day. Because it looks like it hasn't been hoovered for a month after about 4 hours. I said, if we had a robot Hoover, it will just keep picking up all the dog hair in the kitchen in the front room, which is where most of it is. And she goes, oh, how much are they? I said, I don't know. I said, the last time I looked, they were about $2,000 or something stupid. And she went, oh, no, we're not spending that.
No.
She goes, I'll go and look. And she comes back and she goes, oh, there's one for £139. Oh,
exactly.
There you go. And then
how
she
long
goes,
did that last?
I'll look at the reviews.
Yeah, that too.
Then she goes, oh, there's one here for $249. And then eventually it's like, right, I found the one we need. It doesn't clog up with dog hair, so this is the one we're getting. I go, how much is that one? And she goes, £1,000.
See, I told you.
Just don't use it to hoover the garden.
Look, I've told you the answer. Just don't let Fee in the house. I've told you.
Mate, I have to. Now that she's done the kitchen, I have to.
Yeah, but she's the one leaving all the hair. So...
Now, my question with those things was always...
I'm going to use that actually again.
my question with the robot thing is how big is the tank, the bag? How often do you have to open it up and empty it?
Well, what was weird, she said this one's self-emptying. I go, well, that's no good. It just tips all the shit all over the floor again. But apparently what it does is it goes back to the charger and it empties itself into the whatever. Yeah, out of the charger. There's some compartment in the charger, and then
yeah, that's worth $1,000.
You know what you're going to come down to one morning, don't you, Kent?
Yeah.
Noah will just be like moving around.
You know what we said? We said about this. I said, oh, we'll just see. Just Charlie's husky tail sticking out of it, going along the floor, because that shit won't get up and move for anything.
Honestly, do it. I got a robot lawnmower. They're
Yeah.
fantastic.
What?
I got a robot lawn. That's much better idea.
I've got a voice-activated vacuum cleaner, but she slaps me around the face when they ask it to do it.
Yeah, I got an oven like that.
As it should. Second, I'll be right back.
Oh man.
Oh, do you know? I've realised I haven't eaten.
Oh, you need to fix that.
What do you mean, today or ever or what?
No, I just mean I haven't eaten this evening.
Oh.
So I'm going to.
What are you fancying?
I don't really know.
Oh, sorry.
You're still in the middle of your big project,
Unfortunately, I am. I mean, it's now. Depending on which way the wind's blowing, depends which week I'm meant to be finishing. But I think it's now meant to be the second week of, or maybe third week of October. But
ridiculous.
How long has that been going on?
Oh, fucking.
April.
Yeah, April. Wow. But the worst thing about it is, and I said this to Kent, is that this episode that I'm working on now, that I'm literally working on now and I'm waiting on now, went into the edit the second week of January and for a 7-week edit, and it's still being worked on now. Okay, this is what it's fucking ridiculous. It was a 7-week anyway. But there we go. I just I can't really explain quite what it's like at the moment, but it is a fucking nightmare. And Kent knows I've worked on some great projects and I've worked on some nightmares, but this is a whole different level.
Oh, this one just kept giving, didn't it?
This is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
Did you sort of expect it when you went into it, or?
Ironically, do you know what? Honestly, no. The reason I did this project was this was meant to be my last one before I take a break. And the reason I went into it was always kind of going to be an easy one. I actually remember sitting here on the show going, oh, this one's going to be great. I'm really looking forward to this. It's going to be brilliant. It's going to be really easy. Yeah. Nothing to do with me, just to do with certain people in certain positions. And it's...
yeah, because you had plans for Roundabout Now, didn't you? You had plans for Roundabout Now.
Yeah, this is meant to be done and dusted by now.
Yeah, because it was all supposed to be done, and now it's supposed to be...
Yeah, this is all done and dusted.
Time.
Yeah, this is all done and dusted. But it is what it is. It'll get done. I mean, luckily, the episode I'm on now, which is now, at this current moment in time, is meant to be delivered a week on Monday. Who knows? This is the shit one. The episode, the last episode, which is then going to take through to the second week of October. I'm hoping is actually going to be quite an easy one. So this is the difficult one. It's the next week and a half that are going to be.
Oh, okay.
So, but I just want it done now. The problem is anyone that does anything like this, it's knowing when you're working on something that's quite a drawn out timescale, it's keeping your heart in it. It's keeping the motivation going. It's keeping you want to still be enjoying it. You still, and sometimes honestly, it's just fucking difficult. Because so many times I'll come in and you can imagine if they fuck you around and they've really fucked you off and they've taken the piss and then they give you a film, it's difficult to just keep your motivation going all the time. But it's fine. It'll be good.
And is it a case of new requirements or just extra pieces or constant changes and kind of
constant? It's not only constant changes. It's unrealistic dates for their elements. So they give me all of these dates that I'm going to use that phrase, set in stone. The amount of times on this, things have been set in stone, and then you change everything around your plans to fit these set in stone dates, and then they kind of don't tell you. So like, for example, last Friday, was it last Friday? Yeah, so I was meant to get a film last Friday, and I didn't get a film, and I waited and waited and waited. And in the end, I had to chase them at the end of Friday, going, hi, where's the film? I'm waiting for the film. And someone, or I'm not going to, someone got back and turned around. Oh, yeah, actually, we're not going to get the film to you till Tuesday. Yeah, sorry, we haven't told you. So I changed all of my plans, everything, and then I didn't get it on Tuesday. So then I was meant to get it today. And hey, guess what? I haven't had it today. But what I have got is a half-finished thing that I can kind of look at and do bits of. So it's honestly, it's just a fucking nightmare. But there we go. It's fine. You know, it'll be done.
Fun.
It'll be done soon. It'll be done soon. That's the thing. It will.
It's
be
okay.
done
Just keep working on your dance track.
Yeah. You see, I can only do that when Dom's around because he's, you know,
it's your inspiration, is he?
yeah.
He's got the recording.
Yeah, he's got the loop.
he has the gear.
Yeah.
Dom
He's got
has the
loop.
gear.
Yeah.
He has all the required elements.
Yeah. Anyway, look, I will come back in, but I'm gonna
Sure.
go and
Take a break.
Grab something to eat. And,
Yes, do.
Another bag of jelly tots.
Yeah, because if I come back later, it means that I'm not working and I've got so much fucking work to do. So
Have a sandwich.
I will go and enjoy, and I'll come back later.
Oh, darling.
Take care.
See you all later.
Bye.
See you all.
Bye.
Oh, I've got a whistle in my ear now.
Kent, that film, you might like it as well.
Yeah?
I think so. It's a film I enjoy. I found by accident, and I enjoyed it. It's a kind of original story. I think the direction is pretty good. I think the acting is awesome, and the score I think is pretty. It's very pretty.
That's cool.
That's Morricone.
Oh, is it?
Is it?
Yeah, definitely. And check out Once Upon a Time in America if you haven't seen that. That's some great Morricone.
Not 1900, the
Oh,
film
that track,
about
man.
emigrating. Is Legend of 1900. That's a different
Yes,
film.
it's an
Is
Italian
Morricone in that
film.
one?
Yep.
Okay. That's the second Morricone job I love. That and The Mission.
I never get the point. Everybody says the mission is amazing. I just.
I don't
just
think
put-
the film is
I- I-
amazing.
Soundtrack
The
is
score
good.
is amazing.
No, but the score. But then I just listened to Once Upon a Time in America, and I was.
Mhm.
That's like a million times better than the mission.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody's arguing that.
And the Thing is really reduced, very Carpenter style.
Which one?
And then you get Hateful Eight, where he did the score for Hateful Eight, but also used elements from The Thing and some other stuff, which is really weird. So.
What I was saying with Once Upon a Time in America, the poverty theme, that just gets me every time. I mean, Hans really seems to like it, considering that's Mufasa's theme in Lion King.
Oh, that's the bit where he has the cream puff. He has to eat the cream puff.
What?
The kid has this cream puff for the girl, and he can't wait. And there's that really sad theme that plays throughout the movie.
Well, it's the first time we see old noodles coming back.
Mind you, Hans and Enya were really, really good friends. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
It has like a vocal in it, right? The woo.
Yes. Oh, he used to be able to play that, but not anymore. I used to know the chords to that. God.
But but if you simplify the main thing, then you have the father's theme for Lion King.
Yeah. All that jazz. I actually played some of that to Hans when I was talking to him on Skype one night, and he goes, "Oh, we'll have to get you over here and do some scoring." Okay. Oh, please, thank you. just what I needed, because it falls in very neatly with what I was talking about last night. Suddenly you get the opportunity and you're like, well, I can't do it, mate, sorry.
Yeah.
Fucking...
I think you could do it now. You can do it remotely.
No, Hans doesn't do it remotely.
Yeah, but
Well,
that's
start
his
with some
problem.
hardware jams and then work your way up to that. So.
Yeah.
Step by step, baby steps.
Yeah.
One at a
It's
time.
that, see, what I love doing, and I didn't even really notice I was doing it until it was pointed out to me, that I like to try and make something sound as big and as complicated without, by playing as few notes as possible.
Huh.
Rather
That's
than
a skill in
play
itself.
something big to make it
Mhm.
sound big. And I think I've nicked most of my ideas from Ennio, Hans.
Well, if you have to steal from somebody, those are the right ones.
Oh, Matey Boy, he was another brilliant guy. He died, didn't he? James Horner.
Yeah, Horner's great.
Yeah. He loved putting trumpets through echo units, though, didn't he? A lot.
Jerry Goldsmith, it's good stuff.
Jerry Goldsmith, yeah.
Jerry Goldsmith has like the most complex harmony. Make John Williams harmony easy.
Wow.
And wasn't afraid to experiment with synths, Alien Score and a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, 2500 in Logan's Run, and
Oh, that's right, Logan's Run was great too.
GS1 in Star Trek. What was it? GS?
There's even a Cambrio in Star Trek somewhere. Nobody can tell me exactly where it is, but it's
Star
there.
Trek?
Yep. First and only use of the Cambrio to score.
Was it musically or sound effects?
That's what I can't get. No, they can't. Even Brian Kehoe didn't know exactly. So.
But in Star Trek, you have the very big striking sound.
It might be the V'ger sound, as I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh, the film. You're talking about the film.
Yeah, Star Trek the Motion Picture.
Okay. Gary Goldsmith's assistant wrote the TV theme because Gary Goldsmith was busy.
Brian Kehoe had a working Cambrio at a local computer fair once here with one of the developers of it, and he had all kinds of backstories about it. Pretty interesting, but alas, only 3 were ever made, pretty much. So.
No.
I ran into Brian at NAMM, and he said, "Yeah, I got rid of them. I can't deal with them anymore. They're not working. I don't want to hassle with them." So he gave to some museum or something. So.
It's understandable, to be honest.
Although it might have been a good challenge for you, can't get that thing working.
Yeah.
What's the guy who made the repair for Kruma GDSs? I mean, he is probably the closest.
Yeah.
But I mean, Van, if you've read the story of how he managed to repair them, I mean, Wendy Carlos sent over all the documentation she had, and then through her he got in contact with Hal Elliott, and through him into more people who developed the thing at Bell Labs originally.
Yeah.
So that's the only way how he managed to put that together, and repair Klaus Schultz's GDS, and I can't remember who's the second one was.
I don't know.
And apparently, from what Chris Franker supposedly still has, at least his GDS keyboard, it was supposedly still seen at his studio a few years ago. But apparently it's been a paperweight ever since the mid-80s anyway.
Yeah, well, it's like when I was doing Wolfgang Palm's PPG Sonic Carrier, and all he could send me in terms of schematics was a bit aligned, like school textbook paper, and in orange pencil, just one op amp, and that was it. Okay. What about the computer? Oh mate, no, I can't remember.
Well, he threw it. Wolfgang threw everything away in the 90s.
He probably didn't think he was ever going to get anybody asking many questions about a Sonic Carrier, because I think he only made 5 of them.
No, he made like 8. I think 15 didn't work.
No, not the 103s. I think he said he made 5 103s, 1003s.
Yep. So Paolo has one in Italy. There's the one that Martin has. There's I think 1 or 2 more in Switzerland after that.
Really? What, 3s?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, I don't think Martin ever even bothered to try and repair it because I think there's no point with it immediately breaking and anybody trying to use it, just wanting to break it.
Yeah, because there was one where the guy had just got rid of all the computer and the keyboard part of it and just had the front panel.
But that was probably Klaus Schulz's then. Because,
and just had the
Klaus Schulze-
BCOs and then just mounted it into a modular. Just don't bother with the keyboard on it at all.
Guys, I'm off. I'm going to dive off early tonight. I will catch up with you
darling.
all soon. See you later.
Take care.
Okay, sweet.
Catch you later.
Good night.
Yeah, it's all. Oh, what's this?
Quick question: Can you actually hear this? No.
No.
I think it is a no. Good.
No. What watching the adult films in the background?
Right?
Hey Kent, did you give up on the Timberwolf?
No, I did some. There was some sounds in it.
Hmm. Okay.
I think you might have a dodgy jack cable.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's just the tamble.
Yeah, that's a feature of the Timberwolf.
or a dodgy channel on the mixing desk. Or dodgy
Believe it or not, it's the
switch.
volume pot. So every time we push a key, it rattles the volume pot, and the volume pot goes.
Oh wow!
Oh, maybe we should remove the volume pot.
I'll take it down to the workshop and give it a service tomorrow.
Or not.
Get out the ball peen hammer and have some fun.
Yeah.
That was a bit calm, wasn't it?
Well, it's the James Horner Danger theme, which he's
There you
used
go.
Ever since Battle Beyond the Stars. I think it's the first time it appears.
Is that it?
Which, of course, because of Battle Beyond the Stars, he got
The Star Trek.
2.
Yeah, because the scores are almost identical.
And why not?
Well, probably because that's also what they wanted, and he was
Sure,
never
sure.
afraid to. Well, if that's what the producer and director wants, then he just
Exactly,
gave them what they wanted. Which, I mean,
Well, even
for
Morricone
Korea,
used a lot of stuff. If you listen to a lot of his work, Morricone had some same clips all over the place.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want interesting Morricone, then you want his late 50s, early 60s, weird as fuck jazz stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or then even more late 60s when he's playing sometimes trumpet himself through a space echo.
Yeah.
He did some Giallo films, right?
Ooh.
Do some music for Giallo films, those weird Italian mystery horror murder movies.
I believe he did actually.
Yeah. I mean, Goblin eventually did a bunch of them, but I think he was the early guy doing that stuff.
Yeah. I'm still a huge fan of Morricone's string work, like his wide triads and all that sort of thing. It's sort of like
Great score for The
bring it
Untouchables.
on. Yeah. Yeah.
Very sad music in there too.
Yeah, he certainly
Super
knew
sad.
exactly what to put to a picture. He really did. So, because I wonder if it's actually easier to do a score for a sci-fi film.
Why?
Because of the nature of the subject matter.
What, because there's so much cliche around and so much expectation?
Yeah.
And you can use weird noises pretty easily, so.
No,
Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like
But
the Forbidden Planet stuff, was pretty wild, but it was pretty groundbreaking for the time.
Yeah.
But
Well,
also
how long did
how-
it take before they were allowed to have their credits on the film? Because it wasn't considered a score because it was electronic for
Yeah, I
years,
forgot.
wasn't it?
But now everyone's doing Krell patches on their modular, so.
Yeah.
Who did the Martian score?
Harry Gregson Williams.
Yeah.
What else has he done?
Spy Game, Crack with John Powell, Enemy of the State.
No.
What else has he done lately? I think he did a whole bunch of work on Prometheus.
Yes, but I don't remember the score.
Team America World Police.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, it's him and Steve Jablonski, and I think Trevor Rabin also helped out a bit, and anybody else around in the studio at the time, because they had 2 weeks. Well, because originally they had Mark Shaman write a score, and then they were just like, this is actually only fun if you put Bruckheimer music to it. Then it actually properly makes fun of a Bruckheimer film. Whereas if you have comedy music with it, it doesn't get the point across.
Who has the radio on?
It's like Japanese music.
Where's the guru? Where's he hiding?
Robbie, are you listening to anything? Okay.
Not me.
It's probably the Timberwolf picking up FM radio.
What else?
Really?
My
It's like the radio
Transcendent
hitting
2000
braces,
was
right?
brilliant for it, I tell you. You could literally turn my Transcendent on and then just listen to Capital Radio.
Wow.
Hear all the hits. And then run it through the filter. It's brilliant.
See, OP1 had to build in the radio. The Transcendent just picked it up.
Yeah. Yeah, it just did it by... You had to have it at a certain angle, but... it's really weird. It's brilliant.
Going back to Harry Gregson Williams, I think he's done every Tony Scott film since alone since Spy Game. Before that, he did some with hands.
Yeah.
Crimson Tide, he was, I think, when he started as assistant for hands. Then Kingdom of Heaven, great score. The first 2 Narnia films, amazing scores.
Yes.
Yeah, what are the...
I don't know why the memory I have from The Martian is that the music was not really adding up.
Oh, I don't know.
In what way?
It wasn't really related.
Why? Martian isn't a science fiction film.
I think its minimalism actually reflected the film quite well, actually, to be honest.
The Martian was a 2015 science fiction film directed by Ridley Scott.
Oh.
I mean, what do you really consider as sci-fi?
Science the shit out of that soundtrack.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Not
science fiction. Only in terms of it hasn't really happened yet, but
so therefore it's fiction.
It's based
there was plenty of the movie that was
knowledge,
fantastic,
isn't it?
though. That was not realistic.
But
so
but in many ways it is more just pure fiction rather than classic.
He
trope
scienced
sci-fi.
the shit out of it. It's science fiction.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of great bubbly synth stuff in there. You have a lot of viruses bubbling along in the score.
Mm-hmm.
And then the usual lovely string writing. With again, Kingdom of Heaven and Narnia are probably his best examples of what Harry Gregson Williams' string harmony is like.
Mm. By the way, talking about composing, how are you meant to write for brass section? Because all I can do that sounds good is just power chords.
It depends.
Try not to do too many clusters.
Unless you want clusters.
Keep the notes far apart. Yeah, don't go to like tight conventional type chords.
Unless you want to sound like certain Bernard Herrmann Hitchcock stuff, where you really want to
reduce the amount of players by a lot, because it's a very punchy sound when it's when it's clustered.
A soul brass section. What type of notes are they playing? Like in which degrees?
What do you mean more in pop music or in film music?
Soul or stags or
any note, I would have thought.
But because all I'm doing is root 5th octave, and sounds boring as fucking, and doesn't really sound like a human brass section.
I mean, the classic big band writing is drop 5th, So you have your big top line, and then you drop down in fifths, or approximately in fifths, to make up your chords. That's the classic big band writing method for brass lines.
Okay, drop in fifths, so it's 1, 4, and 7.
No. So you write your top solo line, what you want your top line to be, and then
as your root.
Then you drop down in approximately fifths to make up your chords, and this could be, or this could also mean that the note you might hit might be more a 7th or 9th, depending on what you want your harmony to be. But you are in relatively large intervals.
I'll have to try that. That doesn't sound right.
But that's sort of a standard big band way. If you have like 6 trumpets and 6 trombones, they're most likely going to be over 2 or 3 octaves when you want the really big chords to hit through. I mean, that's when you have the trumpets and trumpet really going high. I mean, but then you also need really good players who have the lips to do that.
Yeah, no, I'm talking when playing synths, obviously. I'm playing on a keyboard. What would be the right finger in the right keys to hit to make it sound nice? Obviously not realistic, because it's never gonna. No wind player is gonna be able to hold for 2 bars the same note. Whoa. Is that the rolly again?
Yeah. It's alright when you just whack it one and it's alright again.
They get stuck sometimes, yeah. I have to
Yeah,
slap
they
mine
do,
once
don't
in a
they?
while. Yeah.
I like it when they suddenly play by themselves. It's like, whoa, what the hell?
Yeah, that's 2 more reasons not to buy one.
Oh, no, they're beautiful, man. Come on.
No, everything has glitches.
Yeah, but then if they have, then I take them to the shop to take them away.
I mean,
I think it needs a reboot anyway. It's not a Happy Bunny.
Does it need a lot of action?
Batteries, and the batteries are low. That's when I had problems a lot.
No, do you know what? I have it on a permanent wall.
Yeah.
It's just easier.
Does it need a lot of action to play, or just?
No, I mean you can mess with how sensitive you want it to be. I mean you can make it very, very, very sensitive, and it's
incredibly delicate, like a wave drum, wave drum, where you can really, really just barely do something and then go crazy with it.
Wow.
Yeah,
God damn it!
Nice to play. So, it makes a big difference. I mean, there's a track up here. I think I did a video of this one. I don't know why this one keeps firing up its default, but and it's you got some bass notes going, you got some chords going, and when you play like a standard, maybe like a piano sound over it, you go, oh, that's quite nice, yeah. But then if you do it with a rolly and you're able to do all that movement, it takes all the focus of the backing. You don't have to try so hard with the backing and focus on that lead because of it. Because there's so much movement. You can put in as much or as little as you want.
I can see the use I would have for expression actually, because all I have that's sort of equivalent in terms of expression is that UE, but I as a wind instrument player, as a flute player, I'm still not entirely convinced about with the UE. I thought I would be, and I'm not quite.
Yeah, the Silphio for wind stuff, the Silphio is actually much better. That French company that makes those.
You're right. Yeah, you sent me the link to that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really good. I don't use it as much as I should, but for people who are really good at it, it's the best stuff I've heard. Other than the Steiner trumpet thingy that he made. This is a wind. Steiner wind instrument thing.
Well, there's the electronic wind instrument and the electronic valve instrument.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he originally started out with trumpets because he was a trumpet player.
Right. Those are expensive, so it's like, yeah, I don't think so.
But I'm, you know, now that I've been informed by Rowley that the Rise 2 comes out mid-October.
Which year?
No, this year. Yeah, honest to God, it's coming out mid-October. Well, the people who got in there early, it's coming out for them in a few weeks. I'm going, do you know what? It's not soon enough, because this thing's starting to do shit that it never used to do. And there's inconsistencies between certain notes and stuff like that. And because it's sealed, I mean, there's just nothing you can do about it. Unless I do actually physically tear it apart and find out how it works and then figure out a way of putting straight whatever goes wrong with it. But, so it can't come soon enough, to be honest. And then I'll hopefully get another 3 or 4 years out of that one and then buy another one. Well, actually, no, I'll probably buy another one before that one runs out, to be honest, after that.
Well, I hope they keep going, because if they screwed up enough to screw up this batch, and reputation's toast, then that's going to be it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's any more coke they can buy for the money. I mean, the amount they've blown on it already.
Yeah. But I mean,
I don't think they can.
It's one of the things, because I mean, Richard Hilton is exactly the same. He'd tell you the same thing, because we both committed ourselves to it, and we thought, right, we'll follow it through, and regardless of the amount of shit and crap we've had to deal with them, still love them to death.
Yeah, they're great.
Yeah, because I can't afford to walk away from it, because there isn't really anything else. Not really. There are other, expression controllers and stuff like that, but
yeah, because even the same app, like the 5D on the iPad,
yeah,
you're missing the couple of the elements.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it just causes bloody hassle otherwise. So, once you've got, put in all the time trying to work out, because the key distancing, the key span on a Rowley is completely different to a normal keyboard, and you have to have a muscle memory to be able to play it straight off. Especially if you're going to do big chords on it, which is a fool's errand at the best of times, because I can get it, but after years of playing in the dark for hours and hours on end.
Well, plus you can dial in that sensitivity for sloppy playing, right? So.
Oh God, yeah. You can make it a lot more forgiving.
Yeah.
But then you lose.
You're losing some of the performance. Yeah.
Yeah, you lose a lot of the performance through it. Although, you can turn that up a little bit, and you sort of like, if you're careful, it's the same as if it was turned off. So, you just find that sweet spot for how good you are at the time. And it's like training wheels. Eventually, you can take the training wheels off and push it all the way up to the top. With lots and lots and lots of practice. So.
And plus, you got a top and bottom ribbon there too, which is really cool. So.
Yes, yeah, and depending on what the patch is, depends on what those top and bottom ribbons actually, what sound they actually produce when you use them. I mean, sometimes you can just play the ribbon and sort of theremin the bitch out of it.
Oh, it's fun, yeah.
Yeah. So it gets a bit, even with the slide right off, you get the stepping when you do it, which is also useful. Then get it just started, so the light is just barely starting at the beginning, and it's there, but it's more draggy.
It's like on the Thumb Jam app on the iPad, iPhone. You can do a hard tune, medium tune, and totally fluid.
Yeah. I mean, even Richard now, I mean, he'll have his, say, halfway, because it's good enough. It seriously is good enough. You don't have to push it all the way up to the top.
Yeah.
There's nothing really lost from halfway to top, or going from top to halfway, I should say. So, I mean, some of the sounds in Equator and Equator 2 are a little digital, because sometimes you want something that sounds a little bit more realistic.
Well, then you get strobe, or you get
yeah, exactly. So strobe's got a nice sort of like that analogy kind of vibe to it as well. In fact,
there's strobe, and there's the other app.
Yeah.
No, the DKM
Cypher.
Synth Squad.
There's
Oh,
Cypher.
blank. Cypher, that's it. Yeah.
Cypher is another one. Yeah. There is a fourth.
Well, there's one called Geist, I think is a drum thing.
Yeah, but there's nothing really to the game.
Guys, that's probably a drum sequencer.
Yeah, there's a drum thing.
Yeah. No, there was another one. Wasn't stunning or anything like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean.
Was it Strobe, Amber, Cypher, Fusel?
Well, Amber, I haven't seen that one.
No.
I mean, but those are the ones I still have from the old FX. Was DKM Synth Squad? What's the name?
But you know, get some fucking. Oh god, you can tell I haven't played for a little while. Get a wide triad on
that. What string library are you using there?
My go-to one because it's quick and simple. I fire up Spitfire's. Oh shit! What's it called?
Albion.
No, smaller. Aperture.
Oh.
Aperture.
Was it hard to map that to Rolly?
Oh, I don't use it on the Rolly. I play that on the Hydra, so I get polyphonic aftertouch from that instead. And then just...
Is there poly aftertouch for Spitfire? Because last I
no, beg your pardon, not poly, but definitely mono. So you can pick out any particular note within the chord you're playing if you want to just highlight it, you know.
But definitely like for aperture for the aperture strings, that would be amazing. Poly aftertouch to like because I always play that with the foot pedal.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. It's the law, Robbie. Come on, you've got to have the foot. If you don't have the expression pedal, go home. Come on, off you go. You've got to have it.
I mean, what's great with aperture, you literally sustain pedal, right foot, expression pedal, left foot, and both hands playing big chords, and trying not to fuck up too much.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it connected?
I remember I was talking to somebody about programmable sustain on where you could have a preset and you play, say, a chord and you hit the sustain to hold the chord or whatever, and then anything you play after that is not assigned to the pedal.
It's called sostenuto. Steinway has invented that pedal on pianos about 110 years ago.
Just want it here. I want it here, plugged into that. Don't be laughing.
I think it's in the MIDI
if you have a question, is whether Contact will respond to that.
Might be asking a little bit too much.
I mean, you could dig up the the MIDI implementation.
Because I wondered if Spitfire could do it because now they're using their own player instead of Contact.
Well, I mean, it's not hard to do it in Contact. You just need. Well, they already have their own sustain script because we're not using the sustain functionality of Contact.
Yeah.
So given they're already using their own script, or as part of a main script, should be possible.
Is that a GM piano I'm hearing? It's got a GM tone to it. I think it's because of the hammer.
Can you hear the hammer?
The way it's striking the string. See, this is the thing about Aperture strings, right? You load it in, and you can just play it. You know, where some string libraries you have to do lots of messing around, a bit of EQ in here and a bit of this, that, and the other, and you go, now it's right. Aperture, you just put it on and it's like, it's just right.
No,
Straight
I
out of the
don't.
box.
I don't have any. Plus, I have to. A library is.
But the problem is you can't buy Aperture strings. You had to spend a certain amount of money on a sale 4 or 5 years ago to get it, and I feel bad for anybody who didn't get it because it's so amazing.
Yeah.
That's that, Robbie?
Oh, excuse me. No, I had the fortunate
Close Encounters of the Third
being
Kind.
in a position where I had Ty phone me up and go buy it now. Yes, sir. Yeah.
What key is that?
F minor.
So can't you use the solo strings that they have?
Yes. Yeah. Actually, I would only use Spitfire. I've tried so many others, and they work in certain key
That's like
areas
the cheapest
on
one,
keyboard.
right? The solo strings is like $400 or whatever.
Yeah, because they always seem to work like really well in just one particular area, and if you go out of that area, which sometimes can only be less than an octave, and it starts going, that doesn't sound very realistic anymore. You know, but the Spitfire one seems to be quite good for that.
The Spitfire solo strings. The amount of time I try to spend to make something sound somewhat reasonable, I think it would be cheaper to call a violinist.
Yeah,
and just play it, and it would be it would
Yeah.
sound better than the hours I try to spend to put the correct ornamentation in and make the software understand the correct ornamentation, and all the stupid tricks you have to put. Well, that's one thing about my fader controller I've been tempted to do is put a button on that just quickly sends out the mod reel to 0 and back to its previous value to do a rebow, because unlike VSL where you can have a rebow control, which is nice if you have multiple foot pedals, then you can just use a switch pedal to trigger rebow. Obviously Spitfire doesn't care about rebowing.
Yeah.
That's like what the guy did with the old Divisi strings, where he had a bunch of controllers set up and could change all their articulations and stuff.
Yeah.
No, but for the solo stuff particularly, what annoys me is there's no way to rebow it. So, the virtuoso soloist violin, lovely sound, but if a rebow is happening at the wrong point, then your option is either to time stretch it, so record it out as audio, time stretch it to make it work, or not use it.
Yeah. Discordant.
what's also a great library is where is it?
Rob was trying to play some brass a minute ago. But he hasn't even turned on the camera.
Where is it? Oh fuck! I need to use contact sticks for that. Well, fuck that shit. Symphonia Colors Orchestrator, where you have the chords for major and minor chords that were recorded as chords and legatos. They're like that's like a really good way of. I have this harmony for thing, and everything I do sounds terrible, but I only have 10 minutes to until this piece needs to be finished. Quickly do the chords. Oh yeah, this sounds fine. Good. Move along.
Yeah. Nice one. I wonder if that still aligns. Oh, this is one of my patches that I did. It's a bit loud, isn't it?
No, it's good.
I think it's down there, isn't it?
If you could play British Drama Toolkit over a Rolly, or even just Poly Aftertouch, that would be amazing.
Yeah, it would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Because as much as I love that library, I'm very much I want the note to be loud in the loud layer, and then I want to be able to bring it back down.
Yeah.
Where I mean, even with a normal velocity model, it doesn't work. You need a 3D approach like the Rolly or Harken.
Yeah, I posted a link of that really good Symphobia demo guy did with the C-board. I like that one a lot.
How did he actually set up any of the articulations with Symphobia?
I don't know, but he's doing it all live, it looks like. It's pretty nuts.
Wow.
Well, if you have old enough Symphobia, then you can just go into the contact and edit it easily.
Yeah. I've got old Symphobia. I've got two as well, but I've got old Symphobia 1. Paid 1,500 bloody quid for it. I think I bought that on Tick.
Yes, but you continue to get updated for it.
Yeah, I imagine there's quite a few updates that it needs actually. Yeah, if I can get that to do some shit on the rolling, that would be nice actually. 'Cause I still like the sound of Symphobia, even though it's what 20 years old.
Well, I have a brass which is like, I mean, it has a real sort of Sony or what's the other? What was the stage here? Senatella sound, where John Barry always preferred to record in London.
Yeah.
It has a real nice honky aggressive sound, whereas obviously Spitfire and Lyndhurst has the utterly smooth, the smoothest brass sound. Which I always wonder how David Arnold managed to do James Bond brass in that room. I mean, the players must have hated him, but they must have like killed their lungs doing that.
Yeah. It must have been a bit of slave driving going on there.
I'll come back in a minute. I have to leave you. I have a melting wire emergency.
Oh, never good. Never good.
Some people like that in their kitchen.
Yeah.
See you in a bit.
All right, bud.
I'm going to see you later as well. Take it easy. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, darling.
Bye.
See you roll.
Good night. Take care.
What's on that one then?
Actually, until I saw the Rolly demo, I never even heard of Symphobia. Is it a popular thing?
I think it was pretty much the cutting edge thing for like a 8 to 12 months or so back in what, 2004, 2003 or something.
I mean, more than that. I mean, I would say until East West Hollywood, it was the sort of go-to thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't have as much as well, even East, not as many articulations as East West, but everything was really usable and sounded good. Whereas, I mean, old East West I love, but I mean there are about 5 articulations in the whole thing that are I mean, with a lot of work you can make it sound amazing, like the demos.
The East West Choir was the SonicCake.com thing, right? Is that the?
SonicCake.com was
that. SonicCake.com.
Oh yeah, Godom. Yeah.
Godom. Bom bom.
Mind you,
do they still make that? They still make that product?
Yeah, they still make that.
Yeah, I think it's still going. Yeah.
And I think they've done some new stuff, still using the same engine.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy who developed that engine for them, he does one of the main sound particle generator that you would use for sound design in anything nowadays, film-wise. That's what his current company does. But I mean, the word builder, that's amazing.
That's a cool idea,
yeah.
And also then the Votox language to like try and get phonetics relatively easy, or being able to quickly write up phonetics.
Did it have enough range to do other languages too, or was it pretty much English?
Anglicized Latin was its strength.
Yeah. I mean,
if you want proper Latin now, what is it, Lacrimosa? It was sort of.
With Symphobia also did rather sweet clusters as well. As long as you put them in the right place at the right time, they sounded absolutely delicious.
Yeah, they have all these or not quite phrase stuff, but what effects do Symphobia or
one of those
ones
I got off
classics.
of Contact Hub does some kind of limited.
Yeah, exactly. Oh. Yeah, highly useful, that one.
You say that it is very useful.
It is very. I mean, if you're doing a rehash of 2001, you'd be laughing towards the end, wouldn't you?
A little bit of Getty in there and Penderecki.
Yeah.
Penderecki, excuse me.
Yeah.
I love that the bow style. What's that called when you tap the bow? It's conlegno? Is it conlegno?
No, conlegno is when you use the back of a bow.
Well, you smack it, right?
Excuse me.
No,
conlegno. Noise.
If you want to smack it with the back, then you should say conlegno battu, and if you want to want to bow the strings with the back, then you should say conlegno tratto.
Yeah, some really good stuff in The Shining with that, the bow smacking.
I don't understand why that one doesn't come up.
Oh, it's really dissonant.
Yeah.
Oof.
Well, this is a 20-year-old library. Well, I think the trumpets were recorded in the 90s, and they still sound.
I just mean the chords and stuff; they're very dissonant.
Well, yes, that's because I'm going through the effects and cluster stuff. What is actually really fun about these old libraries?
slow it down. Yeah.
God, I think I've used that one.
Well, to be fair, Vintage Albion also has some great stuff like that.
Yeah.
What do we have here in the stream? I think I've used that quite a lot of times.
So creepy tremolon strings, yeah. There you go. There's the tapping.
Yeah.
But that's more pits.
Is that pits?
That was definitely more that's definitely fingers stroking the string.
Ah, okay, right.
Fingers plucking.
Yeah. That's right out of the Shining there. That's great.
Yeah, well, was it Randy Carlos and Rachel Edelkind?
Hmm.
Oh, that's right out of the Shining. Exactly. What library is that, Kent?
That's not me, it's him.
That is Vintage Albion.
Nice.
Immediately thought of that one Tomita did. Remember her? Who does that?
Oh.
Don't
remember that one.
Try to remember what it. How did it go? No, that's not it.
Well, try and do these clusters that are resolving to one node. Try and do that in any library.
Yeah.
Is this also Spitfire? This Vintage Albion?
I call it Vintage Albion. It's the original album that came out in like 09 or something like that.
Oh, you can't get it anymore?
No.
No,
I think if you
it must
buy
be later than that. It must be later than that, surely.
Or 2012? I can't remember.
Yeah, probably 12, 13, something like that, isn't it? It's one of their early, almost.
It was their second product, I think.
Was it a second? Right.
Second commercial product. The Percussion Library was the first one.
Yeah, I remember.
So Albion 1 doesn't have some of those sounds in it?
Yeah, Albion 1 contains. Where's the legacy folder? What do we have in the legacy folder? Yes, all these string effects are in there. Yeah, I think most of the old effects are actually in there.
Yeah, it was the best library to get because it encompassed so many different things together for
you say the best library to get, and shall I now start playing the brass for you?
Well,
I mean, it sounds like some soundtracks I've heard. It's not that bad.
It's just, but it is like I think one of the least usable brass. It is great when you need it, when you want that sound.
So who makes the good brass?
I mean the Spitfire BML brass is very good.
Yeah.
Center samples.
So you're saying don't get it all in one library, get the separate
and
libraries.
if you want the best libraries, then you need to go to Orchestral Tools. They make the best ones. But also then you need a lot of computers to run them.
Yeah.
And a lot of money.
Sure.
Yeah.
Helps a lot.
Although the greatest thing with Orchestral Tools with their custom player, you can resample your mic positions, like with Hans's custom sampler that Mark Wary designed. It's almost like Orchestral Tools listened when Gunky XL did the library for him.
Is that also Spitfire, the Orchestral Tools?
No, Orchestral Tools is a
separate
Berlin-based company.
Okay.
Who I think they now they or the parent company effectively own Teldec Studios in Berlin now. Which great, massive studio. Also, lots of big classical recordings.
Oh, they have some free stuff on their website.
Yeah. Well, actually, one of my favorite Spitfire libraries there is Albion 2, also Rest Vet in Peace.
That's nice.
I'm not so sure about the trumpetiness of that sound, to be honest.
It's cool though.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? There's still no drum patches at all in Equator.
I think that's why they had Geist.
No, but Geist has a completely different concept.
I know, but it has all the drum stuff in it. So.
Yeah.
No, but what you want is like in the old Symphoria multis, where you hit the bottom keys hard, you have your drums or cymbals, and
bringing your
or like on the O1W. O1W
Yeah.
has tons of those layered sounds.
Yeah, and get the big kettles when you smack the hell out
Oh,
of it.
it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love
Was it
that.
Yamaha did that first, didn't they? With their Clavinova series.
Oh, I don't remember that. Really? They had that.
I
in
mean,
the
they probably
Yeah.
already did that in the SYs.
But yeah.
Which
So they-
Clavinova?
which is old things like the 305 CVP, like the one I got downstairs. You always used to get the kettle drums on the Velocity.
Yeah, didn't know they had that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's interesting, but they're dated sounds now. That's the only problem.
But O&W had some really great classical stuff out of the box and just layered and
Yeah, my
effects.
Clavi has no drums. That's why they made the EMR, I think EMR1 module, the drum machine basically. That must be before that time. The only one that I know that has velocity from factory is the P120, and I think it only does harmonics on the acoustic guitar.
Did that one work?
But the best brass stuff I played with lately was the Swam stuff, but it's mostly solo stuff.
Yeah.
You have a sample modeling. Or...
It's really cool. And I used to control the Silphio, hook it to the iPad wirelessly, and you can tilt the device, roll the device, fingering. There's a thumb slider. You can almost do like a Rolly 5D control of it, and just incredible articulation and sound.
That's the only way I can play guitar. Sorry. Anything else?
Hey, it works with Jordan Rudess.
Now
So,
it's on. Now you ruin it. Now it's on.
Yeah. Thing is, they call it electric.
Don Hammer did a great job too with his stuff.
Well, yeah, but it's that.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
it's
if
the time for me to dig up a double bass.
Go for it.
And of course, Marco Parisi, he's amazing.
Yeah, you're lucky. I don't have time to go down to get mine.
Yeah, groovy cats.
Freeform Jazz Odyssey in front of a festival crowd.
They're not even bothering about the same key. Cool, dudes.
Hey, at least you have a bigger dressing room than the puppet.
E minor?
No, it's C minor, ultimately.
Yeah, but that's mostly for my benefit.
C minor doesn't sound right.
yeah, cats, etc.
Guys can really swing.
Yeah, man.
I love the Pee Wee's Playhouse, the little jazz trio.
Yeah,
Chicky Baby.
yeah. Far out, man. Excellent stuff.
Oh, but sorry. Yeah, C minor. Play arpeggios.
I fear the laws of physics are not on your side. Still waiting for that faster than light internet.
But the drums has the real fun.
Yeah, it'd just really get out of hand, wouldn't it?
I mean, there's a reason we're playing freeform jazz.
Yeah, it's too free. It's like it's running across the field, not listening to anything.
No, but previously we determined ambient is the only type of music we can play on here.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think freeform jazz also works perfectly fine.
Or freeform jazz ambient.
Ambient jazz?
Yeah, that's
what. I mean, I very much like my 90s and 2000s new age jazz. So,
select.
Is that Stylus RMX? What's your drum setup there?
Now it is me with my mouse selecting grooves in Abbey Road Vintage Drummer.
Oh, okay.
Yay.
Which is definitely not the way to busk along to something like this.
But I'm not near my theremin, I can bust that out.
Yeah.
Talk about free form.
Can you do just a 1-4-5? 2 and 2.
No, it's freeform jazz.
Man,
yeah, that's why. You still need a head and you still need a sequence.
No, we don't really want any chord change or any fixed sequence because that means either of us could fuck that up. I mean, mainly me.
Not on bass. Bass can do it.
Seriously, you're going to load all 2 gig in? Man alive.
Now's the time where you say, play the solo, so you can't hear you.
Oh, dear me. That was 2 gig of RAM wasted. Wow, duplicated. That way round.
Thank any of my friends who actually like jazz are not listening to this. They would have killed me for.
God,
Oh, he's gone. Solid gone.
Who's gone?
Totally gone.
Funny.
Where's the... Huh, okay. Excuse me.
So you're saying the tamper wolf is already busted?
Well,
only the volume pod.
Yeah, the volume pot seems to click every time you press a key on it, which
That's
doesn't
crazy.
help. So, yeah, because you take it out of the box, you go, the build quality of this is quite good. It seems quite sturdy. And then you start using it, you go, no, actually, it
Yeah,
isn't.
just the
It's
case
kind of-
is good. Yeah,
yeah, it's kind of disguised as being well built.
$200. Yeah.
It's quite good metal.
It's good metal. It's the rest of it that's an issue.
Well, that's where all the money went.
And even screwing 2 bits of tree at either end of it has not helped it a great deal.
What? I thought that's plastic, but it looks like tree.
No, it's wood. Yep, proper
Well,
tree.
because on the Riven Wolf, they bought just plastic that looked like tree.
They've gone all deluxe and actually.
That was the upgrade, yeah. So let's at least give him some real wood this time.
Yeah, put some fence panels on it.
We can't make it sound better. We'll give him some real wood, though.
Yeah.
But the it's kind of like the Waldorf 4-pole that I have. It's like nice case, nice screen, nice layout, but the knobs are all wobbly.
No.
I mean, but that's more because people have really been using the knobs. To be fair, it's almost like in the 90s, if you wanted to do the filter sweeps, your 2 choices were Sherman filter bank or 4-pole.
Yeah, but all the knobs are wobbly, not just one of them.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it still works. It's just wobbly. But then again, so is the $20,000 boot I played with at NAMM once.
Wow.
Super wobbly knobs, just crazy knobs.
Mind you don't know wobbly knobs until you've tried an Oscar. Hoi. Wow. It's a knob. I thought it was a joystick.
Have you ever seen the Lord Skywave, where you have the knob on top of the joystick? So you have a really shit like industrial joystick, which feels really shit. But the only fun thing is you have a knob on the top that you can twist for modulation.
Oh my god.
Well, Defra has that crazy joystick with it actually twists too. So you're using a joystick and
yeah,
twist
a crane operating joystick.
Yeah.
With also a button in the middle, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So now Jean-Michel on his EMS, rather than needing one hand for the joystick and one for the attack button, could all do it in one hand.
There you go. And one hand free for the laser at the same time.
Yeah, you don't know how lucky you are. You don't have to go through this.
I use analog sequencers on a Buchla clone. I am aware of needing to tune more.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to work out that problem for when I might go to an Emom and try and do a set of a buckler. And maybe whatever else I could be bothered to take. But then I would require a mixer.
Yeah.
So my main thing is, if I were to just take the buckler, I would just plug it into the output and
Go ambient, mate. Just go ambient.
Yeah,
Bring a looper and just play one part live.
Just do bleeps and bloops and for 10 minutes or however long until I'm running away out of a venue.
Just hold a sign up every now and then again going, it's supposed to sound like this, by the way.
That's not the same key. Oh, is it?
It's getting a bit alternative, really.
It's not C major, right?
Sounds like that Doobie Brothers song.
Say what?
Like that Doobie Brothers song.
Yeah.
Just stay with what you were doing.
Hey?
How did that come out? Oh, wow.
Already?
No, we've got to explain to you about the speed of light and how anything rhythm ain't gonna work, babe.
Yeah. Sadly, with an electric guitar, straight into a mixer, sustaining is not an option.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah, Ebo.
Yeah.
Yes, I need one. The problem is, I keep trying to go to eBay to get one, and people are asking for the old one the same price they're asking me for a new one.
So
And
like
I go
$100,
like,
right?
huh?
Oh, $100 or something, right?
Yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah.
I go to eBay and they're selling in. The cheapest I could find was 90 quid, and that was auction. That's the starting bid for an auction.
Hmm.
And I go like,
What?
nope.
What can you like get a pod for free nowadays?
A what?
A pod? When you have a guitar amp in a box with a microphone.
I mean, yeah, the 1.0, the original pod is kind of affordable now, but that one really is not up to the test. It hasn't aged well. That one sounds really nasty. nowadays compared to. I got units here that sounds twice as good as the board.
I'm on a Kickstarter for this thing called the Vo wand. This guy Paul Vo made like a very directional EBO type device.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty clever, but yeah, it's again with parts and delays and whatever else.
Yeah,
Who knows when it's going to come out? But it's pretty clever.
I'm gonna be feeding myself out of eBay for the foreseeable future.
I'll try Reverb too. I get a lot of stuff on Reverb. It's good.
Every time I try to search something in Reverb, either they don't know about it, or is vintage collector price. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? They're asking twice what it used to cost when brand new. I never got any good deal in Reverb at all.
Occasionally get something.
Yeah, but things I'm not
but
even interested in.
Yeah. But normally, the only reason why somebody would sell something on Reverb is because it's less faff than eBay, even if they retain more money.
Okay.
But ultimately, they're a better company to deal with than the conglomerate that is eBay.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I mean, the prices are or sometimes you find people having stuff listed on eBay and Reverb, and you can see in the price reflected that Reverb will be slightly higher to cover the higher percentage they take.
Last many things, several things I got, they're all Reverb. I skipped eBay a while back. I go once in a while, but Reverb's quite good actually.
I've been spending too much time on eBay looking at some lovely lenses. Terrible.
Well, yeah, for that stuff, sure.
Synthetic. I think I'm trying to come to terms with the fact that the eBay experience is not the same in USA that it is in UK.
It's never great, but it was the first one I got introduced to. So, by the way, look at the chat link I put in there for the Vo wand. It's pretty interesting. It's also called the EM pick. It's an interesting project if it ever gets finished and sold and delivered, because a bunch of us are waiting for it. So
it's like those 5 chorus chips I bought from China on eBay.
Were they fake?
This is what we're going to find out in about 10 days.
Because I mean, US 726 is from eBay. That's apparently an interesting thing. Of do you want a can with containing magic? I mean, who knows what it might contain? If you're lucky, it might contain max transistors.
It might come in a tin as a liquid.
If you've gone to Alibaba, look for stuff, Kent. They sell lots of parts on there.
Yeah, I've had the same sort of problems, to be honest.
I mean, it's China, right? But it's
yeah, it's just
well, the parts
eBay
are,
in the arse, but spelt differently.
No, the problem with Alibaba is then you also have to contend with a month of shipping. So if
it really depends.
Incorrect,
I mean, I got a microscope part from there, and it wasn't that bad, so it's pretty quick.
Yeah, but I think it's just a flip of a coin, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
You need to check if, well, not you, Synthetic, but here in UK, we got at least 3 possible departure points. It could come straight from China, which is 4 to 5 weeks to get here. Could come from Europe, from a depot they have in Europe, which could be up to 2.5 weeks. And some things come straight from a depot they have in UK. So those things are like 1 week-ish.
Yeah, it's the same on Amazon.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, straight in the UK, you should be able to get it within 48 hours or 60 hours really easily.
Yeah, but I'm giving a week just because.
And I mean, before Brexit, it used to be possible to get stuff with normal shipping from Thomann within 3 days. But that's normally what
3 working days. Order on Monday, you get it on Friday. Yep.
If you're lucky, well, if you order it on the weekend, or if you order like on a Sunday, if you're lucky, you can get it by Wednesday.
And some things even Tuesday.
If you're really lucky.
Yeah.
But
Depends what it is.
obviously, Brexit has changed that.
Obviously.
Like,
but
"Oh, do you
I
want
think-
an extra 2 weeks for your items? Ah, yes, I definitely wanted those extra 2 weeks for my stuff to sit in Frankfurt or best all the stuff that's sitting Langley outside Heathrow. Just like,
What
The
do you
last
guys
thing-
think the likelihood of reversing Brexit in like 10 years? Is that a possible thing?
Oh God, yeah! If we kill every conservative in the country, we've got half a chance, I suppose.
I mean, considering how much the UK economy is tanked and the cost of living crisis, I mean, yes, potentially.
Because you guys,
because
are,
that-
I mean, I hear
but-
most of the complaints about it, so obviously a lot of people hate it. So
But we get
No,
we get blue
not enough
passports,
people hate it, that's the problem.
or well, in this group can get a blue passport that's printed in France.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Although it's about as much use to me as a chocolate teapot.
Mine is red. Spanish one is red.
you just have iced tea, you're okay then.
Yeah, or a handbrake on a canoe.
I mean, mine is red.
Yeah.
I was about to say something about.
But
the last thing-
British ones are blue again because that's important.
Yeah. It's not even a nice blue anyway.
Okay. Last order I did to Tom, I think they took 4 working days, I believe.
Yeah, but that's because they've worked it out with having a UK bank account and a UK VAT account.
To the point that they are the ones paying for the import tax if they have any import tax. They don't charge you that on the price. So the price that is on the website for UK is the final price you get. Oh my God,
Yes,
I'm
because it's not term in Germany. You buy from if you go through term the UK website. It is not officially invoiced to term in Germany.
So that website is you're actually talking to UK, because I thought it was still Germany, just translated.
Well, the website. Well, it's the same as with Uber, where the website doesn't have a lot to do with the service you ultimately get.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they have some sort of blanket UK company that they go through.
Hey, Takano Fuga D minor. Yay.
I'm playing donkeys.
He's not playing for Toccata, he's only playing the fugue.
I know, but
I'm
same piece.
fuging the cantata up quite considerably, actually.
I used to be able to play
I could
two
play the
voices
opening
of that.
part, and I could play a little bit of the fugue, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's because it's quite easy.
I
All the
did it all
classical
by ear
music.
because I wasn't reading sheet music at the time.
Well, the only classical music I ever learnt was anything that maybe Tamita had played. And then I play it the way he did it. Yeah.
I ran out of keyboard.
Yeah. The same place I fell over as well.
Ran out of keyboard. What are you?
Yeah, you got to use your octave
using?
switch.
Well, I've only got a 4-octave keyboard here, and the octave switches are fucked, so I need to use the shift button, press the right key to go up, and the shift
Face east, lift one leg.
And the shift button is slowly breaking because I've been after using the octave buttons for so long, and then they started break, and now the shift button has been used so much. I just need to get rid of the keyboard and put an 88 note here. But then I need to get rid of the desk because it will be in the wrong place. And then at that point I might as well move.
That is exactly the reason why I went for the 88. Problem is, I bought the keyboard, then I bought the desk, assuming that the keyboard tray should be plenty enough. And sadly...
Bink. That's it.
When I finally got the desk, this is how much this thing twice is how much bigger the keyboard is than the gap. Have to remove the side cheeks from the keyboard in order to put it in the desk. Otherwise it wouldn't fit. That's how small this desk is.
I mean, my plan is to just completely get rid of the desk and just have the ergotrons mounted against some Unistrat that all the screens.
Ergo what?
ergotrons, very expensive screen mounts, gas
Okay.
arms for
Okay.
the supreme ones. But my plan would be to just have those on the back, mounted on the back frame, then a center section that the alphanumeric keyboard and mouse can rest on, and then have a master keyboard below, and then have free space either side for speaker stands, and also to put an open frame rack on one side below to put the switch and some switch power distro and
That's
other
what's
random
missing.
stuff I want on the side NAS.
Mm-hmm. Rob, you might know the answer. I'm finally getting into a 5.1 system. What is the
you want the
ideal-
other Rob for that?
Okay, I thought you would know. You would know as well.
What do you mean?
What
For
is the ideal position for the speakers?
Music 5.1 or Cinema 5.1?
Cinema.
I mean, you can look up what the official positions are. But the only thing I can remember is that they are different. The Music 5.1, I believe, is 120 degrees between the speakers behind your back.
Pardon.
In Music 5.1,
Yeah.
the circles. In Music 5.1, your speakers are supposed to be in a circle. In Cinema 5.1, they don't have to be. Or well, your center and front speakers wouldn't be, because normally you would have them in line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just two
But I
planes, right?
Yeah, and then your angle for the rear speakers is different in Cinema to Music 5.1.
Yeah, but that's my question. The surround, do they need to be back, facing forward, like in from my neck forward, or can I have them sideways, pointing at the ears,
No,
or in an angle, making an X?
In cinema, in a cinema surround system, you would have multiple rows of for 5. Let's back it up. For modern 5.1 in a cinema, you have. You're right, Ken?
It's doing this weird thing lately where when it goes to load up a sample library, it goes, 1 moment, please. And then wanders off for 10 minutes, then comes back and go, no, hang on a second. And then comes back again and goes, yeah, now you can have the sample. And go, well, why the long wait, dude?
Computers get old too, man.
They do, except this is not an old computer.
No.
There you go.
Are you using a contact library that is not a it's not a contact player one? Was it a contact player
No,
library?
it's a contact player library in contact. But it's doing this. I've got to bugger off for a minute.
Because you have quite a few non-player libraries. If you try to do a copy protection, which I mean you can't for a non-player, but many people build their own weird copy protections. They're normally the thing that slow it down. But when it tries to find some specific files that you installed, if you legitimately ported.
Yeah, right. It seems to feel right now, but it's because it's actually officially still loading.
I mean, there are also bugs.
I remember that bit. Okay.
Now an octave. Now the pedal.
Oh, I do actually up here. I remembered it. Oh shit. Bollocks. I don't know. It was one of those, wasn't it?
Lo-fi was all right.
Can't remember.
But well, when it was big
It's a
chord.
big chase, and then you have to
Yeah, and there was a big
You have to do a run, and then you have to catch it again.
No, request resolves to one chord.
Why is there strings on it? What the hell?
Well,
Is it
because
used
on
as the same waveform?
well, because on French
I think I might have
organs of
hit the expression pedal and I brought in the strings on a different track.
But also, I'm just going to say, on a Cavalier Call from Romantic era, you would have strings in your organ. I mean, they don't sound like strings; they sound
Oh,
like.
true enough. But they were like a little too violin-y for my liking. Yeah, where do you come from, guys?
Why does this organ sound so good?
Yes, what is going on?
Yeah, they had some bellow sounds in there too.
Yeah. And then a sample of a guy right at the back of the church going, "We're closing up now. Can you get out?" Almost.
No, it's octave down and then fifth up.
And I have the organ part. Can you do the Hans Zimmer? What the hell was that space movie called again?
Oh, Interstellar.
Interstellar, yeah.
Do you know what? Thinking about it, I wonder.
What you mean Koreanis Katsi from?
It's basically Koreanis Katsi, yeah. Basically, what Philip Glass, right?
That is so weird that you hear
that. Used in Watchmen.
Yeah.
Transformation scene of Miss Dr. Manhattan.
No, damn, isn't it? Yeah, funny enough, that's when you need the bloody strings to come in. And they're not there this time.
I can do.
So what organ library is that?
What?
That's good.
This is Spitfire's precise wording was symphonic organ, I believe.
Which one is that? Is that the one in Union Chapel or is that the one in rugby school?
It might be the rugby school because the second preset is called the Wasps Symphonic Organ. So Wasps being a rugby team, I would assume it's the rugby one.
Yeah, the one they had at Stanford University is pretty good. I go there for the holiday program just to hear the pipe organ.
Yeah, I've seen that one on television actually. It's a real beaut.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when I recorded Interstellar, Templar I think the organist has changed. It's no longer the guy who actually played on Interstellar.
Yeah.
I think, but if you're ever in London and happen to be around, go sit in there. It sounds amazing in there. At all.
Yeah. Absolute. It's not a bad organ, you know.
What, for a posh public school?
Sounds good, man. Do you guys know if Look Mum has got his organ working yet?
Well, he's got more and more. He like keeps putting in wind chests. I don't know. Is the museum still open?
'Cause that's a hell of a project.
Do you know what?
I mean,
hate to admit-
he's making it relatively simple for him, like just having an Arduino per wind chest, basically, and a board with relays for it. So he's definitely, well, he's made the right decision of ignoring all the original console.
Oh, here we go. Excuse me.
Oh, it is open this Saturday. Sadly, I'm busy Saturday. It's also open Sunday. Oh, I could go on Sunday.
Oh, is it close to where you guys are?
No, it's Ramsgate, which is the east end of the Thames.
No.
By the way, the new episode on my band searching soap opera, I got approached by a band asking for a keyboard player.
Alright.
They found me in band mix because in that profile I just updated kind of for fun that I can play keyboards on a beginner level. And so far I get to make the first contact tomorrow on a phone call. They're okay with me being a beginner because they claim that the arrangements are really, really easy. Don't think so, but band sounds good. They're tight. They sound good. So let's see. I'll keep you posted.
Yeah. It's good.
They're also looking for a rhythm guitar. And one of the texts is, well, if you're not too good with keyboards, we could also use a rhythm guitar, so you could also do that. And I thought to myself, yeah, but that's good because I still haven't told them that I could be both. Because I can do either or I can just use the 55 and do both at the same time. Depends what type of keyboard arrangement they need. And obviously, if I can do it with the 55 on the guitar, I'm gonna learn any synth or melody or keyboard part way faster.
But
Yeah, do you know what? It don't do a cello too bad on that, does it? I'm trying to think, what was that bloody Hands one that had a solo cello on it? Recently. I say recent, last 8 films.
Can you hear this one?
I recognise that.
No, not the music, the sound.
Oh, the sound?
Yeah. It's streaming on reverb. That's a given, but... Because it's so funny what they call it in the preset. It sounds very... sample pack thingy. But it's called Jupiter 8 strings. Sorry, JP8.
Really?
I mean, if you take the reverb off.
Done.
No. No. It's more like a Poly 6.
Okay.
What keyboard is that you're playing?
JV 880.
I would have thought more a Polymoog that doesn't sound harsh.
Yeah.
with a very nice filter. But you see what I mean? This is, you can put this in a mix and nobody would think it's a JB8.
No, I don't know how it starts off. If I can't find the start, I never find it. It sounds like it's far too much fucking reverb on it. Anyway.
That sounds almost Tomita there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Bright Stub.
Just some Tomita stuff, yeah.
Where's the funny cat preset?
Yeah.
I don't know. It can be too far away from this one. That's a nice harp.
Is it there or there? It has to be set.
That's like a Vangelis harpy thing.
Yeah.
No, this is cool what it is. When Peter Ustinov is composing whilst he's singing.
That Vangelis says that one track, Oracle of Apollo or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what vocal libraries he used for his stuff? Because he had a lot of cool vocal singing bits in his tracks.
Who?
Vangelis, his later tracks, like the 90s and stuff. He had some choiry, vocally things. And like direct and things like that. What was he using for vocals? Choir.
No, but Emulator 2 was heavy.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't stock libraries, right? Or was he making them?
I mean, some of the stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he might have sampled stuff during the master sessions, because some of the later stuff sounds a bit in the direction of Mask.
Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't have sampled them.
Yeah, because like even on like Ignacio, it hit some really interesting like monk-like male choir stuff. It's kind of haunting. That one you play all the time, Kent? The one track.
I'm trying to think of it actually.
Well, there's one that was the Pete Field Demer from Apocalypse to Animo, but there's the other one you played from Ignacio before. There's a guitar-y sound to it.
Because I must admit, me and Vangelis kind of sort of like took slightly different roads once he started going down that rompler look, that romper feel of his, and it was some of the stuff was getting a little bit sort of like.
Well, 1492 is good. I'm not a fan of the Alexander one. I'm not a fan of, but.
Well, Direct was a great change of direction after all the stuff that came beforehand. Well, I mean, there's obviously Invisible Connections, the one before, which is really weird. And also that it was released on Deutsche Grammophon, the most classical music record label you could find in the world. Vangelis released an album of it. But yeah, Direct is lovely, and it's very digital and romplery. Although it was really before Romplers.
A lot of different styles too. It's a weird album. So much.
Yeah, and also then the opera singer on there.
Well, it's every now and again he throw out something a little bit left field. I mean, like when he did "See You Later."
But even before Bulborg.
Yeah.
Where I was just. I wouldn't be surprised if I was just start tape. Oh yeah, CS80 ring modulator. Well, side 1 done. Okay. New tape. Yep. Start rolling. Good. Side 2 gun. Here's the album.
Here, go up there and move that stick a little bit. You know.
Yes. Yes. But then he did. I think on "See You Later," he's got. Was it "Memories of Green" on the B side?
Yeah.
Which is like, way. Yeah, turn that one up all day long.
No, but all the other stuff on "See You Later" is so amazing.
Yeah. Initially, the A side, I was going, doing the dog at the speaker sort of thing at it.
Yeah. He is a professional singer. We think his voice might develop.
Yeah. Will improve. Yeah, and then it just grew on me. And then I'd have it blaring out on the gramophone and people walking by going, what the fuck is he listening to? The guy's lost it.
But from, when you first started, if you're opening, I can't take it anymore. It's just so depressive. And obviously also seeing the cover, when you have this really washed out sort of surreal cover photo with it.
Yeah.
You just don't know how to take it.
You don't know how it's going to go, do you?
Yeah.
Well, as a kid, they had a lot of his music in TV commercials, like the famous hymn one used for the Ernest and Julio Gallo wine commercials.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's 1492. That's good. Oh no, that's Bounty, right?
It's Bounty.
Bounty, yeah. Sorry. $14.92 does have some good stuff on it, though.
I mean, 1492, the last track on the album, that like 10 minutes of nice jazzy new age, I just think is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Well, even that Bounty track right there, the closing credits have the more almost Blade Runner-y type bit, because there's a lot of CS80 coming into that, where it has a drum beat to it.
Yeah.
But that's all romplers. He made very good use of romplers.
It's a lot of, I think 1492, a lot of Graydly 800 and Emulator 2 still.
Yeah.
And,
But then for the climax of that, you still had to bring the CS80 in.
And I think, and
Right,
D70
yeah, exactly.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the end of the soundtrack album, where it just keeps going, you get CS80 and ring modulator.
Yeah.
You just need to make it Vangelis.
Well, I think that I might have a lot of my contact libraries coming off my external SATA drive because
then it's a spin up.
this is slow. I might have to get myself one of those nice, those nice big SSD drives. Was it 8 terabyte? Can you get 8 terabyte in SSD now?
Yes, yeah.
They're expensive though.
Go on.
You can get 8 terabyte in NVMe too.
What sort of money are we talking now?
Hundreds.
Really?
No, that if you want good, you're talking closer to $1,000. I mean, normal 2.8 or 2.5, 1 terabyte is like 50 quid, 50 to 70.
Yeah.
And NVMe is like probably about 100. Oh no, that's more 200-ish for terabyte.
But I think I've got about somewhere in the region. It's something stupid like about 80 terabyte of drives sitting on USB 3, external with all the various libraries on. I got to get some of the nicer ones, or the ones I use more often, get them internal on those fast whatnot drives. I wonder. I wonder. That would be naughty, though. Let's have a look.
hearing all this other stuff, I can't even think of the Alexander theme. It's so forgettable.
What's that? There's another one. He goes. It's really quiet. Not hurt, no. Ooh. What the hell?
What key is that?
Was that a brown note? There was a
Whose? Oh. Shit, loads of reverb again. Fucking hell. Back it off, back it off, back it off. What's the one that goes? What's the one that goes? Oh no, I know what it is now. Don't worry.
Blade Runner Blues? Is that?
It is Blade Runner. I don't think it's the blues.
Which one is that one? Rachel's theme? Not Rachel's theme, is it?
Something like that.
Possibly.
Whoa!
No, isn't this from China?
It's on the Blade Runner soundtrack, but it's...
No, it's Blade Runner. Trust me.
Is it Blade Runner?
Yeah, it is. But I can't remember if it's Blade Runner Blues or Rachel's theme.
Or another one.
Could be Rachel's, couldn't it?
Yep, it could be.
No. Gone.
That's right around the time where he's saying, "What the hell is happening to me?" in the original version.
What the fuck is going on? It was
It's a wonderful voiceover. Yeah.
I haven't played piano for a while. Weird playing it with a dynamic expression pedal though. What the fuck is that all about? Remove that, thank you.
Do the Petit Phil de Mer again. The bum 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 bum. Remember that one?
No.
You played it several times.
Have I?
Very sad.
Right,
Bum 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 bum. That one. That one, yeah. That's it.
oh. I keep forgetting. My memory is going, mate.
Oh, I know. But it's good so far, though. You know?
Or something like that, wasn't it? That's
Good,
quite
yeah.
that's quite a punchy piano. It needs pulling back, I think, actually. Now the trick is to be able to put strings on an expression pedal underneath it. Yeah, something like that.
I'll put it in the chat if you want to hear the actual track.
Yeah, it would, because it reminded me how it goes.
Okay, quick question. Because this makes no bloody sense. Can anybody tell me what does this sound like?
Vangelis.
No, that wasn't me. That was somebody else.
Oh, okay. Do I get a point?
Not the music, but the sound. Wait, give it a second. No delay.
It's when somebody trying to cross a guitar with a polysynth.
Yes, it's like it's a famous patch on the D50.
Well, Pizza Go-Go.
Yeah, it's like that one. Yeah.
Well,
What's the name?
the Enya one, Pizza Go-Go.
It's like Pizza Go-Go. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because it's meant to be a pizzicato.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right?
but it
Bell
sounds
like
like
the go-go
yeah,
in there too. So.
it sounds like a shared nylon guitar sample.
It's not like
Yes.
the guitar one. Remember guitar?
Oh,
What
no,
it threw
no,
me.
but Guitar 2 is amazing.
Yeah.
Because what it threw me is the name of the patch. Is called Pizza Hut.
Ah.
Like the restaurant.
Oh,
Does it work when you do the Enya thing? Is it?
What's the
What,
anything?
Sail Away, Sail Away.
Yeah. Was it?
Was it Orinoco Flows?
Orinoco Flow. Yeah. You need more reverb on it.
That.
I can't play that.
Sail away, sail away.
That's it.
Yeah. How to get a new kitchen with 3 chords.
How does it go?
So my memory can't be that bad because I remember that.
She had a nice kit. She had a D50, Juno 60. She had some good equipment.
Oh
back
yeah, no, she got some tasty stuff,
Yeah.
didn't she, in her studio? Hello, young lady. How are you? Hey.
then. Oh.
You been asleep, missing your daddy?
Summoned by
Sleep on his
Enya.
head. I tell you what, if we'd started the show, somebody said, "Oh, you know, give it a few hours, they'll be playing Enya." You go, what? What the hell? Hello, baby. What's the matter, my baby girl? Hey. Oh, yes, I know. I love you too so much. Haven't seen you for nearly an hour. Oh, wow. You poor little scrap. Don't lick me glasses. You know I can't see where I'm going afterwards. Well, there's a key I've never played in before. I think, do you know what? If I could rule the world, I'd go, right, everybody play in C. That's it. There are no other keys.
I can play that one.
I'm all right
That
in
one's
C.
easy.
Oh, the guitarist going, no.
No, it's not that bad on guitar. Just that you can't barely use any pedal note.
No.
Well, no, you still can. Because guitar is actually tuned in C
Yeah,
major.
but isn't it sort of like kind of natural to be able to play in E because of the
Yeah,
Nah.
Yeah.
In fact, E is a very awkward key on guitar. C is more likely because you tend to play a lot in A minor.
Oh, okay.
Because E is your open strings.
Yeah.
So unless you use a lot of pedal notes and a lot of open strings, E is a bitch because it's halfway the neck is very deep down.
No, but if you're Dave Gilmour, then you want all your open strings in your solo.
Yes.
How many Dave Gilmours in the world?
I mean, nobody can get away with playing solos as slow as him. Apart, well, Eric Clapton can play slower, but
And then some.
I'm so glad that this bloody machine has 64 gig of RAM in it.
Wow.
Yeah.
really need to upgrade my laptop to 64 at some point.
So many programs do not use it all, but sometimes it's interesting. Oh, here's one that I haven't fired up. What? Are you having a shit or what? Really? I've just fired up Strobe and it goes, you don't own this. I freaking do, mate.
Not again.
I remember paying for the bastard. Oh, God, what is it?
That rings a bell.
Really?
What?
Well, it's Mr. Friends of Mr. Cairo, isn't it?
It is. It's also used in the Untouchables. Morricone grabbed it.
Well, if that's a chromatic ascent level pedal, I mean, I don't think there's anything too original about it. But,
oh, but this does remember. That's interesting. That's a nice sound.
Like it?
Yeah, I like that sound.
Okay, yours.
That's the perfect actor to play Vangelis. What show was it? Wait, was there like 8 out of 10 cards? Or when Matt Berry turned up at Vangelis?
I think it was. Yes, I think it was.
Should we go back to 3 bands? Shooting Stars, Steve Ellis. Matt Berry, Frank Ellis. Oh yeah, Shooting Stars.
It was it?
Shooting Stars.
Yeah.
Fifth bad.
It's nice that Google found that as well after searching for Matt Berry, Frank Ellis.
There we go. That should look me in now. Vangelis is having a giraffe now.
What's the other Vangelis I had stuck in my head for the past days?
Oh, cool. So, according to this, I don't own Strobe anymore. Okay. I'll have to look into that later.
Strobe or Strobe 2?
Strobe 2. Yeah, won't let me have it anymore. Oh. Okay. I hate it when it does things like this. Nope. Great.
That's a weird one.
That's going to be another stressful email to Epics expansion tomorrow. So that does not work anymore.
Hey, Rama, check out the link I just posted. That's the Al Capone track. It sounds just like Mr. Cairo.
Oh, it's Mr. T. Let's get him. Sorry, darling, I was looking the other way.
It's all right. What have I missed?
Playing
House of
Vangelis
Lulin.
and the free jazz.
Free jazz.
So you clearly haven't missed
Extremely.
that. Yeah, you haven't missed really anything.
Yeah.
It's good that you're running around for the free jazz.
Yeah, the free jazz. I'm glad I missed that.
Yeah, you missed the best brass library conversation.
Best
If anyone's
brass
going to
library?
know, you're going to know, aren't you?
What? None. I thought that's what we concluded.
Well, none of the brass libraries.
No, you just need to have them all because
Yeah,
they're
it's true enough. Yeah.
because none of them are amazing at everything.
I think I think that's a fair enough comment.
Well, say you were asked, like, what would be your most likely to go to brass library?
Depends what kind of brass sound you want.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the question's too broad, isn't it?
Yeah, so we ignore any pop or anything else. So just an orchestra. Or is that still too broad?
That's still kind of too broad, really, because
What do you want, trailer or do you want emotional?
yeah, all of that. I mean,
Yeah.
You go. I mean, some of the smaller boutique ones from like musical sampling, their brass libraries are really good. But again, they just tend to do very specific things. Like I think they've got one called Fluid Brass or something, and their legatos are really nice.
Yeah.
But you'll play certain lines on them, and they just sound, literally, they sound amazing. And then you'll play another line on it, and it'll sound shit. And it's kind of a bit. It's yeah. I'll be honest with you. Across the board, if you're going for brass, I mean, across the board, for something that's generally it, I'd probably go VSL.
Yeah.
Although the Berlin stuff is good. The new
orchestral tools.
the junkie, the orchestral tools stuff is really good. Their Junkie XL one is good, but that's massive. I mean, it's like a lot of players, so it's a big sound.
Yeah.
But the Junkie XL, I did on this. There's one thing where they needed a big brass section, and I doubled up. There's a Junkie XL, the VSL Synchron brass, and Spitfire brass, and I layered the 3, and obviously it sounded fucking huge because it's the equivalent of like, you know, I don't know how many hundreds of players, but it sounded great. It sounded really good. But the Junkie XL's good. The orchestral tool stuff, when it comes to brass, are good. And I
mean, the strings are a bit weird, in my opinion.
Their strings are. They're not my the orchestra.
But the sizes, they're like relative, or they're somewhere more than Spitfire chamber strings, but not much more.
Their Berlin strings are nice. I like the Berlin strings. Their normal strings I'm less keen on, but I like their Berlin strings. But I tell you, their best libraries are things like Talhin, the small chamber stuff.
That's been on my list ever since the announcement.
That's a really beautiful library. The choir on that that whole library will just blow you away. But the strings are beautiful because they're really very small, not a lot of vibrato. They're quite small sound, and but the choirs on that. Someone a couple of weeks ago, came down here, and I showed them the choirs in that. And honestly, it was literally the jaw just hit the floor because it was just, they're beautiful. They're all very small. It's very intimate.
For me, Time Macro is...
Time Macro is fantastic. Yeah, and Macro and Micro are fantastic libraries. Yeah. I have to say I'm not that keen on their player. I think their player isn't the best at all. I preferred it when it was in, because I've got all their Metropolis stuff as well, which is all really good.
I mean, but the player does have a feature that you can resample.
No! It's just
but that's sort of all the annoying things of it has that sort of is the one counter argument, because that's one thing that it's impossible to do with Contact.
Mm-hmm.
So the one reason to go into a known player it actually has there, whereas any other reason is just like slightly BS that anybody gives. Oh no, we can't do this in Contact.
Yeah.
Well, you're not doing clever stuff like rare harmonic, so
yeah.
You're just doing boring sample playback and crossfading. You're not doing any clever shit.
Yeah.
You can do it in Contact. You just don't want to, because fair, but
no,
annoying.
I don't blame them doing it, because I mean I know, you know, if you're gonna do Contact players libraries, and they charge a fortune, and I charge a fortune.
Is it 5 or 10%?
I don't know. All I know is
it is a relatively high number considering
it is
how
something.
How little NI does with Contact.
Absolutely, they don't have anything. They don't do next to fuck all basically, but they charge. Yeah, I know it's a large percentage, because I mean, obviously when I was, kind of because I know all the Spitfire guys, and I know that's why they've kind of moved away from it because of that.
Yeah.
Because of that, because they just charge too much.
Well, that and its limitations.
It has good, but I mean, for these kind of libraries,
you can work around the limitations. Do you need a pack that includes everything and all mic positions? No.
Yeah, no, exactly. I know it's yeah. It's just I mean I use it loads, but it's just not my favorite. It's not my favourite player, that's all. But yeah, the orchestral libraries there are some fantastic, really fantastic libraries.
Is your 80 still on?
It is.
Yeah, mine too.
Oh, it's
and before I logged on, I literally did just. I spent about 10 minutes just going, "Oh, this is a nice patch." Just written done something nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought, shall I store it? Then lifted up the little flap and just went, nah. We won't do that.
We just won't touch the panel.
We haven't got a couple of days to spare.
Yeah. Not that you'll get it right anyway.
Yeah.
What do you not have your vernier calipers around to like push for faders?
Put it this way. I've done more travelling than most riders can.
Yeah. No, but I did just. It's a nice patch.
Yeah.
Yeah, just had a good.
That's coming from the agrophobic in the room.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's so difficult when it comes to all of these libraries to turn around and which is the best, or honestly, it's just. I mean, it's like, I mean, the one that's always gets me is I've lost count how many fucking solo cello libraries I've got. I mean, a lot.
Bonjour.
Hey.
Bonjour, ça va?
Fucking Judy.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Monsieur Gleuve. Glaive.
I don't know how you'd say that in French. How are we?
Le gleu. Jim Le gleu.
Ça va bien, très bien, et vous?
Ah, ça va bien.
So, did you like the title?
I did, very much. Brilliant. Oh,
Except it wasn't in Yorkshire, was it?
No.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Yeah.
I think we like to count as
It was
northern.
north, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Where was it?
North.
In Derby. It's my own Emom night
excellent.
that I put on.
How did it go?
Really well, really well. It's like really sort of eclectic mix. Loads of people making their live debuts, actually, both sort of at an Emom and in general, which was absolutely awesome. Yeah, in fact, I was the only person who had played the Derby Emom before everyone else was new, which was awesome.
Oh, wow.
Really cool.
Hey, dude.
So the set went all right, did it?
Yes. Yes.
You had a lot of fun with Electron.
But I played it safe. I only had one Electron box for this, just the Digiton.
What you just did play.
And I played guitar, that thing with like wood and six strings.
Yeah, I've seen them.
That's
Yeah, I've seen
fabulous.
them. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get them from China, don't you?
Wake me back up. Wake me up again when it's...
You're mumbling like an old man, are you?
That's probably what some of the audience were like, to be fair, Ty, because it was quite downbeat. We had this like half-hour ambient section in the middle, so there's a guy doing like stuff with a 4-track, sort of feeding back stuff through this 4-track and with a dictaphone. It's like really cool.
Yeah.
He's creating these soundscapes with that, which I need to speak to him about and work out what the hell he was doing.
Well, you need to talk to Robert as well about his ambient jazz. It's quite something.
Right. Okay.
Quite something, I tell you. It doesn't require any rhythm whatsoever.
I'm sensing irony, and I wasn't even here, Jim. So.
Yeah. It's a free-form jazz odyssey in front of a festival crowd.
Yeah. Right. It's amazing what you can do with a double bass and a church organ.
It always works.
Has this been captured on this stream?
Oh, yes.
Oh
yeah.
Oh,
I don't think there was any church organ actually.
I was about to say
great,
but I'm not so sure if that's a good thing or not.
It was me playing some really dodgy bass on the keyboard.
All right. Is that how you summoned the tie into the room?
It
didn't work.
I mean,
we were playing Vangelis for a long time.
Yeah.
And then eventually filled up.
But the bass playing was fascinating because I've never heard so many keys in one key.
One single phrase.
It was like, where are we now?
It was a general C minor with a lot of chromaticism in there.
Yeah.
Tons of how you call it, intentions and resolutions.
No chromaticism.
Do you want to hear my double bass story?
Go for it.
Sure.
So, I'm trying to think how much I can tell you. He'll never get to see this.
Is there any nudity?
No.
Just about names, places, and dates.
No.
Yeah.
So,
it's not like this is public.
So, yeah. That's fine. So, Danny Thompson, best living double bass player. They played with Nick Drake, David Sylvian, did all the talk stuff. Danny Thompson is fucking just dream double bass player.
Does he still play?
Yeah, although he's getting old. I mean, he's getting on a bit now.
Because I mean, I would disagree on your best, but then if he still plays, then I will give you that because
yeah. No, I love double bass when it's double, and all I know is I tell you what it is. The thing is, what I love about Danny is the fact that he knows when not to play. It's that age-old thing. He's so musical. So one of the sessions so I was doing a solo album with an artist. I'm not going to say who the artist is because otherwise you can start tracking it. So I'm doing it with an artist, and we're kind of doing the production and we basically I'd do all the double bass on, kind of samples, and we're there going, oh, it'd be great if we could, if we got a real double bass player to play this. And I said, yeah, but the only double bass player that I'd have play this would be Danny Thompson, because he's the only one that could play it like it. Yeah. So, well, why don't we ask him? It's just like, no, he won't be interested in this. I mean, it was a big artist, They used to play with a very big band, and it was their solo album. And I went, no, I can find out. Anyway, we tracked down Danny, and he agreed to do it. Really lovely guy, and he's so amazing that you'd turn around and go, oh, do you want the chords? Do you want the? No, mate. Just play me the track once, and you'd play him the track once, and then he'd just do a take, and it would be like jaw dropping, just fucking amazing. And then you go, can we do it again? Oh, yeah, I'll do it again. And he'd do it completely different, and it would be just as amazing. And then he'd do it the third time, and it would be just as completely different again, and just as incredible. And I was just sitting there thinking, fuck, how am I going to choose from these? Because they were all completely different and all incredible. Anyway, but anyway, we did this. So we did this track. I think we did 4 tracks with him. I think it was 4 tracks. And there was a middle section of one of the tracks, and so basically the song structure was essentially the song, and then the guy that I was doing the album with basically just went, just do anything you like in these 3 minutes here, and then come back to the song. So in this 3 minutes, I did this really fancy orchestral bollocks. When we actually did the recording with Danny, he did all these takes of everything, but this middle section, it never kind of gelled. It just didn't work as well as the rest of it. Anyway, so I was given free reign to do whatever I liked. So I just thought, do you know what? Fuck it. So Danny did the top. Danny did the end. In the whole middle section, it was me and samples. But we never told him. And to this day, Danny basically, he listened to it and went, I don't remember playing this bit. And of course we're there going, oh, you did? And he just went, yeah, sounds fucking good. Yeah. And once we told him he'd played it, he'd convinced himself in his head that he had played it. But the whole middle section, it's all samples. But I literally matched the tone, because he's got a beautiful tone, and I matched the tone with samples, so it was literally identical. And you couldn't tell, and you still can't tell, where he real playing stops and the samples start, and then it goes back to the rest of the songs, and you have no idea.
Well, it's more testament to you, isn't it?
It took fucking forever, believe me. Because also bearing in mind we didn't have the lives we've got now, so it was a double bass sample in Giga Studio.
Oh,
I think it was Garriton. I think it was the Garriton double bass.
Wow.
They have a great library.
It was beautiful sound, but trying to match it with with Danny Thompson's sound was fucking difficult. But I mean, it's literally seamless. You cannot tell.
Wow.
Where they come and where they finish and stop. But yeah, Danny Thompson is such a lovely guy. But yeah, all the stuff he did with David Sylvian. I mean, I'm like David Sylvian. I fucking love David Sylvian. And on Secrets of the Beehive, he's double bass playing. He's just sublime. Sorry, Rob, you're going to say?
For me, I would always have to be Eberhard Weber, a double bass player, who all the ECM stuff he did.
Oh God, yes.
All the work with Jan Garbarek.
Yeah.
And he also completely unique tone with his semi-acoustic bass.
Yeah.
And a match, but he can no longer play.
Okay.
Which is like,
I'll be honest with you. I don't think Danny. I shouldn't say this because I was saying, Danny. I think Danny's got many more years left in him because
he had a stroke a few years back.
And that's always going to put a bit of a bosh on things.
Yeah. Well, it's like Jan Garbarek's band slowly dying. I mean, Keith Jarrett had a stroke a few years ago as well. Who's gone? Who else played regularly with him? I can't remember. I mean, some of the other ECM drummers, but they're not too well either.
Do you know what? There was that period in the kind of late 90s, the stuff that ECM were putting out. There was some really...
I think from the 80s onwards, when it got weird in a good way and really atmospheric.
Yeah.
I mean, Ebert Weber's solo albums I absolutely love. Jan Gabarek's 90s stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, or Officium I put in one corner because that is not really him, and it is very Marmite-y, that album.
Hang on a minute, I'm just having some kind of. I think I must be having a fucking stroke here because I'm actually agreeing with Rob on stuff here, and I'm suddenly feeling quite uneasy about things. I'm not really.
You're tired, mate.
Fucking hell! I'm just
exhausted.
Overall, what's happening?
You're not the only one who's uneasy about this.
You found common ground. Good God!
It brings people together.
Yeah, exactly. There's got to be common ground somewhere.
Perhaps you've got low testosterone levels there.
What really? No, they're quite high.
Well, apparently, have you seen all this stuff about Mercury in retrograde? And apparently, is there six planets or something? I don't know. It's all in retrograde, and so apparently the world is all a bit off kilter at the moment, anyway, because of this. And there's a whole load of shit about. I can't say it's shit. Some people don't believe in it.
No, it's shit.
Yeah, but anyway, there's a whole load of stuff. It's all about Mercury being in retrograde, and there's so many planets, and it's all a big thing. The world is all. So maybe this is what it is. I'm gonna have this conversation with Rob in a couple of weeks' time when Mercury isn't in retrograde. Turning around and going, "You're talking shit."
No, fuck
off. Yeah, I'm trying to find my astrological charts and my astrological calendar. It must be somewhere. Where's the bin?
The best thing is that the actual ecliptic where the planets flow goes outside of the zodiac. So when they say something's in the house of something, meaning the constellation of, sometimes it's not even the fucking zodiac at all. So have them figure that out, right?
Mercury's in the back garden.
Hey, I'm sensing
don't try to apply logic to astrologers.
I know. Well, here's the sad thing is astrology actually started astronomy, but then it became a joke. So the ancient astronomers were astrologers.
Yes, but when it no longer became about observing and just doctrine and
controlling your life and all that shit,
and following in something ancient rather than advancing it and going by your own observations, that's when it fell.
One day, I'm not going to do it tonight. One day I'll tell you about my interesting story when I went to Glastonbury and had my chart done, my life chart done. That was interesting.
How's that worked out?
That was fucking no, honestly, scary.
Well, really? Is that when you were still supposed to become a hairdresser?
No. This was long after I was a hairdresser. They basically
missed vocation.
Honestly, it kind of it goes on. So I'm not going to bore you with it. But basically, they knew about the car crash. So this was years after the event.
Well, they probably saw you had a TVR in a car park.
No, this was Glastonbury.
They go, it's obviously going to happen eventually.
No. This was
You will touch a tree.
That will never stay on the road for long.
I'm trying to think when this was.
Big obstacle will come in your path.
This is about 4 years after it, and they did this whole chart thing, and they basically turned around and they were doing lots of things apart from basically saying that I was a lucky fucker. I mean, just generally, and where the planets were aligned and all this kind of thing. And they basically turned around and went, "You've only ever had one trauma in your life," and they said how many years ago it happened, and that was it. And they were doing all this thing with where the planets were. They also said, I think I've said this before, that where they do your date of birth, your place of birth, to the hour and all this kind of thing. And this woman got so fucking excited. I mean, like genuinely excited, because apparently, I'm just going to say apparently, and I've also remembering what I can remember from back then, because it was a few years ago.
At Glastonbury.
Exactly. No, absolutely, absolutely.
Anybody remembers.
So apparently we obviously have 12 houses. But apparently there is a 13th. Apparently where the 12 join, apparently there's a gap. There's a kind of slither, and some certain people apparently within this, and these are very special people. Anyway, this woman got very excited turning around and going, I've never actually met anyone in this sliver. And I'm thinking, she just says this to fucking everybody. Anyway, my girlfriend was having her chart done. Okay. Hers was incredibly like boring and dull and whatever. And at the time, there was a standing joke going on between her and I, with me going, she actually bought me a patch that said, rather than prefect, it said perfect, because I kept going, I'm really special, I'm really special. And this woman came out talking to her, the woman that was in her things, turning around and going, I found her so-and-so, so-and-so. And I was going to the girlfriend going, tell her what you've told me. And the woman just turned around to my girlfriend and turned around and went, he's really special. And it was just, because apparently when you're in this gap, you're meant to be very spiritual and into healing and all this kind of thing. Anyway, but I'm one of these in this gap. Got very excited, and then did this whole thing with planets, and then started telling me about the accident and what was going to happen, and certain things I can't tell you, but certain things absolutely 100% happened. And it's all. I mean, it's kind of half of me wants to know think it's bollocks, and then the other bit's going, yeah, well, maybe something. But...
No, what is crazy about astrology is that for being, as you said, bollocks, how often do they hit on the nail? It's like, It's like there's actually some science behind it and something that can actually be predicted.
Well, it's social engineering, ultimately.
Yeah, probably. Most likely.
Yeah, but there's also suggestion.
Yeah, that's the people who
can I
talk
just
to
point?
the
No.
spirits and all that stuff.
Can I? No. I do need to point all this out. There was no suggestion for the simple fact that I wasn't. That she didn't ask me to say anything. I didn't say anything. They literally told me. So it's not like, I said before when I kind of had my palm read and all that kind of bollocks. And I actually followed all of that up. I think I said before, I followed all that up because I thought it was such a load of bollocks. I went to loads of things and had loads of things done and basically to prove the point that it was bollocks. With the reading, I didn't actually say anything. It wasn't a case of them saying, oh, does this ring any bells? And what does this mean to you? And all this kind of thing. She literally, I just sat there in silence, no feedback. She just told me everything. She didn't, at no point did she say, does this mean anything to you? It was literally just, she said, this is what I'm seeing.
This, and this.
Yeah, exactly. And no feedback because
well, you're still giving non-verbal feedback.
Probably, but still.
Oh my God, can I just say, I'm not just saying,
reading.
No, I understand that. The detail that you went in isn't the kind of thing you could have got from me raising an eyebrow or my eyes, it was...
It's a lot of things they call out are things that happen to everybody. Everyone gets in car crashes. Everyone, there are various things that just happen to people.
Okay, yeah.
You will meet a man or woman. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So, sometimes is that is generic as that because as Synthetic says, yes, is the percentages are humongous, are so big that it's not even funny.
But it's also nice to have a little bit of mystery in the world as well.
I'm just saying
a little bit of magic going on as well.
Stuff and it didn't match when they tried to do some of it on me.
Oh no, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The girlfriend who had hers done at the time, I mean, basically hers was as vague as was. It could have been anybody. You could have literally just taken anybody and stuck it in, and it was all that kind of thing.
You're saying your girlfriend's generic.
I can't put. She's an ex. So I can't.
Apparently, the woman sort of like elbowed her and said, "I wouldn't get too comfortable."
So they're also trying to tell you that your life is already planned out for you, which is total nonsense.
Yeah,
it is planned when they read it to you.
Well, yeah, then you're going to live that plan. Oh, I got to do that. Then I guess it's all set up for me.
Yeah,
that's one. If you had that type of mind, yes, you'll try to behave like that. No, but it's
unusual to have it where it's very specific, though.
Yeah, it was. Honestly, they basically
because they're really opening themselves up. Otherwise, aren't they?
Shall we get?
You are going to become a cosmonaut.
Should we get into the discussion about free will and predeterminism then?
Yeah,
exactly.
We're not reciting. Been a while since we've had a fight.
I'm on the side that even if the future is written, I think it's written on pencil.
Or crayon.
You have your event horizon, so there is predeterminism anyway.
Well, yeah.
It's written in disappearing ink. How's that?
I think it's written in piss. Let's face it, it's written in piss.
That's disgusting.
It's a 4-dimensional cone. Your event horizon, and that's how it's written.
I really mean it. I think it's written in pencil. Is something that you can rewrite, and you are rewriting every second.
It's impossible to kind of tell.
Absolutely. Jim, you're right. I think it's absolutely impossible to start. And all I know is, in the same way that, I think everyone knows my view on religion, it's all a total load of fucking shit and bollocks. I think a lot of this is in exactly the same realm. I think the difference is, I think there's so much shit that we don't understand. There's so much bollocks that we don't understand. Whether we'll ever understand as mankind, I have no idea. But at the moment, we understand so little. And I think what I find more worrying is the fact that we presume that we know
everything.
We do. We kind of presume we know, but we don't. And I think
all of that applies until you meet somebody who's a flat earther, and then you are by law allowed to hit him with a house brick.
No, there are certain things that fucking apply. That there's, there are certain things that you can prove. That's the difference. There are certain things you can prove,
this is it.
But there's then a whole realm where they're going, I can't kind of, we can work out from a scientific perspective, but we can't prove it. And I think they're the bits where you kind of go, there's a bit of an allowance there.
So the thing is, you take into account, you've got a flat earther, they have a very limited understanding of the world, basically wrong. And, if you apply...
Well, they're usually Bible beaters, so they're already fixed in a mindset. So,
so Dunning-Kruger sort of applies, so they don't know how fixed and incorrect their beliefs are. And just like and their understanding of the world, and everybody's understanding has a limit. And so we could essentially be like real dumb fucks and have no understanding of how the world actually works. And there's another sort of being that has a much greater understanding of life, the universe, and possible dimensions than we do, because our puny little brains can't comprehend it. So, yeah,
all of that, totally spot on. Yeah, I don't think you can argue with that.
All I know is I know nothing.
Well, I just think, I
don't to accept the limits of your own understanding.
Oh my God!
Well, there are only two things that are infinite: the universe and human stupidity.
Yeah.
I'm unsure about the
it's only getting worse.
I'm not sure about the universe.
In fact, I haven't seen so much backpedaling since the Tour de France.
What's
backpedaling?
But that's exactly
because even I've gone, but we don't know, do we? Whereas to start with, it's like astrology, fuck off. But now you say that.
No. Yeah. I think it's just exactly. I think the stuff you can prove and the stuff
Has anyone read Synchronicity by Carl Jung?
No, but I've heard the album by the Police.
Yeah, it's good.
And love it. Me too, and love it.
Yeah.
But I mean, because even
one of Carl Jung's works that's not completely racist.
Because even with flat earthers, right? And I go, well, look, if I meet a flat earther and I go, well, you're an idiot because it's a globe. However, as an observer, I haven't seen it. I believe it. I believe it is a globe.
What? Have you never been up a coast seeing a ship?
Yeah, you see the effects.
Hello, agoraphobic. Yeah, right. No, I've never seen the Earth outside. I have never seen the Earth from space.
No, but you see the effect outside. Look at the sun from the blue sky.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, when I say it's a globe,
light refraction.
Yeah, when I say it is a globe, there is a percentage of that is. I believe it is a globe, because in terms of I have never physically been able to see the Earth as a globe.
But you believe the facts that they put in front of you.
And I see the evidence and everything else. So even then, with something as concrete as that, there's an element of belief.
You've seen a lunar eclipse, and that's the Earth, casting a shadow. So
Well, exactly, but that's evidence rather than actually seeing the Earth as a globe.
yeah, so that's all you
Again,
got.
yeah,
Right? I mean,
but the evidence says it's a globe, and you go, so you believe it's a globe from the evidence. And what a flat earther does is not believe the evidence.
Yeah, but these are all exactly the same people that will just try and find conspiracy theories in anything. We all know there are certain things in this world that we know that when all this conspiracy theory about everything, anyone with half a brain knows that realistically certain things, yeah, we don't know the truth on certain things. We all know that. But there are a certain breed who will basically just try and find them in literally anything, that nothing is real, that everything is, something, it's the government doing some kind of bullshit.
But the thing is, there's a common thread in this, in that for these people, it's like the idea that somebody is in control is actually really comforting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because
they can't cope with the reality that it's fucking chaos.
Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same
It's
way.
organized chaos.
It's the same way that it's people who will always blame someone else, because if they blame someone else, it can never be them.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same way of And I know. I mean, I can't. I know people who are that. They always blame other people for everything. All the shit that happens in their life is always someone else's
Somebody
fault.
else's.
And it's never their fault. And they get comfort in the fact that they're right. It's nothing to do with them.
Yeah.
Their comfort is the fact that it's everyone else. Whereas my attitude is basically, I'm just seeing the common denominator in all of this shit, and but it's exactly the same for flat earthers. You do, I'm going to say, if you're a flat earther, there's a whole lot of other conspiracy theories that you also believe in, that you're searching out.
There's a whole world of that.
One of my favorite flat earth things is I got this camera that takes these pictures. You won't believe what it shows you. You've never seen this before. It's like, what do you? It's a camera on Earth. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
The most basic physics is just thrown out the window.
Going back to astrology, the way I like to look at it is that, following this train of thought that obviously is flawed because I have no proof of anything, the same way that the position of the moon affects the tides, there's some energy, there's some force, gravitational, call it X, that is able to change at least the position, the relative position of matter. Because we don't know everything, we can't measure everything in the universe, and as you said, there's a chunk of knowledge that is not allowed to us. Why are we so sure that there are not similar types of forces in the universe, according to the position of planets and galaxies, that can have an effect on certain people?
Look, in the
It's
same
quite
way,
possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the same, exactly. In the same way that a shark can smell blood in seawater 1 part in a million, is it?
Yeah.
Right? We may be able to, even subconsciously, without really knowing about it, detect shifts in gravitational fields, even within our own solar system. We
It's
can't
very
measure it, and we
unlikely.
don't know. It's very unlikely, but it's also
It's possible.
Possible.
It makes sense,
what,
at least.
what you were saying, Ty, about Mercury in retrograde. If there is a disturbance, as it were, or a change in the way the gravitational pull is working on the surface, even in the most minute way, maybe some people are quite susceptible to it.
No,
and
can I just? I will turn around and say there's one person in my life who, this whole thing about when it's kind of new moon and all this kind of thing and changing the
Moon phases, yeah.
Yeah.
Moon phases, sorry.
And I will tell you for a fact that it literally is. It is always. I can guarantee when there's a new moon, their personality changes completely. I mean,
I'm one
literally,
of them.
Completely.
Yeah.
And I initially,
not completely,
I used to see it as a kind of, not a flaw or not an excuse. I used to kind of, oh God, here we go again. The whole. But then you realize it really is it's not. They can't do anything about it. They just, it does affect them in in some way.
Yeah.
And you kind of, that kind of stuff I can accept in the same way that we don't kind of quite know why or how or whatever. But at the same time, you have to just sit there. Do you remember when do you remember in the good old days when Sass was on? No, when Sass was on and he was talking about all that shit about synthesis. Oh, we've reached the edge and we're never going to be able to move forward and all that kind of bollocks. And we've come as far. And I think I wasn't on that show, but I remember just like watching it, just turning around and going, that's not how the world works. There is you get to no limit where you turn around and go, I know everything now, or, we're not going to be able to move forward with synthesis. We found everything out. It's no different from all this shit. It's no different from science.
Yeah.
Because you always like to think we're finding out, we're discovering more. And I mean, I know we always use the cliche of look what we have now. Look, imagine 100 years ago, people seeing the world as it was, as it is now. They wouldn't be able to comprehend it. And then 100 years before them, they wouldn't be able to comprehend how it was in the 1920s. That's how the world works, and it should be that way. And this is, I think, the difference between science and in my head, the science and religion. Is the fact that science is you're forever learning, you're forever discovering, and spirituality within science. You're always discovering, you're always learning. You have to keep an open mind that we don't know everything. And I think that's the problem I have with religion, that it's like kind of almost some kind of comparison.
Even if you reach the edge where you think you know everything and there's not any more knowledge to be found, that is, in my opinion, the duty of the science community to keep making question it. But is it really the limit?
We never know. It's the same way that I'm not being funny when it comes to music and doing what I'm doing. I'm a clever fucker and know what I can do well and what I can't do. But I learn every single day. And I've always said the day I stop learning about what I'm doing, the day I stop learning about
that's
writing
a wasted
music,
day.
well, no, it'll be the day I fucking pop my clogs. That'll be the day I stop learning.
There's always more to learn.
Absolutely, and it shouldn't just be with the music. It should be in life in general.
Yeah,
absolutely. If you stop learning,
and science above everything.
Yeah, you've got to keep moving forward
and keep asking questions. But what if?
Yeah.
What if? And what if? And for instance, music and synthesis. There's another thing that I would like to point out is human. I'm probably not using the right words or the right names, but human physiology. The same way that we've been studying that the human race is becoming taller and taller and taller, and is aging, is living for longer and longer, and is changing this and is changing that, and these aspects of the human physiology is slowly changing or adapting, or the survival of the fittest. There's even in this society where we think we've conquered death and illness, and we live as much as we can pay for. The fetus is still prevailing, is the one passing the genetic expansion. Who is to say that in these years that since we start having synthesizers, human hearing, the actual device that we use for hearing, has not been evolving to adapt to these new frequencies or these new intensities or this new complexity? Because the way I see it, if you study music backwards, you realize that, maybe I'm talking shit, because yes, classical music is really complex, but not really complex in the fact that there's too much things going on. It's complex that it's using many pieces to try and create one idea. But actual pop music is the opposite. It's trying to put in the music many ideas at the same time. Prog metal, math metal, basically is modern jazz. Is pushing the boundaries of how human brains and human hearing can appreciate, and how many things happening musically at the same time can we follow, and that amount is increasing on every generation. But I don't know.
Yeah, I don't agree with a lot of that, if I'm honest.
What do you mean?
Right. I don't that.
Evolution doesn't really work like that.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, there's no evolutionary driver for a development of that nature.
No, I mean they're two different things. The thing about the way we hear things developing, that I don't. I mean, from my, look, I'm not going to say I know everything at all, but I don't think that that's how evolution would work in terms of hearing, and in terms of trying to compare, you know, kind of music from 300 years ago with what we have now is and in any way,
say it.
It's just they're very different. They're very different things. I mean, in terms of
but that's my point.
But in their what
humanity has moved on.
I think you've just broken tie.
It's
that's impossible.
It's not
we know that's impossible.
Music's gone. I mean,
but this is a bit of an ignorant Western European point of view, because if you look at South Indian music, then the mathematical complexity that's been in there for hundreds of years,
and hasn't moved
generation to generation.
Hasn't it's developed, but it hasn't. You know, it's essentially, you could listen to a piece of Indian music from today and compare it to a piece of Indian music from 200 years ago, 300 years ago.
Ty, sorry, my system is breaking out. Can you start again, please?
So I said you
from
could
the
listen
beginning.
To a piece
Yes.
of Hey everyone!
He was born in 1975.
My name's Ty.
Yeah.
So you could listen to a piece of Indian music from today. And you could listen to a piece of traditional Indian music from 200-300 years ago, and whilst they wouldn't be identical, there would be a huge amount of similarity. If you listen to a piece of Western classical music from 300 years ago, and listen to a piece of thrash metal written yesterday, you'd be struggling to, you know, kind of. I think my view of thrash metal is so awful that I find it difficult to even comment.
It's not so much about the hearing, is it? Surely it's about how
about the hearing.
The data is perceived by the brain.
It's the perception of music being music. I think that's the thing. And exactly as Rob said, is that outside of the Western world, the music would still be perceived as music hundreds of years later. I think it's only the way that we can't compare classical music from 300 years ago with music, you know, now, because it's not. I don't want to sound like a fucking old granddad, but a lot of modern music, you know, when your dad used to turn around and go,
say it.
This isn't music. This isn't music.
It's not.
And used to go, oh yeah, but it isn't. A lot of music it's not fucking music. It's not.
Why? Why it's not? Why is not? What
Could
isn't it just
could it
evolution?
also be that maybe there is some sort of development
exactly
in the brain?
I can't.
So certain music will sound good to you when you're younger than when you're older.
I tell you what the problem is. I can't see. I think the problem I have, and this may be a very personal thing, is the fact that you cannot call it an evolution or development, because it's a fucking. It's musically, it is literally like us going back to caveman times.
Okay.
That's the problem I have. That it's not an evolution or development. It's literally like going back to the absolute basics of what I'm going to call music. Because
my point is on a shorter scale. My point is my grandfather, my grandparents called the Beatles noise.
Oh, that's every generation does that. Every
and
generation.
And that's my point. And that's my point. But every next generation finds a noise that their children would find boring, and then move and create their own noise. And that's what I mean by the evolution of humanity. The fact that, and I know I need to oversimplify this example, otherwise I'm not going to be able to put it across, is let's say that at one point a human brain could follow one rhythm, one melody, and one harmony. Suddenly, because getting used to that 1, 1, and 1, somebody comes and puts 1, 1, and 2. At the first, every generation says, "Oh, no, that's noise. That's too busy." Like in Amadeus film, the emperor said, "Oh, it's too many notes." Yeah, but
no, I don't think it's that. No, I don't think it's that. Because what you have to take into account here is the social aspect of this as well. Kids are going to like music that their parents don't like because their parents don't like it. But if you're talking about music being more complicated later on, well, rap is a guy talking.
You cannot say that. You cannot turn around and say that music is more complicated.
No, that's what I'm saying. No. That's what I'm saying. It's not that. Because rap is literally a rhythm and a guy shouting, speaking over the top of it. That's not as complex as Mahler.
I was about to say, go and listen to a Mahler symphony.
Yeah.
Go and listen
I love
to
Mahler.
I love Mahler.
Go and listen to. I mean, I'm not a great fan of Mendelssohn, but go and listen to some of the counterpoint in Mendelssohn. Go and listen to any of that, and then
listen to Bach.
Go and listen to some Bach, which obviously there's not that many, but listen to the interweaving lines, listen to the counterpoint, listen to the complex harmony, and then skip forward, go and listen to some Berio, go and listen to some, kind of Xenakis, who isn't my favorite again, but go and listen to the way go and listen to Ligeti, and then go and listen to some fucking dance music, or go and listen to some thrash metal, and you cannot use the words like development or what you're basically saying is it's like turning around to Mahler and just saying to Mahler, go and sit at the piano and just bang as many fucking notes as you like, as loud as you like. In 150 years' time, we're going to call that music.
Yes, that's exactly it, because that's what's happening generation after generation. And I'm not saying that those composers were simpler, because they weren't. Some of them made things that would make math rock go
some
pale.
Of them, not some of them. I mean, any half decent composer from over the last however many years. Not some of them.
That was another peak.
Any of them have a level of musicality and a level of knowledge about music that a fraction of the people that call themselves musicians now have anywhere near.
I know.
Anywhere near. All I'm saying is you can't say that in any way, shape, that modern pop music is in any way more complicated than it gets. Nowhere near the complexity of traditional classical music. It gets nowhere near it.
Yes.
Nowhere near.
Good. Can you realize that I'm agreeing with you?
You see, well, what I'm hearing is that you're saying the opposite. Am I the only one hearing it that you're saying the opposite? Or is
I'm not saying the opposite. I'm saying that apart from agreeing with you, there's another fact that you choose to call de-evolution or reverse evolution or going back to the
total retrograde,
origin.
Totally,
retrograde. Good. And I don't like to call it that, because to me every generation is entitled to listen to whatever they choose to listen. And my point is that yes, we've gone through a reset point in music. We've gone back to basics, rock and roll, 1950s rock and roll, or Charleston in the 30s or 20s. But we're also heading to a new peak of complexity, plus the new layers that the new technology, in the amount of instruments you can hear at the same time, the amount of harmonic notes we're playing at the same time, and the speed that we're playing nowadays, that, sorry, I've never seen any classical musician play at that speed. You can call it that, thank God they didn't, and I can't disagree with that.
I
But
yeah, I'm not.
Nowadays, virtuosos are way faster than even Paganini. You would say, yeah, but that's pointless because the only thing they do is noise. Sure, I can't argue that because that's a matter of taste. I list in my book, but
you want to see fast? Look at Glenn Gould play Bach on piano.
Who?
Glenn Gould playing Bach on piano. That guy's fucking fast.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever heard Gravity Blast?
No.
Yeah, but fast is not necessarily compact.
I was going to say this is
yes,
Right.
and that's why I said
no. For instance, when you're talking about lots of instruments, I mean, a standard full orchestra has how many? Sorry,
has the repetitions of what is 7 families of instruments, many units of it, but now we're talking about synths that can play 128 voices and 64 layers multitimbral, and if you put 3 of those in a band, in a 3-piece band, you could be playing the same amount that an orchestra. Put 3 more members in that same band.
No. I'm not. No.
What?
No, because lots of sounds,
No.
not lots of notes.
No, that's not how it works.
Not only that, but this isn't evolution. This is not biological evolution. Your ear will not change based on the music you listen to.
You cannot compare writing for an orchestra or doing arrangements for an orchestra with sticking 3 synth players playing chords. No matter that's not.
I'm not comparing it. I'm agreeing. It's not the same at all. But doesn't it require a higher effort by the listener to follow than it requires to listen to?
No, absolutely not.
No,
Really?
I don't think so.
No,
people listen.
No.
When people listen to music, they listen to what appeals to them. They listen to the music.
Go and listen to some Stravinsky. Go and listen to some Stravinsky around 1910, 1912. And you cannot follow. Kind of individual lines because there's so much going on. There is so much, to take in, and this is why this is.
Don't we just reduce it to an orchestra stab now? Jing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's all we do now.
Yeah.
And you can't compare that to no.
So according to you, we will never ever reach that peak of craft of musicianship.
Well, I don't think that's where the craft is.
No.
If you had like for instance, I did a track here, and I go, oh look, this computer can do maybe 2,000 tracks of 2,000 individual instruments. Now, what I end up with, if I say that I do 270 tracks, and everything is a completely different sound, it's all doing different things and everything, and it's like especially if you're doing it around a 4/4, and you can just keep adding and bringing in stuff and bringing in stuff.
That's black MIDI.
Yeah, so you do all that. Doesn't necessarily mean you've reached a pinnacle point. 9 times out of 10, what you reach is a fucking mess, and you go right. Well, get rid of this, get rid of this, and get rid of this until you get something that you can listen to. Simple as that. But there's no advancement to it. You see what I mean? It's not like we are more capable of listening to multiple frequencies all at the same time than we did 100 years ago. It's exactly the same. It's just
it's like putting 3 Jackson Pollock paintings on top of each other and saying it's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
It doesn't work.
Let's get rid of them by Mondrian instead.
Yes.
Well, at no point I've said that modern music is better.
No, I'm not saying better. I'm saying there is no involvement. There's no involvement because you were saying about now, human hearing evolving, and we'll be able to hear more frequencies. And it's no, because it's still coming through the same air.
You still have to consider.
Basically, there's no biological driver for that to happen. There's no. Unless we're suddenly being preyed upon by things that emit sounds at like 30 kilohertz, that would be the only way, over generations, we would actually develop better hearing. That's not going to happen.
Not
hopefully
generations though.
Yeah.
Well, there's a
And
reason
they
why
would not-
cats can hear 100k and we hear at 20k and dogs hear at 40k.
Yeah,
It's,
but my
it's
point
driven
is not.
by physical pressures and
Yes, my point is not
predators
that
and
human
everything.
hearing is gonna reach 30k. My point is that brain evolution of where the Homo sapiens or the Homo erectus of the next Homo, the Homo futuris, might start being able to listen harmonics that we've been dismissing or ignoring for 3 millennia. That's my point.
Why is the answer? Why
Well,
would
they have
that
microtonal music now. If you want to hear weird sounds, there's microtonal stuff everywhere.
Exactly. And nobody's rejecting that. And that
Well,
is
most people are actually.
growing.
Most people don't like it.
Yeah, but the same people, the same way that most people thought that the British were noise.
East Indian music has microtonal, and so does some Southeast
Exactly.
Asian.
And it's
But
been there
Western
for a very long
people
time.
can't stand it for the most part. I like it,
Well,
but
Well, a whole continent like it.
Most European music was based on microtonality. If you want to go back to Pythagorean beginnings, that is technically microtonal. As soon as you have any form of modulation.
All I'm saying that the same way that we're finding new wavelengths, new particles, new types of energy, why are we discarding that? We might evolve and find out new harmonics or new complexity in the sounds that we're capable of.
Because there's
hearing.
no driver for it. There has to be a driver for evolution to take place. So it has to be about survival.
What is the driver in evolution for adult men to go bald?
Yeah, that if there's too much testosterone in the body.
It's
not actually.
Dihydrotestosterone.
It's sensitivity to testosterone. It's
Yeah,
it
becomes dihydrotestosterone. Your hair falls.
Hats.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but why is the evolution drive for that?
I blame hats.
I blame hats. I don't wear hats.
There were so many bald men in the 30s. Come on.
One of the main drivers of evolution is mutations, and some are good and some are bad.
But that's my point. Some bad mutations that we are allowing because our medical science is making most of every human being that is born survive to an old age. We also keeping some mutations that are bad, or we just don't see why, or we don't find the need for it, but they're there. And that's one of the ones I'm putting on the table that could happen.
But music doesn't drive mutations.
No, but also the timescales we're talking about are quite different.
And that's the other thing, the timescales as well.
There was like those two scientists,
what
though,
is
wasn't
driving this? What's the need of this? Why do we need this to survive?
Well, there was two scientists that were working on the theory.
No, the lack of hair. Why do we need to lose our hair to survive?
There's two scientists working on the theory.
Some have just kept their hair to actually be a more attractive.
Well,
mate
also
to
don't forget
others,
the lifespan of a human not long ago was not very long. We're living
And
much
that's my
longer
point. All those things
because
are
of medical
changing.
science, not because of natural life.
Yeah, exactly. But all those things are generating things that are
Nutrition,
not evolutionary, logical, or
nutrition's a
necessary,
big factor.
and they're happening. Why is it so
We're
impossible
also
to
not
imagine?
killing each other nonstop. You know,
Excuse me.
We're not predating each other nonstop as well. Too.
Another reason why unnecessary mutations could happen. That's what I'm saying. It's on the table. It could happen the same way that all the mutations, because we're healing people that in the caveman era should have been eaten the first week of life. Now that they're being productive individuals in society and living very respectful lives and very long lives, and they're having their own they're having children. So we are changing nature, evolution, and genetics to our own convenience. Then in that bracket that we are building, why can't we evolve our brains or even mutate our hearing system to appreciate sound as we know it on a different fashion?
because there's no biological driver for it.
Once
There's no
again,
bio-
what is the biological driver on going bald?
There's no biological driver.
No,
However,
there
there
isn't.
is two scientists
It happens.
that are
But
trying to
perhaps
bypass
there's a
the
biological
human
driver
ear.
for keeping hair. So maybe it's like the default is bald and keeping hair is.
Yeah, but once again, what
Who knows? You know.
what is so superior or helpful for survival to lose your hair?
No, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
You just,
And
hair's
still,
there for
we
many
got
reasons.
a lot of individuals, male individuals, that lose their hair.
Yeah.
It's
Your hair's an
it's an-
identifying characteristic. It keeps you warm. It helps.
Exactly.
Even in the case of like an injury, it helps clot your blood.
Exactly.
It's
So,
an extreme case of it.
for
you know?
survival's sake, just for that, only the ones that don't go bald should be the ones surviving, because they're the superior evolution, genetic evolution. But no, we're creating a world where every option
Well, it doesn't
is
stop
valid.
you having children, though, does it? So.
Excuse me?
It doesn't stop you having children. So,
that's more of a social
And that's
problem.
exactly my point. The artificial society we're building is allowing everybody, no matter what type of mutation, useful or not, survival or not, to have children and evolve and create
Well, and that's
new
why countries
offspring.
have billions of people right now. Yeah.
The what?
Some countries have billions of people because they're not stopping the normal blocks in nature of meeting a mate and having kids and having successful offspring and not dying, and not getting some horrible disease. We're trying to fight all that stuff, which is counter to, it's good for
To
humanity.
evolution and to survival.
It's good for humanity, but it's not necessarily good for the planet.
And that's my
Overpopulated.
point. Yeah. We're already on a trace that humankind has
Release the
basically given.
leopard.
Huh? Release the leopard.
Launch the nuclear weapons.
Yes.
Humankind has flipped the finger to genetic evolution. We do whatever we want to do. We don't obey those rules anymore. So we are allowing any possible type of combination of DNA that could once again I'm saying could result in things that might change the way we appreciate arts like music. Why is that
we're not
so
going to suddenly
impossible
get
to
UV.
think about?
Our eyes aren't suddenly going to see UV just magically, and we're not suddenly going to see
Not
infrared.
magically, but
and we're not. You need pressures to drive that.
Yes.
You don't have that.
Give humanity another millennia on a dying sun, changing color or losing lumens, and we might evolve into being
but it's not that
sensitive
quickly.
to UV.
It's a time period, though. It's very long.
It's not a millennium. It's far more than that. But
Okay.
There's a reason why crocodiles look the way they do for millions and millions of years.
Yeah.
They haven't needed to change. There's no pressure on them to change.
I'm with you, but at the same time,
there's no pressure on us to change.
The reality is that we will be.
But we're still making change that are not being pressed on us.
No. I'm just saying the reality is we will be long gone before there's any change.
Yeah, we're going to kill each other off, basically.
Yeah.
Well, it's either we kill one another off or there'll be an asteroid collision or whatever
Well,
it's
that
going to
too.
be.
Yes.
We will be long gone.
Ty, I'm with you. I agree with you. Humanity will be deleted by their own hand way before we get a chance to do these evolutions. But if we manage to change and we don't do that, and the sun doesn't die when we think it will die, is it so impossible to believe that we might see those mutations come through?
Do you know what? I think technology will surpass any need.
What do you mean?
Well, like I said
Implants.
times,
Yeah.
there are two scientists that are working on this thing of bypassing the human ear altogether and being able to implant music and sound into the human brain directly in a way that it can interpret. So you can have like 5.1 surround sound in your fucking head, basically, without hearing a thing.
An elephant, low register, and
then
dog,
your
high
ears are going to
register.
go, well, you don't need us. We'll just stay where we are, mate. Good night. Because technology is moving much faster than we are.
And Vampire has brains in a jar.
Yeah.
I think in the same way that we can turn around and say, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, we couldn't in our wildest dream have believed we're where we are now.
Yeah.
In 100 years' time, they'll be looking back at us and having these kind of conversations, going, "Fucking hell! Can you believe the shit that they were talking about?"
They had no idea.
From also,
Yeah.
they had no idea.
But that's exactly my point. We don't really know what would be humankind's evolution if we're still around, and that's my point. It's science
the structures
fiction.
also have to change significantly. If you like, elephants communicate in infrasound at like 10, 15 hertz with each other, and it goes over long distances because of the low frequency.
Yeah,
we'll never be able to hear that. Our ear is not structured to be able to hear that, even with some minor evolution.
Yeah, but wait,
some of my communication is like that.
Wait, because
with what's going on with Russia and China at the moment, I'm not going to plan anything above 12 months. So
no, don't plan. This is not about planning. My point is, as Ken says, if our technology, scientific technology, manages to input sound or the perception of sound straight to the brain, bypassing the ear system, who is to say that our brains cannot decipher 5 hertz to 30,000 hertz?
But there's nothing that says our brain can't deal with it. It's just physically our ear can't deal with it.
Yeah. But that's my point.
That is the limiting factor.
But what's interesting is like if you've...
But then the data range that your brain interprets will also be limited because why should you compute more data when you can be more efficient?
Exactly.
So there will be lots of data.
You're going to focus on the frequencies that are sort of necessary.
So maybe over time it might develop a way of perceiving it.
Has anyone had their ears syringed, by the way? Has anybody had their ears syringed?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you first have your ears syringed, you notice that like really sharp top end. You know, it's like really intense. You can hear every crackle from like ages around, and then your brain compensates over time. It's like so the brain is like, you know, even though your ear is giving you that input information, your brain is then taking that and going, no, that's too much. I need to apply my EQ
brain
curves.
filters out a lot of stuff.
It filters it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Visually too, everything. It just
that makes once again that makes sense. But my point is, why should we stop dreaming or going on a science fiction level, theorizing and making questions like what if? Why should we don't deny that option?
No, we don't deny it.
No,
and that's all I'm saying. Just put that on the table. Think about
some
it.
of us are busy with the science fiction.
But you see my point. I'm not saying that music now is
science
better.
Is shit on this, right?
I wouldn't even go to we've gone backwards in our music capacity. In some aspects we've gone. In some aspects I think we've gone forward. But I think we reach a peak in the golden age of composers. Yes. I haven't seen anybody, and that's not because it doesn't exist, it's because I don't know about it. It's my fault. I don't know about it. I don't see anybody nowadays surpassing that peak of music mastery that those composers you all just mentioned reached 100 years ago.
It is still out there. It is absolutely still out there, but it's just
not mainstream.
I mean,
you have to search for it. You have to go looking for it.
Yeah,
and I've
heard some tracks before now. You know, like with that hardware jams, and I heard some beats and stuff going on, and some sequences and stuff like that. Going, wow, that's really fucking good. That is nice. You know, things like that. But you're not going to hear it on the radio.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, modern contemporary. You can't really call it classical music now. It's art music. Contemporary art music. There's a huge scene. Some amazing contemporary art music composers.
I'm not doubting that.
I mean, is Arvo Part considered classical?
Well, but I mean, that's beautiful, but it's not the most complex music.
Well, even classical music.
I love Arvo Pärt, but it's very simple stuff. And
the only thing that makes music classical is time.
With a post-Stravinsky harmony.
Yeah, but it takes time. When he wrote it, it wasn't considered classical, was it? It was just a new piece. Well, no, like if Mahler did a symphony, it's not called classical music. It was called his next neat track.
Yeah, that was music. At the same time, popular music back then was what you would listen
Mozart
to.
was popular.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
You know, but it wasn't classical until later.
No. But it's what I'm saying is that we kind of compartmentalize everything now. That everything has to be categorized.
Yeah, in a little pigeonhole.
Yeah, music. What I really liked to
be market
back in the 90s and early 2000s, whatever. You got record companies a bit like ECM and Real World and all these labels who basically started just saying this is just music. You didn't have to categorize it. You didn't have to. It was just music. And so on the same label, you'd get classic, inverted commas, classical stuff, modern art music, and you'd get jazz, and you'd get everything, and it was just music. And that's it. This is just something to do with trying to make money.
Humans are pattern forming, and we like categories for stuff, so that's what
but there's so many of them now. You can have a subcategory of music because they're using a particular type of drum machine.
Can I point out? I have to. Okay, this is what. So when I'm doing this autism program, and I told you there was this guy that was the guy that I was dealing with, and it was all about dance music and all this kind of thing. And he sent me this list of his favorite tracks, and he absolutely started categorizing it. And because he was autistic, obviously, this is really important to him, and he really did go down the category route. And he was going, and I can't remember the terminology now, but he was going down. So this is so and so house. This is so and so house.
Minimal.
This is so and so, and then this is so and so house. And I'm thinking, so they were like kind of fucking about a dozen categories of different types of house music. And then, but the funny part about it was, I listened to all the tracks, and I just listened to it and went, just house music. So I turned around to him and said, so why are these all subcategories? Tell me what makes this one different to this one. And even him as a fan, as a real, was struggling,
he couldn't draw a line.
It was just...
I read the same thing. I have a friend who DJs tech house, and he couldn't tell me what tech house really was.
That's it. They're trying to do subcategories within subcategories just to kind of... It's bollocks.
It's a way of feeling special.
It is.
But it's the same way that, because I'm not being funny. It's the whole...
It's tribalism.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
In the world of art music, you turn around and say, what's minimal music? And the fact that, I tell you, this annoys me. You get composers, for example, like Philip Glass, who always get put in the same boat as Steve Reich and Arvo Pärs and John Adams. And
where else when Luther Adams fit in there?
And kind of Lamont Young and all this stuff. And they're all just called, these are minimalist composers. And you study their music, and
you listen to John Adams for 1 second?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you're just there going, these are all so fucking different. Kind of. The only thing is, they're pieces of music that have an element of repetition in it. That's it. That's all you can say about it.
Yeah.
But to categorize them as put them in the same boat, it's just, why would you do that? I don't get it. I just don't,
Because it's for marketing
it's comforting.
purposes.
No,
that's one. And then it's the marketing.
Like boxes. It's the same reason we have taxonomy for animals and plants and fungi and everything else. We like putting things into boxes.
Yeah. We need to draw lines to be able to control our environment.
I like putting things in boxes.
Exactly.
It makes up.
Shall I go down the one, Tim, or
Stop
shall we just leave that one hanging? I'm more than
You'll
happy
get
to.
banned, you will.
Just remember what protection. That's all you got to remember.
But
we like dealing with our entropy that way. Putting it in boxes.
So, I hope
making something more organized.
So
can we a fight against entropy? It really is.
So can we just underline? Right, that was a load of bollocks. Move on now.
Yes, please. That's the whole point.
Politics.
Yeah.
Politics.
Oh,
Hey!
fuck off. I'm going to bed.
Oh gosh, yeah.
You see, I didn't kick you out. It wasn't me the one who kicked
Ty wants to talk about Behringer. We're going to talk about.
The BS80.
Now you're just being polemic.
No, hopefully have they just fucked off the face of the earth?
I've actually had somebody private message me and said, look, when this DS80 comes out, I'm going to buy one and send it to you, and I want you to do a video of dropping a real CS80 on it. And I went, you send me one, and I will. There you go.
However, is the real CS80 that tough to put up with that? You're gonna.
I have one special. I
Oh,
have
it's
an
open.
empty shell. She's not a happy girl, and dropping her wouldn't hurt.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Or just an empty shell, that would be
I
enough.
hate to waste a real one for that. So.
Oh God, no!
No,
I'm not
no,
going to
no.
do a nice one with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
One of the empty shells or something like that.
Yeah, and then
the
you
chassis.
just sort of pick it up again. Oops.
But one thing is, I wouldn't like you to understand that. I don't disagree with your points. I don't know. I'm a dreamer. I
Well, go
like
for
to
it.
think.
Cool.
I like to think that we got ways to evolve, and we don't know everything yet. That's the way I like to see the world.
No, that's totally fair enough. But
Yeah.
I think the problem is with me. I kind of do reality.
Yeah. I don't do
okay,
that.
reality. So,
Yeah, but which reality?
Yeah.
Which reality? are you
Which
talking
part of the
about?
universe?
Yeah.
so you know, simulation theory.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it could all.
Sorry,
just be,
I don't do reality. I don't
can't,
cope
I
with
can't believe
reality.
in it being a simulation, because if it was, I would have made my gas bills a lot fucking lower than they are.
Well, if you keep the CS80 on for this long, you might save them.
I tell you what, that's probably doing about 58p an hour.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, that's true.
Do you know?
That's
I started
so true.
saving a fortune in electric since turning everything off in here. I used to leave it on so it was ready.
Yeah,
And now I'm
I
like,
used
no,
to leave
just
it on
can't
as
do
well.
that.
Yeah,
Mine still gets left on.
yeah.
Yeah, but you can afford it.
Yeah, but just because I can doesn't mean
Yeah,
I
this
should.
week.
You should.
No.
That's amazing.
This week.
Exactly.
No.
And so you should. So
I don't have enough amps in my place to turn everything on, so no way.
Well,
I would love to know what these monitors actually do drain.
Well, it
the
should say on the
speakers
back.
or the
Yeah,
screens?
the speakers, the barefoot.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on the amps, if they're Class D or AB.
I don't know. All I know is they've got so there's
1A or
basically so
FB.
at any one time. So there's 7 ways. So there's
Do the hi-fi people
What are they?
admit
there's
Class
14
D?
amps all running all at the same time.
They're the
No, but that's
MM
only when you put signal. If you don't put signal, it
MM25.
drops a lot.
MM25. Yeah.
No, a Class D, if you want it to be full responsive, which you at that point want it to be, then your Class D should be working all the time.
Fuck, I don't know.
Because
Can I just find what I find incredible here is all I've done is turn around and I've sitting here with them in front of me going, I wonder how much he's drained, and I've got my 2 little minions there going, I'll find out for you.
Yeah, you could get up off your arse, Ty, and just don't have a look.
And have a look at the back.
Hey, you already crawl under the CS80 to get the serial number, so that was
That's my exercise for the month.
You pay your dues.
what not for the year?
You definitely pay your dues.
How did you
much-
get that CS80 on the table?
How much is
Oh, it could be 8.
how much is a kilowatt of electricity roughly at the moment?
A lot.
39p, is it? Something like that.
It's about
going
it's
up.
about okay. So all right, so it's
What? A kilowatt or a kilowatt
hour.
hour?
yeah, kilowatt.
You want energy and not power.
Yeah,
Come on, lads. Come on, you found it yet?
Perform, monkey, perform.
Oh. Idle 30 watts, maximum 650 watts for the MM26, that is.
30 watts is still
So that's a 20.
achy.
Okay.
And not like you're gonna go broke achy, but like you should turn them off achy.
600. Did you say 630 watts?
650 watts each.
Each. So
that
it's 1200 combined.
1200.
But what's
No,
that?
no,
Like,
no,
on full
no,
power?
but
Your maths
you-
is
you-
terrible. It's
you- you
1300
never run-
combined.
Yeah, 1300.
So it's 24 times more consumption than a CS80 an hour.
Yes.
But that's only if you were running from a peak.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
you
At a
would never be
peak,
running.
yeah, a peak.
Running
It's
from that
why
anyway.
it's blasting. If it's not
So,
blasting,
that's peak. It's that's maximum. So realistically, a quarter of that would be blasting continuous,
RMS,
or,
yeah.
or around
Yeah,
a
'cause
quarter.
Well, they've
An,
they've-
80
they-
is 180 watts an hour.
they haven't been
180 watts
switched
an hour.
off for
Yeah, but wait a second. Are you actually reading power consumption or power dissipation? Because consumption is usually double than dissipation.
No, with Class D, that becomes a bit tedious.
Yeah.
I know. That's the whole case. The thing is, the speakers are rated between a minimum wattage where they would not move and a maximum where they would break. But that is the power that dissipates from the amplifier. The amplifier, to boost that power to the speakers, is using more power than the one the speakers are dissipating. That's why I made that question.
It's easier with the 80. It's 180, and it doesn't matter what you do. It's 180.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hang on, I've had mine switched on now for the last 4 hours for doing nothing.
You better get yourself another contract.
I think that's already £5.
Get another loan.
Yeah.
That's been £5 already.
That Porsche's looking a bit fucking. It's going down the pawn shop tomorrow.
Yeah. That put me on the streets.
Yeah, maybe you should have gone for that solar.
Don't discard solar panels.
Oh, I had to. Oh, you weren't here when we. Yeah, there was a solar store. I'm not going to go into it again.
Probably a wind turbine would be better for you.
But that's basically what the woman said. She said either a wind turbine or having a whole field full of them.
Panels.
Yeah.
Or a herd of sheep in a conveyor belt.
But seriously, a wind turbine, or even like 3 small vertical ones.
Yeah, it makes in this country makes way more sense go for wind than for solar.
What would be so much energy that probably could get a few more Porsches charging and then just throw them away in front of
you could share with your neighbors.
Members of a Porsche club just to tell them how do you feel about them.
You can use a water wheel.
Yeah. Because I read somewhere it was a wind turbine takes 500 years to work off its carbon footprint.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, that's a lot quicker than a carbon power station, which will work it off. Never?
Never.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. So like coal stations, not really got it going for it. But yeah, it's about 500 years for it to work off the amount of carbon it actually
so it
generates
never
making
because they would break before that.
Yeah, they tend to explode and then huge clumps of black smoke into the atmosphere when they blow up. Yeah. Plus transporting them and setting them up.
Oh yeah, that's a task on its own.
But that's the thing with smaller vertical ones, which are the designs that are slowly being favoured.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because those big ones are just fucking ridiculous. You have to, if it gets too windy, you have to turn them off.
Yep. And not only because it's a danger, they can tilt it down. Is because I believe they would produce too much power that they cannot store or handle.
Well, no, it's more that your coil will melt through.
I think a lot of the energy that we're trying, the different things we're coming up with to try and help save the planet, which is the equivalent of just chickens running around with no head at the moment.
Yep.
No, it's all just trying to slow it down. I mean, we're still living on the Earth's capital, but that's not going to change until mass change on the Earth.
Majority of Tesla owners are still charging their cars with fossil fuels at home, so it's not exactly putting a huge dent.
Yeah, and when those things catch fire, they don't do the atmosphere any good either.
Not to mention that not every country is doing it.
Lithium batteries blowing up are beautiful.
Yeah,
as long as they don't catch you on a 300-meter radius.
There's a reason I always keep one under my desk.
Jesus Christ.
Just in case I'm having a quiet night here and fancy a bit of excitement.
Rob, did I tell you
something pretty?
No, this is a lithium iron phosphate and not a lithium ion, so it's actually relatively safe. But still, I try to keep it out of the sunlight, which is right below the desk.
And shorts.
Yeah.
Did I tell you on my when you go into a company when the first day that they teach you everything and what to do, what not to do, induction day is what you call it.
Yeah.
The story that they told me in my induction in my factory, because that's what I do. We make battery packs, lithium battery packs.
What? Don't smoke. Don't produce heat.
Okay. This is a AAA. Can you see the difference of size?
Yeah.
Right? A lithium battery this big, because for some procedures we have to put them in an oven to heat, to shrink or something. But we put them for a very specific amount of time on a very specific low temperature. Yet, one single of these cells of this size of lithium ion in an oven 3 times because it got forgotten and it got cooking twice the amount of time, exploded in the middle of the shop floor, and they had to basically put in the bin all the equipment in the whole shop floor. One this size is more explosive than dynamite. So think about a Tesla.
Well, it's only filled with a few hundred of those, or a few thousand of those.
Yeah,
that's how they make the batteries.
In other words, I'm on it because we've been building the batteries for the Ocado robots. Have you ever heard of that company?
Yes, I'm fully aware how one of their massive fridge warehouses looks like in the inside. It is beautiful.
Yeah. My company is the one building the battery packs for the robots. For some reason, I think they moved technology to a second generation of robots, or basically, I am working in 50...
Did the robots have babies? Amazing.
Yeah, they do. And they have the little...
Well, when two robots love each other very much...
Come again?
Brilliant, Rob.
Oh, Robert, you're so
You've got to say that again. That was spot on.
Come again?
You said when two baby robots love
when two robots
love each other very much.
Very, very much. It's what we tell the kids. Basically,
he was telling us about the buttons and the
one at a
batteries.
time. Ah, jeez.
When you're dealing with when you've got kids and you're trying to explain the birds and the bees, you're trying to explain. You just say when a man and a lady love one another.
When a mummy and a daddy.
Yeah, when a mummy and a daddy love one another very, very much. And then there's always a ... And Rob just said, when two robots love one when two robots.
Getting Freudian now.
That's a Freudian slip.
Yeah, wasn't it? That was a yeah.
That's that one Bjork video when two robots.
Rob finds
where's the other
when
Robert?
Rob finds another Rob.
You guys seen that Bjork video?
The what?
Oh my God! What?
All is
I'm
full of
trying to
love.
think where this is going now.
You started.
That's a good video.
Go on.
Yeah, there's too many
All is full
videos.
of love. The two robots making out. It's a Bjork video.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh God, I thought he was going to say, there's two seals fucking in it. Get the kids.
No,
to watch
it's
that.
amazing graphics. You love it, Kate, because the CGI in it's really good.
I've gone,
Right, anyway, sorry,
Yes.
sorry, Rob.
When
that was
two
brilliant,
robots
Rob.
love
That
each
was-
other, yeah.
That was
When
brilliant.
two robots love one another.
So my point is basically I'm in 50-meter range of enough lithium ion to basically blow out half of Crookern town, and that's where I work on a daily basis.
Can I just say, you sound like you're saying that as if it's a threat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
like-
else.
Could be.
Yeah.
Do you want me
Or
to?
else.
Exactly. Unless
I'm
you
in
give me
control of
1
massive
million
amounts of
pounds.
explosives, so
Yeah.
don't piss me off.
Have you
And
just asked for a pay
£2,000
rise?
of it has been placed somewhere in the city.
When I say one at a time, I
One at a
mean one at a time.
No, it's because I'm half deaf and I'm Spanish, so it's very difficult to me to listen to more than one people talking.
No, nobody can listen to more than one person talking. So
I don't know.
about it.
You seem to manage very
Got
well.
nothing to
off
do
the
with
show.
being Spanish, mate. I tell you.
Well, you seem to manage very well.
No, we just pretend.
Okay, good.
No, we just don't listen to one another.
Just ignore each other.
Does he talk
we
over
just
each other?
talk over one another.
No,
That's all we do.
I just mute the audio output.
That's one way.
Makes talking a lot easier.
Yep.
So I don't have to listen to any of you.
Oh, shame on you, gentlemen.
Brilliant.
Does explain
Okay.
the disjointed answer.
Say what?
It explains the disjointed answers from Robert. Yeah, I think sheep should do it as well. What the fuck is he talking about?
You see,
got us on
everything
mute.
comes and bites your ass.
Oh, my motorboat is blue. Fucking shut up, will you? What is he talking about?
Well, my motorboat is actually grey, but
Ah, well, there, see?
You get a motorboat?
See, you heard
posh?
me. Ha!
why the fuck would I have? Why the fuck would I be living in one room if I had a motorboat?
That's
I
true.
don't know. You're living in one room. That's the
Besides,
only
you
one
wouldn't have a
show.
blue one because you wouldn't know where you'd parked it. Wouldn't be able to find it, would you?
Okay, this is getting out of hand.
Hang on, is that a picture of your house in the background, Robert?
Why can't we?
Are you in
be
the land
friends?
where you were born? Lives the man. Oh, never mind.
So, where is the? Oh, okay. Whoa. Donate. Ink is on
I think
fire.
I've broken Robert.
Probably.
No,
never know.
I've been broken for so long.
Oh, yeah. Come and join me in my broken shop.
There's no
Broken
way to
meat.
fix that.
So you mean that all of us here in this screen are nothing but broken toys?
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay. Now I feel less alone in the world.
Mate, it's my job to be surrounded by broken toys.
Yeah, I know.
There's more broken
I
stuff
just,
here than
I
there is
just do it
working.
as a hobby. It's even worse.
Yeah, me too.
Or unfinished projects everywhere.
Oh, God,
Don't tell me about unfinished projects, please. I have at least longer than my arm.
I just found earlier today some circuit boards. Again, I was just digging around for a dimension declone. It's just like, I completely forgot I have these circuit boards lying around. I should get back onto that.
Where did you get them from?
One? The Royal Circuit?
Where the Jürgen Heibel, or where actually some of the last one, these are some of the last of his original runs. But obviously he died many years ago. Well, nearly 10 years ago now, I think.
Sorry.
But yeah, still haven't built it.
I can't believe I sold my Dimension D.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a
I
bad
mean,
one.
there are many other sources of white noise in the world.
Well, I sold mine to Coldplay, so I'm sorry.
Well, somebody was trying to buy one before when Dom was around, so yeah, there's many of sources of that. Okay, let's get beachy. One at a time.
Let's get.
Exactly. Yeah, let's get beachy. This was nothing. This wasn't even warm up.
Oh,
let's get
God.
beachy.
Okay.
If you could remove one style of music from the earth, which would it be?
German folk
One
music.
at a time. One at a time. Go, Kent.
No, don't do me first.
Okay, Jim.
No, I'm going to think about this.
Good.
One style of music.
One label. Let's call it one label. One of those many stupid mini micro labels.
A micro label rather than a big one.
It's up to you, but a micro is enough. One micro label is enough.
Well, I'll stick with mine, German folk music. That needs to disappear. That never needed to have existed. That
Folk?
artificial.
German folk.
German folk music. It has nothing to do with folk tradition. It is just artificial, lowest quality shit. That.
Not even Schlager pop. You're going to keep Schlager pop.
Oompa.
Rather that than that disgusting Oompa shit. That is completely artificial, has no tradition, and just should have gone away hundreds of years. Well, 100 years ago, about 50 years after it was invented.
Easy listening.
Okay. Do you
Elevator
want to remove
music.
Good, but the question is, do you want to get rid of the music or do you want to get rid of the stupid label?
I'll get rid of the music and kill everybody involved.
Okay.
But how
That's
am I
get-
going to
get
make
rid of
money from?
elevators.
Well, Devo had a fun,
from go-
easy listening disc.
No, do you know the type I mean, where they take, like they can take the models by Kraftwerk, and they go,
Oh, yeah.
the model, and
Oh,
it's
God,
feeling
yes.
fine.
Yes, okay.
Do 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 do
Yeah.
do.
Yeah,
Fuck
Devo
off,
did it to their
fuck
own
off,
music. It was
God,
hilarious.
God, like that,
Easy
you know?
listening cover versions. Of,
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, but,
Really? That's
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
but I like that stuff for being so terrible. Maybe
It's
after
so bad
watching
it's
too many.
good.
Maybe after watching too many Techmoan videos of
Mhm.
background music systems, where it's just like the worst easy listening or cover versions to appeal to the general society. It's still better than German folk music, though.
Okay, I hear you. I hear you all, Mr. Arwin.
Thrash metal, death metal, all that bollocks.
Okay, now you hitting home, but okay, I hear you.
Ouch.
It's
Showing his age.
It's I tell you
No,
what,
no, it's not about age. Because metal was born was young at the same time that he was young.
It was anything.
I mean, metal started in the 70s.
Yes.
Yeah, anything.
Not
anything,
really, but yes.
Metal did start in the 70s.
The definition of metal has been mutating as well.
Yeah. But
So
anyway,
yeah, the proto metal bands started in the 70s. Yes.
all of that, and basically any kind of music where one note would do, and they just want to stick in 700 notes of total fucking waste of space masturbation. Any
Well,
music that does
okay.
that basically is.
I hear you.
What idle music and masturbation is my favorite type.
Synth.
Guitar masturbation. That's kind of why I should specify.
Ooh,
Guitar
now,
or bass
now you're touching double at home.
No, honestly.
So Gordon Rudess is fine.
Honestly, I mean, it's I hate anything that is just notes that are there for the sake of notes that are there, or showing off. I hate all of that.
I know you're not gonna believe me, but I do
So
agree
what's your
with
opinion? What's your opinion on
You're not
Frank
going to like
Zappa?
my new album, Ty.
But
masturbation.
Yeah.
What about Frank Zappa?
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, Ty. What's your opinion on Frank Zappa then?
Do you know what? I'm not gonna bullshit here.
It's
because
not metal
I don't,
for
I don't,
starts.
I don't know.
No, but there's a lot of musical masturbation.
Yeah, no,
Sure.
exactly. I don't know enough Frank Zappa to actually really pass comment. I saw. Do you remember? There was a big documentary film thing about his life that I saw,
Okay.
and I went to watch it because he's one of those artists that I honestly just thought, do you know what? I don't know enough about him or appreciate enough about him.
Mhm.
So I went to watch the film about him,
Mhm.
and came away still not knowing anything about his music, and still not
That
knowing
is Frank Zappa.
anything more than when I went. And then I
Yeah.
started to listen to some, and
Mhm.
all I just thought was, I'm just going to get annoyed if I listen to too much of this, and so I just stopped. So
Yeah.
He
I can
composed
honestly
some
say,
classical type music too.
second,
Hey, what?
sorry.
He did some classical type music as well.
That's what I started with, and I think that's the mistake. I listened.
Yeah, you
to
shouldn't
it.
have.
It
Yeah.
wasn't very good.
You should go straight to Titties and Beer. It's a classic song.
Okay, it just wasn't good. It was very poor classical music.
Not straight to Bobby Brown Goes Down, or I've Been in You, or what other classics are on that album? Well, Shake Your Booty is definitely, and also great work of.
The one about the rapping,
Raj,
about
all
the
kinds of
story in New Mexico, and the drugs and the girls.
No, but I
the way
still
I-
think
most
his
of them,
best
isn't it?
one is Grand Wazoo, but that's a big band album.
Yeah.
Or a nice big 70s.
To me, the way I understand Frank Zappa, he was kind of the Dali and Picasso of pop music in the 70s. The guy was just trying to push the boundaries of what pop music was and how far could you take it before it becoming unlistenable.
Well,
I think
that's more of a 60s stuff.
I was
I
gonna
think in
say
the
the problem-
70s he calmed down.
The problem I've got with all of that is so basically, and I've said this before, is that so I studied John Cage, who was basically doing exactly the same, but in the world of classical music. And,
Okay, which is already one level above.
Yeah, and I well, it's not even a case of level of, but I don't think there's any above and below. It was just a decade or two before,
Mhm.
and it's just a different. It was a different genre of music that he was trying to push those kind of boundaries. And I think because I studied all of that, I really appreciate what. Although loads of people think that John Cage is just a complete charlatan and a pile of shit, I can actually.
He's the 4 minutes 30
4 minutes 33
thing.
seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can.
I
but
performed
can,
that piece once.
I performed it.
I
yeah,
just did
and-
it just now. Didn't you hear me?
Well, no. He also wrote a piece called "No Minutes, No Seconds," which is for anyone to do anything at any place at any time. So I mean, yeah. So I studied all of this, and so I know what he was trying to do and what he's trying to say. And you're right in that I think Frank Zappa was basically trying to do a similar thing.
Well, did you see he did John Cage stuff exactly, playing the bicycle and all that stuff?
Exactly. But that's so what I'm saying is, but the difference is that what Frank Zappa was trying to do was do exactly what John Cage had been doing 20, 30, 40 years earlier.
On
The
a
only
different
reason that the
genre.
difference was
Yeah.
is that John Cage had done it in the art world, and what Frank Zappa was trying to do was combine it with doing it in the quasi art world combined with pop world. I think that's the only difference.
I mean, also Zappa will definitely have
Bowie
more
had already
influence
done
of. No, but
Bowie was still very polite in his approach. Zappa
No,
was
but Bowie
unpolite
wa-
by
but
definition.
Bowie was far later than Zappa, though. Zappa was mid '60s.
Yeah, but
I mean, at least Zappa wasn't doing the Dadaist Fluxus stuff like Yoko Ono was.
No, but definitely Dadaism has been a big influence on Zappa, whereas it wasn't on Cage.
Yeah,
Cage was definitely more surrealist.
But that Yoko Ono screaming stuff,
on
that's just
intellectual
unreal.
surrealist.
So synthetic.
Well, coming in. What about you, Andy?
It's hard because there's so many types that are really bad, but
just one,
I think
only one.
That's a good comment. I agree.
but I do have a wide palette in general, so I would have to say bro step.
What?
Really?
Yes.
What's that?
All that Skrillex shit. Come on, it's garbage.
It's pop music dubstep.
They call it dubstep, but it's really bro step. It's that with the crazy LFOs and the.
It is the pop music version of.
There's some good. Sorry, there's some good sounds in it, but it's the way they're combined I don't like, and the assholes that make it.
Okay.
Yes, Skrillex actually is not really the biggest asshole.
He's kind of full of himself, just like the Dead Mouse guy is. Way full of himself.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with that.
Yeah.
You hear what you see the Dead Mouse article about MIDI?
Yeah.
How old it is. What the fuck is this guy?
Just total bullshit.
I think Jim's in the cupboard screaming at the top of his voice at the moment.
So, I'm
Have
gonna
you seen any of the Dead Mouse? You know when he does you can buy the.
The master class where he's clicking with a mouse to compose.
I'm not having you on. Fucking hell! It's just I've got a friend that signed up to that, and he basically said, you've got to come and watch this." I'm not having you on. It took every. I mean, joking aside, anyone that actually knows me knows that I am the least. I know I play up to this, but yeah, don't tell anyone. It's just us. I know I play up to this persona of being angry and annoyed and fucking. But I'm the most chilled, laid back person you'll ever meet in your life. And
I don't believe it.
It's absolutely true. Is this
No, you're
true,
not.
Ken?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Honest to God, we gave him a bowl of ice cream. He held it for at least an hour, and it was still fucking cold.
Oh, you mean he's dead?
I don't. Yeah, I just don't. I don't. Yeah.
Well,
There's so many things.
Twice we held a mirror up to his face just to see if he was fucking alive still. You know? He's really relaxed. Honestly.
I don't do anger. Anger is something I don't do, and but it honestly took every bone in my fucking body watching this total, absolute arse-lick.
Yeah. Roofalo modular that he barely uses, but it's like props.
Shit. Total shit, and it's just, and he's talking about music, and he knows fuck all about fuck all.
It's a celebrity. It's like the Kardashians.
Yeah,
but in music.
It was just that. It was just talking shit. And and the problem is with all of this, people. I've said this before. Anyone can do whatever they want to do and enjoy doing it, but when you get people like that just fucking are just pretend, it's just fake, and people worship. People just worship the ground he fucking walks on.
They're doing a very weak service to music.
Yeah, it's just again. I just sit there just going, it's another one of those things. Nobody in fucking 10 years' time will have a clue who the fuck Dead Mouse is.
Hopefully,
do you know what? Do you know what? I don't think that's true. I think they will. I think even as I'm saying that, I'm thinking, is that true?
Yeah, that guy is going
I'd like
in the
to
history
think
books.
it wasn't true. I'd like
Same
to think
as
it
Skrillex.
wasn't true. But I think they probably
So
will anyway.
it's my turn to be the polemic one, as
No,
usual.
we don't hear yours now. We don't hear yours now. You just started the subject, but we don't hear it.
Okay.
Oh, come on, tell us. Come on. Go on.
I'm a people pleaser. I would remove from the present, the past, and the future K-pop.
I can't argue with that because it is
K-pop is rough, yeah.
It is.
Not only because of the music quality, it's because of the social impact it's having in a whole generation of youngsters.
But that's like, that's
Is
exactly
it
how I
still?
view.
Yes, and it's going bigger.
I mean, obviously, means how little knowledge I have about what is apparently pop music these days. Thank you for making me feel so good about myself.
Why?
I have no knowledge what is constituted pop music.
I'm just looking up what K-pop is.
No, don't.
Korean version of J-pop, basically.
Yeah, it seems to be very Korean based, isn't
your
it?
algorithm for
That's what the K stands for. It's Korean pop.
Oh, okay. Well, it could have stood for crap.
No, but that would be a C, not a K.
Well, it depends on which country you
Like,
live in.
Hatsune Miku from J-pop, right? The fake 3D character that sings.
Yeah, that's jizz pop or something.
J-pop.
That's what the J stands for.
Well, that's what the guys do when they fantasize about Hatsune Miku.
The thing is, whatever the problem is with all of that kind of stuff is that
it has to happen.
Every generation, yeah, but every generation has that kind of.
There's always lots of shit music going to be around.
There is, and it's aimed at kind of pre-teens. It's
a cycle.
It's always going to be there. It's always going to be there, and all that. It's just that K-pop is the latest version, for, and it's sad because you're right. It is bollocks, but by its very nature, to appeal to that kind of age group, it is always going to be a bit shit.
And in a way, it's the de-evolution or evolution, however you want to call it, from the boys bands, from NSYNC or Take That.
Mm-hmm.
It's just taken to a stupid extreme.
Yeah, but everything's going to a stupid extreme because it can at the moment. That's the thing.
Yep.
But yeah, would I ever listen to any kind of fucking K-pop? Not in a million years.
one track in a lifetime. That's
I will
doable.
tell you for a fact that my daughter will probably love it.
Be all over it. Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
Just be wary if she ever asks you for money for surgery. That's all I'm saying.
My daughter would never ask because she's fucking perfect.
Okay, sorry. I never said anything.
One thing to never say to her father.
You're not gonna believe it, but I'm in the same boat. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. No, she's that never happened. And besides, I'd say no. So.
I wish you with all my humble heart that it never happens to you.
Absolutely, she's not
good. And until she's old enough to go, no, fuck you, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
That's when it happens, isn't it?
Oh, okay. There's not so much of a child.
Well, that's when you guys get rid of the inheritance.
Oh, great. Wishing me dead already. Thanks for that, Rob.
There's always a materialistic.
Just because you know fuck all about pop music, don't start, take it out of me.
But
look, guys, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah,
I should as well. To be honest,
I've got to be
2 o'clock in the morning again.
Yeah, I've got to be up
2?
I've got to be
2,
quarter to 2. I've got to be up really early.
Yeah,
cracking on with this. So
Because I'm going to have to close my Keybase now because it will take 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I can see.
And I need to cool down my computer before it melts again.
Just put it in the freezer.
And the cable is not that long.
Well, I'm going to go. Before
Okay,
I go,
guys.
I'm going to have another 5 minutes on the 80
Yeah, go for it.
before turning it off to save the village.
The pennies?
electricity. Yeah.
The sixpence?
Another mountain goat survives.
Okay, guys. Take care.
Excellent.
Have a good night. And
It's
see
been a
you
great
soon.
evening.
Yeah, take care, guys.
Look after yourselves.
Good
And
stuff,
I'll
guys. See ya.
meet you soon.
Bye to the chat.
So
Take care, you all.
We're doing the world exclusive on PSN tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh, it's Cherry Audio thing.
Yeah.
For the Cherry Audio CS80.
Excellent.
God knows what it is. I have no
Excellent.
I don't know what it is.
Night night.
See you later.
Take care,
Bye.
everyone.
Bye
Look after
all.
yourselves.
Alright.